This is it. And then we're going to fall into the ocean.
Yep. Then the earthquake will hit.
And then the earthquake.
And then we're done.
And then that's it. Then San Andreas. And then The Rock will come and save us.
That's right. The Rock, who's, you see that thing about the new Disney movie he's doing? Looks really cool.
Oh, yeah. I didn't see it, but... Well, I mean, D23 is going on, so there's all kinds of stuff dropping. Incredibles 2.
Incredibles 2. It's fantastic.
A lot of stuff.
Long time coming.
Did you see there's a thing in LA Times? There's an exhibit there where a dude made like virtual, he made a virtual reality version of a VR of Adventures Through Inner Space.
No
and like
way.
some other. He did Adventures Through Inner Space. He did House of the Future. Those are the ones that are done. The Tower of the Four Winds.
How?
He made it in like 3D software.
I
know. And if you go to D23, you can like do it. And then he said he's working on like 3 more.
Oh my gosh!
Like he's trying to recreate like a bunch of and Tony Baxter, like they interviewed Tony Baxter and he's like, that was the ride, like because he was like he went on the adventure through inner space and he was like that was it. That was amazing.
What if he does the mine train through?
Yeah, I know. Like
Rainbow. What is it? Rainbow?
They didn't say what else he said he's working on because it's just this dude. Like it's just a dude.
So awesome.
Like so he's just doing it on it's like his hobby.
What if if that was a game, like you could just ride old Disneyland rides, I would
because they have like this whole like Tony Baxter put it together. It's like a whole 60th anniversary Disneyland exhibit there at D23 and he got the guy to bring his stuff.
So cool.
Yeah, looks crazy. Yeah, I'm very jealous and excited and because like Shada and Anthony
I saw you post a couple things.
And yeah.
Has he posted the Orchard Walk yet?
Not yet. I think he's like behind.
Yeah, I know he said he was. So.
All right, we're on YouTube.
Oh, what's up, YouTube?
What's up, YouTube? It's Friday night. It's hot outside.
I'm gonna turn off the air when we start recording.
Do you have your phone? Does it tell you how hot it is? You don't have that.
I can probably find it.
I mean, I can find it. I'll find it right now. Just type in Kaipa weather. It's 83 degrees outside.
At almost 11 at night.
At 11 at night. Earlier today, I mean, I did a Periscope at like 7, and it was still 98 degrees outside. I did my first Periscope today. It was me watching wrestling.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Here, I can.
Let me see it.
I'll show it to you.
It's
really stupid.
I won't call out names specifically, but Janelle posted they do memories on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
5 years ago today, we got our new, our first house. We got the keys to the first house.
Mm-hmm.
She posted a picture, and Audrey's holding the keys to our first house.
Aww.
It was just super cool and cute. And someone commented, "Oh, congratulations! Where are you moving to?"
All right. Hello.
So this is on your phone?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I didn't even know how it worked, so I'm just like.
Friday. Is it just your feet in the TV the whole time?
I am. It's 98 degrees in Ukaipa. Whoa, who are all these people?
Because then a bunch of people joined.
Wrestling.
30 people joined my Periscope.
But
just randos. Some people did.
There's all these people in here.
What did they say?
So one of them said, "Hey."
I'm just trying this out.
And then no one said, "Oh, this is like my first Periscope, just feet in television."
I'm watching.
And then Quinn came in and gave me a bunch of hearts.
Hello.
That's cool.
Watching wrestling, and then I figure out how to switch the camera at some point.
Yeah.
See, they're
this is my
posting.
first time.
So you can see the chat after that.
Yeah.
Too.
Let me try this. So if I tap it,
and then I'm getting hearts.
If I tap it, I flip the camera. Is it okay? Let's try this.
Hello.
Sorry. Hello. All right, I don't like that, but this is my. I'm just sitting here. All right, let's try this again. Funny. Here we go. All right. So yeah.
And then I hype up Radio BrendoMan.
So who's giving all those hearts?
Quinn gave me 27 hearts.
So is it like that? What do the hearts do?
I think it's just
for fun.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with.
So my first video, my TV
sucks.
Razor Ramon, but that is his son.
I'm just watching wrestling and talking about
the
wrestling.
Dude getting beat up right now. That's Razor Ramon's son.
What if that becomes the most successful thing? socks and
Oh,
wrestling.
there you go, Michael Elgin, who I'm a big fan of. It probably shouldn't be. This is not supposed to be on Periscope, but whatever.
Could I get sued by New
Anyway.
Japan Wrestling?
We're going to be recording our podcast, Radio BrendoMan, at 10 p.m.
That's good.
That's the Radio BrendoMan studio. And if you go to radiobrendo.com, you can listen and watch us record tonight, 10
so
p.m.
Clean note, like, does it post to your Twitter?
I think that's going to do it for my first Periscope. All right.
That's cool.
How's it?
Is that Inspector Space Time on your desktop there?
Probably.
Is that what I saw?
Yes. I was just seeing if I got any more tweets. Oh, Denver tweeted this dumb article.
Well, what?
I think this might be a good pre-show thing. Because it's, first of all, it's a Daily Mail, which is like a British tabloid.
Right.
Then it's creepy moment, haunted puppet said to have choked its previous owner starts moving on its own inside a sealed glass container in the middle of the night. Paranormal investigator Jane Harris, which you have to see this woman, she looks insane.
Okay,
given puppet by scared former owner. He said it tried to strangle him while he was sleeping in bed with his wife. Jane took it and locked it in glass container, filming it nightly for 3 months. Spooky footage shows its operating cross move across the box and fall against the glass pane. I'm going to have you watch this, Phil. Basically, the thing that you use to operate the marionette falls over, and they're saying it's haunted.
Okay, let me see.
Like, it's the stupidest thing. And you know me, like, you think I'd be, like, terrified of this. But
the whole
I watched
is
it.
ridiculous already.
This is stupid. Watch. That's it. That's all that happens.
Yeah, that's totally.
Also, it's clearly like somebody with like some fishing line.
Yeah, because
it's like, what's this? Like, I don't know. This looks fishy. There's like some weird. It's
just on like a wobbly little table. It's not like.
Yeah, it's a freaking. There's like 2 legs, or no, there's 4, but like.
Yeah, but it's still just. I mean.
And like the puppet itself is not moving. It's the stick.
It's a haunted stick.
It's a haunted stick.
Oh.
And also, I think it's because of the light. See, they're trying to say that it floats. It's not floating.
No, it just. I mean, it
looks
like someone tugs it a little bit, or they like tip the case
and then,
a little bit.
This is the stupidest thing where she tries to say that, like, her defense, like that it's real is forgot it's down here. For us, there is no point in faking your own evidence, as it's only tricking yourself. This footage is real. I'm like,
that's rock solid logic.
Yeah, that's great logic. Like, oh, why would I try to fool myself?
Yeah. I'm not lying. I'm waiting for a politician. Why would I lie? It's only fooling me.
It's only hurting me. I'm like, the fact you're in the paper because of this, and right there. That's already.
Wait, is that her?
And that's the puppet, and that's her. And like, look at.
Oh,
and then they also. Also, here's also great reporting. Here he is beside an electromagnetic field reader, which detects ghosts. No, it doesn't. It detects electromagnetic fields, you stupid idiot.
No, that's totally a ghost detector.
No, it's EMF detector equals ghost detector.
Totally
just because I said so. This EMF detector.
I have a detector that does that too.
And then here's Psycho Woman. Like, this lady's scarier than the puppet.
Part.
This is like, here's her with other dolls.
Yeah, that's enough.
This is her haunted doll collection. Here's her with another haunted doll.
The eyeshadow there is like.
And then just people being like, this is stupid.
Fishing line, running the case. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. So I was, Plus, this puppet looks like brand new.
Yeah. It looks like it was bought in like a museum gift shop.
Listen to this.
Abraham Lincoln.
This close-up shot.
Benjamin Franklin.
This close-up shot of the puppet shows his intricately carved face and magnetic and metallic glasses, which themselves may see into another realm.
Oh,
who wrote this?
Dude, maybe the Weekly World News is living on.
Well, yeah.
This is right out of Weekly World News.
And this is Rupert Murdoch's newspaper. Like, this is where I'm just like, why should you believe anything that is published by this guy? Like, I mean, like, just all this, I don't know.
I like to believe that if Weekly World News survived in the digital age, it would have been something like this.
Well, yeah. It's pretty amazing. So thank you,
Denver.
Denver.
That was good. Hopefully there's no more haunted sticks out there.
Haunted sticks.
That's terrifying. I got a lot of sticks in the backyard.
If the puppet moved, like, Because I was expecting like that puppet's gonna like move around or something. And then when you hear the choking story, the guy basically says he woke up and couldn't breathe, and the puppet was like, he said it was the spirit of the puppet.
Oh my gosh!
Because the puppet was over on a shelf.
So this, I mean, there's.
He said my wife looked over and saw the puppet on the shelf, and she knew it was the puppet that was choking me.
Oh, your Terminator poster's choking me right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it. I looked up at it and I see it.
Oh, it's looking at
it's
you.
looking at me. Oh,
The Angus poster's choking you.
Oh.
That blanket.
Oh, it's creepy. I know, I see it there. Marmaduke.
Marmaduke is choking you. Oh, he's looking at my face. I have moist.
What are we reading today?
I have like moist and say. Oh wait, that's my sweaty back.
Yeah.
It's Marmaduke.
It's Marmaduke. Ghost of Marmaduke out of this book. Just lick my back. It's dripping down.
Licked my back.
Oh, this is a good Marmaduke tonight. Oh yeah. Oh my, that's good.
Oh, I forgot to tell you to bring Nintendo Power.
I should have. But I kind of wanted to. Well, I don't want to like jinx it. But we're gonna be so hot and sweaty.
Don't say anything.
Well, I won't say what I want to say. But I'm so scared. We're just gonna be like dripping in here the second I turn it off.
We probably are because
I'm already.
It took so long for it to get this cold in here. Because like for the first hour, like I was like I thought I was gonna die. I considered like filling the bathtub up with like cold water and just like
laying it. Yeah.
Because I'm like, it is so hot in here. Like, because, just all day, it was just like, sitting, like, I'll close I need to start leaving, like, a window open when I leave or something. But even then, that wouldn't help. Because it's like, it's 105 degrees.
Yeah, it's just going to be hotter.
And then if I left this on all day, that'd cost like a fortune.
Well, I was home off and on throughout the day,
I'm almost tempted. Because, like, it's so, it took like an hour and a half to get it, like, remotely cool in here.
Does it have a thermostat? Can you set the thermostat?
I did, and it doesn't. I've set it at like 73, but it never. I don't think it ever gets to 73 degrees.
Well, because what you could do is like
I'd have to set it way higher,
like leave it at like 80 or something during the day. So at least when you come home, it's only that and not
But I don't even know if it worked. Like I said, I have it at 73, and it's never turned on or off. So I don't think it's ever gotten 73 in here.
Well, at least I don't know.
Because it's not like a powerful enough air conditioner. Maybe if I had 2 air conditioners or something.
At least it's supposed to cool off next week because I can't take much more of this.
Yeah, but by cool off, that means it's like in the low 90s.
Yeah, low 90s is better than mid 100, 105 or whatever it was.
It says 100. I mean, in Redlands, it's hotter.
Yeah.
But like in Ukaipa, it says 105. So like in Redlands, it's like 108.
Yeah.
For
That's
Sunday.
Unreal.
I'm like, I want to go to the movies, like tomorrow and Sunday, but like I don't know if I want to like drive. I don't want to leave the house.
Right.
I just want to sit in
but you can sit in the AC.
But to like get to the AC,
you could do a whole day at the Dollar Theater.
The movies I want to see aren't in the Dollar Theater.
No. Well, some of them are maybe.
No, they're not.
What do you want to see?
I want to. I'm first.
Fantastic
number
Four,
one
right?
is Fantastic Four. Number one.
Then Pixels.
Then Pixels. And then I don't know what else. What else is bad? Some other bad thing.
No, for real. What do you want to see?
Number 1 is Ant-Man. Number 2, a train wreck.
Yep.
And then maybe And then either Jurassic World or Mission Impossible.
Jurassic World. Well, I haven't seen Mission Impossible.
I've heard Mission Impossible is amazing
really
too. So those are the.
But you definitely want to see
Jurassic
World
World
on the big
have
screen,
to see,
though.
but I definitely want to see Mission Impossible. Because did you see Ghost Protocol on the big screen?
No, I don't think I did.
Oh my god! Like the scene when they're in Dubai and he's on the side of that building, like in the freaking.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, dude, it was amazing. Because we saw it at the Spectrum in IMAX, and like, holy crap, that movie in IMAX was freaking nuts.
But by the same token, the Tyrannosaurus Rex,
I know,
etc.
No.
Oh, so good.
Well, I'll probably see. I mean, like, I probably will go like
do a little marathon
Saturday and Sunday. Like, I have to watch. There's so many movies.
Yeah. Well, and But didn't something just come out this weekend? What came out this
Well,
weekend?
Straight Outta Compton, which I also want to see.
Did you hear that Orlando's he's an extra in it, or I don't know how big. He's got a role of some
Wow. So now I really want to see it.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
I don't know if it's like he's in a crowd, or
Yeah.
if he's like featured. I'm not sure, but he's in it to some degree.
Plus, it's a movie I want to see, but it's not like on my
What's
immediate.
the other one? Another big movie came out.
Mm.
What else released this week?
If only there was a thing.
If only we had. Oh, good. You can look it up faster there.
If only there was something that we could use. Well, Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Oh yeah, I want to see that too.
I want to see that.
That looks
but
fun.
There's so many movies I want to see. Oh, poor Derek. Mr. America broke his heart.
I saw his review of that.
I
Is it
knew how
actually a
excited-
sequel, or is it just
No,
a
it's just
re-collaboration?
well, it's Noah Baumbach and
Yeah.
and what's her face? Wait,
He got burnt.
what is that? So many weird movies. And
Greta Gerwig.
Greta Gerwig, yeah. So it's the same.
Yeah.
And yeah, but he said this girl was really good, which the Gone Girl.
If he's listening to this and he wants to like officially publish it, the title for his review should be Francis Boo.
Wow.
I'm sure he'll take me up on that.
Did I publish this yet? No. I don't know what I'm doing, you guys.
Heat stroke.
What if we both like? What if
Podcasters.
What if Janelle's like, we're on, guys? We're both
Just
sitting
live
here.
stream of the Joe, come quickly.
Please
Bring me water. Come,
I'll save you.
Or it's also like the start of like a horrible like watching podcasters die slowly in heat stroke. Show must go on.
Because we won't get up to like drink water.
You want to mess up the
It's
show?
like, there was water right there. What are you doing?
Go, keep going. Talk about movies, new movies.
It'd be like open water, but like
Yeah,
in a house,
closed apartment.
closed apartment.
That's a good idea. If we ever need to do like a micro budget movie, it would just be two dudes doing a live stream, slowly dying of heat stroke. Take note. Nobody steal that idea.
I don't know if we have to worry about. Oh, that's what I needed to do because I wanted to talk about this, and then I realized I didn't know. You know what music video Josh is nominated for?
Not off the top of my head.
Of course, people are sharing. Of course, you're sharing boo videos.
Okay, here's the bummer though. Is I was trying to share George Takei's post because he wrote a funny
a
comment.
lot of
but then
times,
he didn't, like, put his
unless they
comment.
put it, if they're sharing a picture, which I think he is, or an article, like
It's an article,
I don't think it'll. Like if they share a picture and that's in the caption, then when you share it, it'll show up. But since it won't share the comments anymore,
Okay.
like I don't. It's
Well,
annoying.
it used to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like
I think there was
because his joke was it said, and I know this is a sensitive subject. Sometimes I feel like when I bring it up, I'm walking into a booby trap,
his puns
which was
are
great. So I wanted to
I
share
just
that
got
on
Jeff
Janelle's,
Forbes. They're
and then I just got that. Which still Janelle likes those things, but I was really hoping more for the bad pun.
Janelle knows about the Trump breastfeeding thing, right?
I don't know. What did he say about that? I mean, he needs
Okay,
to be more
so
piled on
he
top
was
of it.
he was meeting. He was in a disposition or something with lawyers because, of course, Trump's in depositions all the time.
Right.
And one of the lawyers for his one of the prosecutor lawyers against him had to take a break to breast pump, and he said, "You're
yes.
disgusting."
I did hear about this. Yes.
What if someone told, if Donald Trump told Janelle, "You're
Then
disgusting"?
she'd be arrested for assault. I'm pretty sure.
But I just want to make sure that she do that, and,
Oh.
just to make sure if
No,
she had any doubts about.
I don't think there were any doubts before that, but if there were,
Oh, poor Josh. That's crazy that he made the video.
where is it actually at?
Well, it's
In New
I think
York?
it's in LA, but like they you have to pay, like they don't comp tickets for directors.
What?
It's only for talent. And they said the tickets are $800.
They only comp the band?
Yeah.
That's
And he made the video.
$800 per
$800.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I thought he just needed to fly somewhere.
No, he need like they won't. He didn't like. I'm like,
Oh my
if
God.
I'm the band, well, I guess the band probably doesn't have money, but like,
Well, yeah, bands. I mean, they're probably stoked
But
to
it-
get something.
Shut Up and Dance. I don't know who
So,
did
yeah, I
that.
don't remember that.
Shut Up and Dance. Oh yeah, Walk the
Walk
Moon.
the Moon. Have you watched it yet?
No,
It's cool. I mean, he does good stuff.
I mean I know he does amazing. I mean he's been nominated for VMAs before. Did you see the Offspring one he did with like the Clown Fight
Yeah,
Club?
yeah,
That one
yeah.
was awesome.
Is this the one that's?
This is wow, he did this. Is the song is huge.
Yeah.
This is the song I did. Have you heard the Brendo version?
Yeah. That's the one. Yeah.
Oh, that's you. Oh, that's a big deal. No
Yeah.
wonder he's directing. I'll also watch this because we gotta get going.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, it's really good, and he does good stuff.
I remember the first big video he did where it was that girl with the piano and like she went inside the piano, and like that one was on. That was like his first big.
You mean, of course, after the Spivvies.
Yeah.
That's fine. I didn't read it all the comments. I thought it was like he just needed to fly somewhere
No.
or something.
That's
so lame.
And he made like because you know like the VMAs like the director's the one that gets up and like
Right.
so he's like if they win he's not like
Okay,
unless I hope he does.
I
He
think
says
he's
he's gonna
gonna
do
do
a
it,
GoFundMe
yeah.
and I'm pretty sure
People will pitch in for that.
people will pitch in. I pitch in.
That sounds like something
So
like
that's why I want to plug it.
like some shady like
Yeah.
type of film
Well, 'cause,
festival.
like-
Oh, you're
'cause, like-
nominated Steven Spielberg. Pay us $800.
Yeah, and like that's evil because like those are there wouldn't be a VMAs if there
Right.
weren't videos.
Right.
Well, we got to talk about this on the show because
Yeah.
I'm really ticked off.
Are we ready for the AC off? How close are we?
Give me like one
Okay.
more minute.
I want it on until the last possible second.
That song is huge. Although, oh my gosh. So Derek had me sing this song on Popsicles, and it's like the stupidest.
This one or
No, it's this guy Ciento,
Okay.
and it's like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Salento. Yeah, watch me. And so I did. This is really dumb. But yeah, so look at this. This is sick. This is disgusting. This has 127 million.
Oh my god.
And it's seriously this dude. They're just going like, watch me whip, watch me nay.
What's
And it's just
the
all
name?
these people. I don't know. I'll just fast forward a little bit. So it's him saying his name. 127 million views. Number one song in America. This dude is probably a millionaire. And this is it. For like
Well, I'm watching him. He said to. That's
is
the
it.
brilliance of it. He says, "Watch
so
me."
like let's
Skipping into it. 3.5 minutes of this. Oh,
like-
now he's saying, "Watch me duff."
well if you want to know exactly what's
So what is
said.
duff and name?
Well no, I don't know, but anyway, so somebody put this together because first so I was just saying it basically, and then I gotta show you this because it's really good. Then somebody put it to the music. So I'll play it here. This is Brandon Higgins.
Okay.
You already know who it is. Salento. Gonna do it for me. Now watch me whip. Kill it. Now watch me nay. Okay. Now watch me whip. Watch me nay. Want me do it?
I guess when you have a book,
Kill it.
it's wait, because at first I'd never even heard the song. So at first I'm like, wait, what is this? When he sent it to me, and then I'm like, and then I saw it, so I'm like, oh, I see what he did.
Watch me. Ooh, watch me. Watch me, ooh, watch me, watch me, ooh, ooh.
I'm reading the lyrics.
This is
Ooh,
literally
watch
the
me, watch me, ooh, watch me, watch me, ooh, watch me, ooh, ooh, ooh.
And like this is where I was like, I think I said this sounds like a Tim and Eric song.
Steaky legs, steak. Do the steaky legs, steak.
The stinky legs.
Yeah, it is.
Steaky legs, steak.
No, it gets even more.
The stinky legs,
Wait, you got to hear the next part. It's
Now
super.
break your legs, break them, break them, break your legs.
Smells like meat. Rotten
When he
meat.
says now break your legs, that's where I'm like, this is a Tim and Eric
Break
song.
your legs, break them, break them. Tell them break your legs.
I want to meet that dad.
Tell him break your legs.
That's Tim and Eric.
You would think like, oh, this is some kid,
Right.
and no, 127 million
Now watch me.
YouTube hits.
Watch me.
Watch me, pop,
Now
pop.
watch me whip. Kill it. Now watch me nay-nay. Now watch me whip. Watch me nay-nay.
That's it.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, that's brilliant. Bop, 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 bop. And
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that could have been the lyrics to Tim and Eric.
Yo, especially when they're like, break your leg.
Stinky leg.
Tell him to break your leg.
Smells like me. I want to meet that dad.
Why would you kids leave that meat in here?
That's exactly. I mean, that's what he's saying.
I want to meet that dad. What's your dad like?
Or and the bop bop is like the pumpers pump.
Yeah.
Pump, pump, pumpers pump.
Get sexy, kids.
Sexy kid. Pump, pump.
Pumples, pump.
But beaver boy, beaver boy.
Shrimp and white wine.
Beaver boy.
You better stop it, because I'm going to start looking up Tim and Eric videos, and then we'll never start the show.
This morning, we had to get up extra early, and I was like, hold on, I need some help getting awake. I can't wake up right now. She's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, this will help me to get up. Hold on. Wait for it. I want to play. Dang it! You're ruining my joke, phone.
Good job.
Why won't you play?
Good job.
Great job.
Is it sports?
No. Stupid.
For those who can't see, what Phil's wandering around right now trying to get a proper signal on his phone because he's obviously trying to play something. Because he's incompetent. Do you have the YouTube app?
Yeah, right.
I thought it came with the YouTube app. Maybe it doesn't anymore. Ever since the Apple Google fallout.
Well, never mind.
What was it?
I just have never gonna wipe my butt ready to play at any moment.
Yeah, you really do, because you totally did
I'm
there.
supposed to.
Why don't you download it?
I don't know. You download it to your phone?
Download get the song somewhere. I don't know.
I'm never gonna wipe my butt. I ain't never gonna wipe my butt.
I feel like we're really rubbing off on everybody with the Tim and Eric stuff.
Well,
Because Josh posted the sports song the other day, and Matt Zappa's been posting a lot of Tim and Eric stuff. And
good. Spread the word.
when does Bedtime Stories go on Hulu?
I don't know.
You totally teased me with that.
They showed the commercial and it's coming to Hulu.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to binge watch that.
Yeah.
I cannot wait. I need something else to watch over and over and over again.
Yeah. Throw in the mix. Although I've been watching the Comedy Bang Bang over and over again. Well, and then I just rewatched IT Crowd because did you know there was a special?
Yeah, I haven't watched it
I
yet.
haven't watched the special yet, so I watched the series again.
And now that I'm an IT person, I should probably
Yeah,
watch
you
that
should know
again
that.
too. Because we actually, somebody at work made an internet box today because somebody.
Of
Somebody
course it doesn't weigh anything.
Someone came up to the walk up and was like, do you guys have Wi-Fi here? Like, and we're like, what? They're like, for the computer, do you guys have Wi-Fi's here? We're like,
High fives.
what?
Oh, here you go.
And it's like, so I'm like, we should just make a box like IT crap. Here you go.
Here's the Wi-Fi.
Here's the Wi-Fi. It
This
just
is
said
the
Wi-Fi's.
Wi-Fi.
Do you have the Wi-Fi's here? And we couldn't, because we're like, you mean set it up? She's like, no, just give me the Wi-Fi's. We're like,
That's like the best, that whole segment.
this is the internet.
they're like waiting for everyone to be all like, what? And they don't get it.
I don't know if I like that more or South Park, where the internet goes out and they go to Washington D.C. and there's like a giant like Linksys router, and Kyle just unplugs it and plugs it back in.
Yeah. So good. And he said, why do you have the internet? He said, Stephen Hawking said it was okay.
Yeah.
Well, if it's okay with the Hawkman.
Yeah, I gotta watch that. Wait, maybe I did watch the special. I think I pirated it because I don't think it came out here until like a year later.
Well,
so I think I definitely pirated it.
We're ready?
Yes.
Am I doing it?
Yes. Oh, your brother's in the chat.
Which one?
David.
Hey, Davo. Hey, my other brother got a job.
Oh yeah, where
I'm
at?
working in Apple Valley. He's moving to Apple Valley.
Oh man.
I know. I mean, I'm excited for him. And he got a sweet job.
I'm never gonna see him again.
We're never gonna see him again.
It's like when Wes Lucas moved out there.
Oh, he started work today? I didn't even know.
Man.
Because this happened
What's he doing?
Thursday.
Did he get the mental health nurse or
No, he's working for a school district. And he's
Oh.
like the supervising nurse for the whole district.
does he have to go around to all the schools?
No, he's just supervising the nurses. So he doesn't even have to like work with kids.
So is he even actually doing nursing?
I mean, he's doing like administrative nursing, I guess.
Is that something he wants to do?
Yeah, dude. He only has to work 100. He works school schedule. He works 185 days a year
Man,
for like full time with benefits.
nice.
Yeah. So
There you
I
go.
mean, it's cool.
He
So
has to live in Apple Valley.
I know I'm bummed that especially right now. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
dude, Dad.
Ugh. Maybe
Dad-
he'll get a good job, a good deal on an apartment though. Like, yes, please rent it. No one wants to come here.
Moving
now.
in. Well, think about moving in August because
Ugh.
I remember moving into Biola in August, especially in the Stewart, like the quads. That was like think about the quads in
yeah.
August.
We had
No air
AC.
conditioning. That
I
was like
lived
the
in front of my
worst.
fan.
This is like the freaking worst.
I
And all
bet-
the Richies with their air
Oh, yeah.
conditioning.
Oh.
Well, I remember when I got, because the only thing that was left was the backside, because the backside suites had air conditioning.
Right.
And I remember I moved back there and I was like, this is amazing. I just left the air conditioning on all the time.
Yeah, because we didn't pay
We don't
electricity.
pay electricity. Because I remember it was always freezing in my room. Like, remember you and Matt would
Yeah,
come back this
Just
room
come
got
down
too
here.
hot
Yep.
and watch Jeff Bennett throw his life away.
I bet you for now he's going to commute back and forth to Big Bear because I mean at some point he's going to move down there, but at least for right now he can go upward. It's nice and cool for the night.
Speaking of Jeff Bennett, he messaged me on Facebook.
Really?
He is moving back down here. He got a job in San Diego working for NCIS, like Mark Harmon in the show.
Like
no,
the show?
No, like actual.
Oh, I'm like I didn't know
Yeah.
they shoot that in San
No,
Diego. That's still
actual.
happening?
He's gonna be
So
in
he's like for real?
NCIS
Wow.
because I think he was doing like I know he's doing some top secret stuff. Because I told you about the CIA came to my work and
Yeah.
that was insane.
Yeah.
So he was doing
So is
some
that like
spec ops.
naval?
That is the Naval Crime Investigation.
Huh.
It's like when you're like, if people commit crimes
In the
in the
Navy.
Navy because they're not civilians, so they
They
handle
made
it.
a whole show about that?
And it's been on for like 12. It's like the most successful show in the world.
How many like storylines can they get out of that?
I don't know, and because I will never watch that show.
Is that the one where they do like the typing?
It's the
on
one
both
with the
sides?
typing on
Yeah.
both sides and that faux punk girl who's
Yeah.
who like
The
your
hacker.
like I guarantee you your grandpa knows who that
Yeah.
is, but I don't. I don't know who that woman is.
Nope.
I've never seen her in anything besides that.
She's set for life.
And maybe Mark Harmon will like start doing comedies.
Dude, what if he did summer school too?
I know, but he won't because he's got NCIS money. He doesn't need to.
But how I love
I
that.
feel like we were probably 1 year away from summer school too, and then he got
And
that
then he got
NCIS gig.
How awesome was summer school?
Summer school is great,
Seriously.
and also to me I mean, I've never been to summer school, but I assume that's what summer
it's
school
like,
is.
right? Yeah, I'm sure. I remember like I just loved the guys that were into like special effects for movies, so they kept having gags with like
Yeah.
What is
Investigating belly button crimes.
That's the NCIS? I don't know. That's good.
Dang, so he's the
naval. I got it.
Naval. But he is but he said like for the first few months, his family, because his wife still like she has like I guess finish up her job or something.
Okay.
So he's gonna be. So he said he like totally because he used to work at Forest Home, so he knows the area really well.
Okay.
She's like, yeah, I'd like to come out and hang out. Because at first I'm like, oh, you should bring, because they have kids, and I was like, it could be a cool like kids come. But like he's like, well, can I just come out and sing? So we might come hang out.
That's cool.
At some point.
I haven't seen him for a long time, probably since our wedding.
I saw him. John and I went to when he was working in Irvine before he got his like whatever
he's doing
before the CIA came to my work and asked me. Let me tell you, things that will scare the crap out of you is Brendan. There's some men from the CIA here to see you. They came to my work. And they're like, and at first I was like, oh god, what did they do? Like, because I'm thinking about like,
we heard you downloaded some illegal movies there.
First I'm like, is that it? And then I'm thinking about other things, and I'm like thinking about like, what could possibly, like, what happened? What's going on? Because like I don't know, I was really paranoid about a lot of things at the time, and so I was freaking out. And then they're like, we're here to ask you questions about Jeff Bennett. I'm like, what did he do? And then they're like, oh, he's applying for a job with the top secret, like I think it was some intelligence thing.
Did you tell him about Lambhead?
I didn't. Well, because there were times because like he broke into like he successfully broke into the Biola computer system. Like that's something that I know.
Did you tell him about that?
Well, I managed to like because I'm like if they ask me specifically,
you don't want to lie to the CIA.
So they never asked me a specific.
Have you ever hacked into a specific?
Because I did a lot of like, well, I'm not sure. I don't want to be the guy that gets him. Because like first of all, he was like a dumb kid. Because if anybody's changed more than anybody that I know from college, it's him. He's turned into this like super. I mean, this is the dude that seriously like. I brought a plate. He was an honor student, and then I came and brought my PlayStation, and he played Final Fantasy VII. He beat it without stopping. He played it to the finish.
No longer in the...
And then he seriously failed out of school because of my play. Because then he got. Remember, he was playing. What was he playing? Oh, X-Files. He got the X-Files. I just remember every time he went in there, he was on the PlayStation. He never stopped playing. He bought a bunch of because like it wasn't even his, and he bought like a bunch of games.
Yeah.
And I remember. Yeah, so it's my fault that
he did it.
Like he failed out of Biola, but he finished school. He got his act together. He's married with children, and he's a responsible person.
So it worked out.
Like he's, I mean,
do you remember the Lambhead story?
Yes.
Because he was. Oh well, for those that don't, he was promoting this thing we were doing with Stuart called the Highland Games.
Yeah.
And he like took some stuffed animals of like a sheep and like skinned it basically, and was wearing the skin of the stuffed animal on his head. And as we came out of chapel, he was going, "Come to the Highland Games," and from then on, like Janelle referred to him as Lambhead.
Well, he also, I just remember, wasn't there also something with Lambhead involving because it was like bad because you have the stuffed animal?
Well, yeah, I think that it started with that. That was his bab animal, and then he skinned it and wore it on his head to promote the Highland Games. That's what it was. So he had this whole lamb theme.
Also, we should tell some Jeff Bennett stories. I'll tell two.
Okay.
My top two, because I have so many.
Okay.
There's so many Jeff Bennett stories.
I'm him coming to Ukaipa at some point.
Number one was, and you know this story well, was Jeff Bennett got me this bad date. It was a random alpha girl that because Jeff knew everybody, and Jeff has this crazy, like you would not expect from such a goofy, because like especially when like we were a kid, like he was a goofy dude, and he looked like a goofy dude, but he had no fear when it came to talking to the ladies.
Yeah.
I watched him hit on complete strangers in public places and get good responses because of his sheer, like he exuded confidence.
Yeah.
Like just because, like you tell, he's out there, come to the Highlands.
Yeah.
Like he had no, like that's, if there's anything that Jeff Bennett does not like, it is self-confidence. Almost to a fault, because he ends up meeting like these, because he basically like opens himself up to like insane people and because he's had some interesting girlfriends in the past and other people, because he'll talk to anybody, and I think he rubbed off on me a little bit in that aspect. Anyways, So he met this random. He seriously did not know this person, but he's like, she goes to school here. She's in Alpha, so she can't be that bad.
Sure.
And so we go on a bab date, and like already I'm like, this girl has no interest in being here with me. Like she's just kind of going through the motions,
Right.
and I'm like, all right, this is a lost cause, whatever. But like I'm just trying to have a good time with the rest of the people, and like whatever. And then the next day I get a call from her, and I'm thinking like, whoa, maybe I did make an impression. Nope, she asked to borrow my car. And as Phil will remember, this was when we needed my car because we needed my car and your car because we were doing Springfest errands where we were going to split up, and like I was going to do something,
shopping,
because we had a giant budget and we got to go like spend it. So like you're like, you go to Krispy Kreme, I'll go here, we'll go all those places, and I'm like, I can't do any of that because I don't have my car, because she seriously took my car and she's like, oh, I'll have it back to you in a couple hours. And I did not get my car back until the next day. And then Phil actually
didn't she, like drop it somewhere really far.
Well, like we had to, so it like was it was up on McNally, and then Phil's like, dude, he's like, because Phil like for some reason you knew the mileage before. I don't know why you did, but you did.
Yeah.
Either you or Matt knew it, because Matt drove my car more than I did.
Right.
And well, Matt also notoriously once left my car in the staff parking lot. Because and I had no idea, and I didn't drive my car ever. So we get there, and there was like 10 parking tickets, and that was Sarah Williams to the rescue. Thankfully, Phil had dated somebody in campus safety who we used as a tremendous. None of us ever got parking tickets ever.
It was nice.
It was nice having. Anyways, back to the Jeff Bennett story. So this girl, took off with my car, and we needed it, so. We ended up having, I think we got somebody else to drive us around too.
Yeah.
Because we needed two cars.
Because I just had the little Celica, we had to load up all the food and everything.
No, Justin wouldn't have been driving yet. I know Justin tagged around with us that weekend.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have been driving.
He might have just taken multiple trips.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, whatever. We made it work, but it was very annoying. Yeah. And also, I'm just like, I don't even, because you're like, because I remember you were like, who is this girl? I'm like, I don't know. And you're like, I didn't even.
Why did you load
your
car?
Like, what's her name? I'm like, I don't remember her name. You're like, this girl has your car. And just like, are you sure she even got? Remember, you made me freak out even more because you were like, dude, what if she stole your car? What if this was a whole scam? And I'm like, I'm gonna kill. Like, frequently uttered, I'm gonna kill Jeff. Use that phrase a lot in my lifetime, but. And he's like, Jeff Bennett's like, I'm sure it's fine. I'm like, do you have any way to get a hold of her? He's like, no. I'm like, you don't even know her extension? She's like, no. I'm like, where did you meet this girl? He's like, I don't, just walking around campus. I'm like, what? And so he was no help. And I'm like, where? It's like, I have no way to get a hold. There's no cell phones.
Right.
I didn't have her number. Again, I didn't even have her on-campus extension. So I had no way to get a hold of her. And I'm just like, well, I hope my car turns up. And then she parks it, and she's like, oh, I'm sorry, I had to go I don't even know. It was like the most half-assed excuse I've ever heard in my life. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Never saw this girl again. And our campus was only like, what, like at the time, like 400?
No, it was more than that. I think
it was like no, wait, never mind. It was my high school size. It was like 2,000, I think. It was maybe 2,000.
Maybe. So I think like if you combine undergraduates and graduates,
it was like 2,000. So not 400. I'm thinking Central.
Yeah, it's a little bit, but still,
it was like my high school.
You still knew most everyone.
And I had never met this girl before. I never saw her after that, so I don't even know. And then Phil's like, check the mileage, and we figured out an entire tank of gas.
Yeah, like she probably went to San Diego or something.
Like it was it was like at least 200 miles and because I had a full tank. She returned it empty. Yeah. We were already flipping out about that, and then you're like, dude, check the mileage. When I discovered empty tank, and then we discovered she drove like at least 200 miles. Yep. No, didn't fill up the gas, nothing. And I seriously never saw. Like, thanks, Jeff. He's like, well, at least you got to go on a date. I'm like, I'm not that desperate. Never, and I said, because I remember he tried to set me up again, and I was like, nope. Never again.
No more
ever.
randoms.
More. So, second story is for when Phantom Menace, no, it had already come out, and Jeff was a huge Phantom Menace fan, right. So good. Total goof dork. And to the point where that he started, he grew out the Obi-Wan
Like
rat tail
thing, yep.
Made famous by Ewan
In
McGregor.
the first one that he had that?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And not in the second one,
Not in
because
the
it's
second
terrible. Because he was still
Someone
like,
was like, dude, cut
so it was
that.
like, well, it was his Padawan. He was still a Padawan.
Ugh.
That whole stupid.
I hate that people still like. A lot of people are like,
Couldn't
oh, well,
even
they
say
still
the
have Padawans. I'm like,
No,
that's there's no thing. That's not a thing.
Because you know what? what Obi-Wan says in the real Star Wars? He says he was trained by Yoda. None of this Padawan, no mention of Qui-Gon, nothing.
None of that. And his student, teacher.
You never heard Yoda call Luke Padawan.
Padawan,
You never heard that crap.
Well,
anyway, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah.
So anyways, Jeff Bennett loved that crap and drew it out. And to where he would even sometimes... No, wait. I'm getting... Because Arbenz wore the Jedi robe. I don't think Jeff ever...
Yeah, I think that was Arbenz.
Arbenz
some characters.
We had another guy that wore a Jedi robe all the time.
But no, he grew it out. I mean, it was at least, 6 inches or something like that?
Oh, yeah. And
the little, like rubber bands in it.
And so... my friend Mike, who was going to a nearby school on the weekends... Well, no, he did, he would come for, a couple... I think it was, a weekend a month or something. One weekend a month.
He came down and stayed for a bit.
And so one weekend a month he would come and stay in my room, and this was his... And so the first time... Because he had spent a whole year... So the first time he came, he never met Jeff before.
Right.
Before that, I had a different roommate, Steve, who couldn't sleep in our room when Mike and I were there because the combined snoring could not sleep. And I think he actually... he's like, I'd rather sleep in your guys'. I remember he slept in your room. He put up with you.
My snoring.
Instead of me and Mike together.
Because he's got a CPAP now, too, right?
Yeah, Mike's got CPAP.
But that was pre-CPAP.
Yeah, that was pre-CPAP Mike.
Yeah.
So, and pre-CPAP Phil, too.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway, so Mike first met Jeff, and he's like, this dork is because but Mike's a good sport. He's letting me sleep, so I'm not gonna say anything or do anything until I get to know him better. And I think then he kind of felt out Jeff and realized okay, Jeff's a pretty cool guy. So the next time, without saying anything, as soon as Jeff opened, because Jeff, I was on the computer. Jeff opens the door. Mike comes in, and without saying anything, just grabs Jeff, pulls out a pair of shears. And this was a planned operation from Mike. He brought barber shears for this specific purpose. Just grabs Jeff, goes over to the sink, and just chops it off without saying or doing anything.
And I think that was the best thing you could have done for him.
And Mike, it was almost it was like in Freaks and Geeks when he smashes the guitar. He's like, I just saved your life. And that was basically Mike being like, dude, I just saved your life.
Oh my gosh. Because we kept, dude, cut it off.
Yeah.
No, stop it.
But Mike was having none of that because I remember Mike talked Jeff into a lot of things because Jeff was also a very not clean person,
right.
And Mike got him into shape with that. Mike got him into shape about a lot of stuff, but he knew. I think he knew. It wasn't we've been trying, and so he, without even saying anything, just walked right in. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. And just one more refresher, he's also the one that drove up with you to our wedding, and then you had to leave.
That story.
Yeah.
Which you've already heard.
So yeah, we won't rehash
This is all
This is all pre-show. We should probably start the actual show.
What are we doing?
It's 11:23.
We always do this. It's your fault. You already jinxed.
I know. Once I say, "Oh, we gotta go fast," then it's just done. I didn't say it though.
Yeah, but
I made you think
mentioning it, even hovering around it.
See, tonight it's not. I gotta get somewhere. It's
like baseball players and no hitters. If you even start even talking about it, it's over. And the perfect game and all that junk. All right. My Clicker Heroes is ready to go. This is ready to go. Kaipa weather sucks.
It's not
23% humidity. It's too much.
It's slightly cooler here than it is in Redlands.
101.
Ugh.
Excessive heat warning. Thanks.
Oh, really?
10 to 15 degrees above season normals.
Ugh.
Dude, in the Inland Empire, and that's so. Hold on. High temperatures 105 to 113 in the Inland Empire. That's us. And 115 to 120 in the lower deserts.
Ugh.
And then it's don't die.
tomorrow, and it does say slow cooling begins on Monday, so that's good. We're gonna do. I'm just not even gonna step outside. Nice. We have nothing we have to do.
El Nino, record heat and record rain.
Yep.
Heavy winter. It's gonna snow here, Phil.
We're
more
dying
snow.
of heat now, and it's gonna snow. So here we go.
Maybe you'll actually be here when it snows and you probably feel this
Maybe.
time.
You have
There's a guild? Wait, there's guilds? What? What are you talking about?
on Clicker Heroes.
Like a guild, like guilds? Like I have tons of guilds. Like Gilded Heroes? Is that what you're talking about?
What's happening?
New version? Oh, I guess I don't have the new version.
Did you ever get it on your phone?
No.
That's probably good.
Well, I have to update it. I have to, because I'm using the Steam one, so I have to close out of it, and then.
Okay.
So I'll do that later. I'll have to.
Yeah, don't do
Thanks
it
for
now.
the heads up, David. Oh, it's already hot in here.
Yeah, let's record.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sweating. I'm already going. I'm through the first layer already. Just so you know.
Well, I was trying to think, I'm like, can we record at our individual houses with air conditioning? I'm like, that wouldn't help. Could we record at your house?
Yeah.
But in that room, there's
That
no
room
air
is
conditioning.
yeah.
So, but I'm like, I was trying to think of something. I'm like, is there anything we can do? I'm like, we can't record in your house. It'd be too noisy.
Right. And the air, if the air is on, you're gonna hear it. It's still there.
And I'm like,
And in the playroom, it's even hotter.
Maybe people could just put up with air conditioning, and then I tested it, and like it sounds, it's so loud. Just even here.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, dude, I'm like, we just need to, like, fill up, we get a baby pool, put it in here, and it's us in the baby pool, or individual baby pools.
I'm forming a baby pool in my back of my pants right now, so. Do you ever get that where, okay, so if you don't have a super hairy back, you don't know this. But what happens is it, like, collects on the hairs up here, and then eventually it condenses into a drip, and then it just, it's like a pachinko machine that just ding 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 like down through the hairs.
Disgusting.
And then you know as a fellow fat, you understand. Sometimes you got a little crack showing, and if it goes right through the pachinko machine just right, and it ding like right into the top of the crack,
And then
it's just pooling there right now. That's what's happening.
that's disgusting.
So let's record.
You know, there's a name for that, but I'm not gonna repeat it because it's gross.
Ew, okay, I don't want to know. There's a name for that?
Well, just what happens, the effects.
Oh gosh.
The swamp butt.
You just said you weren't going to say it. Didn't you?
But then I said it.
I'm not going to say it. Swamp butt.
Swamp butt.
Yep. That's exactly what's happening.
Check it. That's not the right thing. Wait, it's not connected. Hey, the microphone's not plugged in.
They're just hearing us through like the
Oh my gosh!
the whole entire show. Could you guys even like understand this? I guess so. They were
It's
commenting
fine.
on it.
Oh crap! I might have to restart the Hangout. Oh, I plugged in. Am I? Oh my gosh! Wait, I don't want to save changes. Oh, it's so hot. I'm already flipping out.
You're getting like heat stroke just sitting here clicking.
Do you want to get us sodas or something?
Yeah, I kind of just want water.
I don't have water.
Well, just have a tap.
Okay, give me. You get a.
Tap water?
I have tap water.
Are you too good for tap water?
Give me a soda.
Alright. It's cold though. Alright, mind if I have soda?
Yeah.
What do you want, cherry or vanilla? Or regular?
Vanilla, please. That's why I want a soda.
Alright, you're right.
The water's not cold enough.
This is nice.
I just want to hold it. So, what am I doing? Oh,
You're
yeah.
restarting.
Crap. Oh, wait.
There you
It's
go.
using Yeti.
It's on. Yeah, that's good.
Alright, it's fine. Yeah, sometimes the gear and changing the microsource, because I tried it with popsicles once and it wouldn't change to
Sometimes,
it.
yeah. I mean, I've had problems with it in the past.
Sometimes it can be janky.
But, yeah. We're like the only way it would change.
Getting
is
out.
restarting it, yeah. Try turning it off and on again.
And if I leave, then everybody will get kicked out, I think, because
Yeah.
that happened with
Then we have to
popsicles.
start it over.
And then, and everything.
And Audacity, and usually you can do it, but sometimes it gives you trouble too.
I've always had to restart Audacity before it'll show up. I think it's just
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
If
know.
it's already plugged in,
I think Windows 10 is better with that stuff.
if it's already plugged in, it's easy to change.
Yes.
But if you haven't plugged it in once you start,
you have to
yeah.
check.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sound.
Moving sound. Testing. 1, 2.
Check.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Sound. I remember the first time I heard like somebody do that was on when we went to see the pilot of the Thanks.
Yeah.
That people, whenever I tell people about that, they're like, "That's not a real thing." And
Yeah.
I'm like,
They made
"Oh, not
6
only was it a
episodes.
pilot, it aired." And I'm like, nobody remembers it. I'm like, Erica Christensen was in it.
Was it Cloris
Like,
Leachman? I think?
Well, it was
Or no?
Cloris. No, it was the other one.
Uh,
It was. I think it was Cloris Leachman. Who's Malcolm in the Middle? That's Cloris Leachman, right? No,
and now I'm getting him.
it's the other one. Wait, I gotta look it up. Oh, Android. Oh, you got the. Oh, dude. Yes. Don't tell me that, David. That's not good.
Thanks.
Oh gosh, it's so hot. I think it is Cloris Leachman. Who's the other one now? Now I already
I don't know.
forgot. Oh, so
I think it's Cloris Leachman.
I think it is. No, there's another one. There is. I just think it's ridiculous that this is a thing.
Thanks. I can't believe it made 1999 TV series. There you go.
Oh, this is
It's so
okay.
bad. The fact
But
that
there's so many people.
It's
in
Cloris
it.
Leachman.
It has an 8.3 from 51
yeah, if
users.
you read the reviews, because I have people are like, oh, this was great. I'm sorry they got cut off.
Tim
blah, blah, blah."
Dutton, which I forgot what he's in, but he's in stuff. Kirsten, so I don't know these people. Kirsten Nelson.
Jim Rash.
Oh, it is Cloris Leachman. Jim Rash was in it.
Yeah.
But Erica Christensen, Glenn Shaddix, rest in peace. I remember Miss Musso was in it. The woman who played Miss Musso was in one. I don't know, she's not on here, but I remember. Oh yeah, Carolyn Hennessy. I think that's her. But maybe I don't remember.
It was just the worst. Like
It was the worst thing I've ever seen in my
Like,
life,
they-
and we had to
for
sit
real?
through. They taped like 4 episodes.
Yeah.
I don't think they taped all 6 when we were there, but we saw at least maybe 2 or 3.
forever.
We were there forever, and that was the first time I'd ever heard. But that's a regular thing. The sound speed.
Yeah. And then I remember they were giving everyone prizes. You know, like the opening like guy. Do you remember what I won?
No.
So they were giving out like cool DVDs. Like I don't know, at the time it was probably like Men in Black or something
Yeah.
on DVD. No, I guess it was VHS, right? Would have been VHS.
DVDs had just come out.
Right, so it's probably VHS.
Mm-hmm.
And I like so like, oh, here's Men in Black, and here's, you know, the Goonies, or I don't know, whatever DVD is, like cool stuff. And then when I like got to answer a question 1, I got Air Bud.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, what? I think I gave it to my sisters or something.
So Cloris meets, and is she the one in Malcolm in the Middle, or is the other one in Malcolm in the Middle?
I think she's in Malcolm in the Middle too.
Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah.
Oh, she's still alive.
Yeah.
Which one? Who died?
Who died?
One of them died. The other one died.
The other one what?
The other old lady that we're thinking of. I
it's
think
just-
the old lady in Malcolm in the Middle. No, she's in Raising
she's in
Hope.
Raising Hope.
Malcolm in the Middle is somebody else.
No, Malcolm in the Middle.
Then who am I thinking
I
of?
don't know.
Gladys. No.
Gladys Knight and the Pips?
No, I don't know who I'm thinking of.
I don't either. I think you just thought that Cloris Leachman died.
No, there was another one that died. One of the old ladies.
Not Betty White.
No. Crap. Now it's going to bug me.
Rue McClanahan?
No. Wasn't that one of the Golden Girls?
Wasn't one of the Golden Girls?
No. There was another one that died.
She did die.
Cloris Leachman did not die.
Oh, Rue McClanahan.
I know.
Oh.
There's only I think, isn't Betty White the only surviving Gilmore Girl now? Not Gilmore Girl. Golden Girl.
I think, no. What about Blanche? Did
Blanche has
die?
got to be dead.
Why? She was like the young one.
Oh, yeah. No, she died. Blanche died.
Blanche died?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I don't know.
No, wait, no, Blanche didn't die. Wait, no, yeah, she did.
Put Blanche in.
Hold on. Let me look. Now, look at what we're doing, Phil. It's like 90 degrees in here. We're looking up which of the Golden Girls are still alive. What is
This is important information that our listeners need to know.
I think they're all dead, except, like,
B.
B. Arthur's dead.
died.
She's dead.
Yeah. Rue McClanahan died.
Estelle Getty was the oldest, dude.
Yeah. Okay, I'm getting
Dead.
mixed up. Okay, did Rue McClanahan die then? Maybe
Rue
not.
McClanahan did die. Like recently. No, 2000. They're all dead. And she was 76. She was way.
Well, she was like the skanky one, wasn't she?
And my brother plays Sophia. That's the one that he does, and she's the oldest one. Yeah, Betty White's the only one left.
There you go.
Who is that other old lady? Oh gosh, it's gonna drive me crazy. She was a comedian. She's a freaking old lady comedian. Famous old lady comedian. This one. Who is that? Phyllis Diller. She's dead. That's who I got confused with Cloris Leachman, like all the time.
I can see that.
Come on.
I can see that.
Because like she's in like so you got Joan Rivers or Zambar. I bet you Cloris Leachman's like on here. Well, she should be. Wanda Sykes. Oh, these aren't just old ladies. They're just female comedians. And I agree with like the top three. Probably agree with all of these. They should all be on here.
I don't know. I think Cloris Leachman should bump out Chelsea Handler.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Chelsea. Although she does.
I'm not saying she's horrible. I'm just saying Chelsea.
If it wasn't for Chelsea Handler, like April Richardson wouldn't be able to do it because that's like her day job. So I have to appreciate.
I'm not saying she's bad. I'm just saying in the
I used to be more pro Chelsea Handler, like because Ralph Garman like hates her, and I'm not that bad. But then Brody Stevens had like this documentary like series on HBO, like chronicling his mental illness, and like because he was Chelsea's warm-up guy, and then she fired him. And then, like, he goes to, like, kind of, like, apologize to her to try and make amends. And she is, like, horrible.
Really?
And this is, like, real. And she just has no, like, compassion for his, like, illness or anything. And I'm like, But she does give, like, she's given a lot of opportunities to a lot of people. So you can't fault her for a lot. Like, I mean, because, yeah. But anyways.
So we went out to a fancy dinner tonight.
Yeah.
To the Olive Garden.
Yeah. Fancy, like Olive Garden.
Yeah.
So.
Daniel von Bargen is the only death from Malcolm in the Middle.
Who's Daniel von Bargen?
I don't know. Is he the boss?
Oh yeah. Right
from the store.
And on Seinfeld, because and that was very recent.
Yeah.
I remember that was very recent because, in fact, Derek and I, when you were here, you came in and I think we had just watched the T-Bone episode because he was the one who was like, you should call you T-Bone. You're Coco. Coco's getting him sick.
Yeah.
Because then he brings the cleaning lady whose name is Coco. Was she a cleaning lady, or she was some? And then like, congratulations, you're now vice president. Vice President Coco.
We still haven't started the show. David is right. Start the show. What are we doing?
I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what just happened.
We've been here for almost 2 hours already. We haven't even started recording it. Oh my gosh. This is an epic. Okay.
Oh, that's right. I was looking at like. Stop. Wait. Did you know that the person that made Thanks was the person that made Cheers? How could the same mind come up with that?
What?
That's his credits are Cheers, executive producer, and freaking Boston Legal Terriers. That's that show I was telling you about. And Thanks.
Wow.
And then the other one, here's Mighty Med, Ant Farm. I've never heard of a lot of these. Coupling, Thanks.
Grace Under Fire.
And Dave's World. Oh, Dave's World was good. Dave Anderson.
All right. Start show.
Harry Anderson. I remember this, Dave's World. What's Harry Anderson doing?
Stop it. Start. Doing to me.
I can't believe Jim Rash was. I don't even remember. This is how much I don't remember this show. It's like Jim. Like I feel like we should remember because I remember we knew Miss Musso and Glenn Shattuck because they were like talking to people I remember we talked to them.
And for me, the big one is Cloris Leachman.
Yeah.
Because, of course.
And I knew who Erica Christensen
Mel
was,
Brooks.
but that was like right after Traffic. Like she wasn't really like huge yet.
Speaking of Mel Brooks, and we have to start the show. No, I'll tell it on the show. Start the show.
Oh, it's not going to tie in.
It will. We'll tie in.
Because you're talking about Young Frankenstein, right?
Yeah, but it'll tie in. It's fine.
Now my computer's doing something.
Too many things.
No,
How many tabs? How many tabs do you have open?
it's fine.
Okay.
I only have one tab.
Oh, that's good.
Hold on, let me check. Let me see where we're at here. In the new enhanced performance monitor. We're doing fine.
Nice.
It's like this is nice. I like this. And it's like all separated, like the services, so I can see it better.
See what's going on.
Oh my god, it's so hot. Gotta keep it together.
Keep it together.
I love that that's like a thing with your kids.
Oh yeah. Keep it together.
Right.
Keep it together.
You're like, I'm keeping it together. I'm trying to keep it together. It's the best. I'm like, you're not doing a very good job. They're doing that. Keep it together. Keep it together. When Luke's like trying to talk himself into like not being upset.
I need some time to cool down.
Kids are pretty great. See, like, what is that? Is that the refrigerator?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a ghost.
It's totally a ghost.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
It's so hot I can't even remember my lines.
Getting heat stroke here.
If you hear me narm, if you hear me narm out, that's from it's a very bad taste joke from in 6 Feet Under. Peter Krause, he has a brain aneurysm / stroke, and his artistic interpretation of that stroke is you should just look it up sometime on just type in Google Peter Krause narm, because he's I got my arm's numb arm, narm, and then he falls over, and that's his interpretation of somebody having a stroke. So I'm always I'm gonna narm out here.
Well,
strokes are funny.
It is very hot though. And I think heat stroke is different than an actual stroke.
Heat stroke is
on that.
I don't know.
Let's heat. But anyway, before we get too far into it, if you guys want to hear an epic pre-show, we have almost an hour and a half probably of pre-show.
It's a lot of pre-show.
So you should share the YouTube.
It's too much.
There's good stuff though.
Pre-show.
There's some good pre-show. It's all over the place. So make sure you go back and listen to that. Okay, so what I was about to tell you is I've had the worst song stuck in my head. We briefly mentioned Mel Brooks earlier, and for whatever reason, I stumbled across this clip on YouTube earlier this week, and it has been stuck in my brain. I've been singing "Springtime for Hitler" constantly.
It's not something you should be
I know, so I'm
going
do do do. Oh, stop it! Springtime for Hitler and Germany. And I'm out in public, and I start saying, "Oh shoot! Stop it!"
See, mine this week has been Uptown Funk because some guy at work keeps playing it. While that's annoying, at least I might not get. Somebody's "What's going on?"
Just for whatever reason, that is lodged in my brain. So hopefully, some of our listeners now will have that lodged in their brain, and I won't be alone in that.
Good job.
Springtime for Hitler.
It's already in David's head.
In Germany. It's one of the great film scenes of all time, though. I mean, come on.
All right. Well, it's back to school.
Back to school week.
You feel alone, Phil.
Yeah.
What have you been doing? Have you broken down the schedule and all that stuff you said you were going to do?
It's good. Yes, I've started that.
Good.
Well, here's the thing.
What have you been doing?
So we've had 2 days so far.
Yeah, 2 days of 3 hours.
Thursday. Well, no. So Thursday, first day of school, I go in the classroom with Luke. Because it's TK, and so I was in there for most
How'd he
of the
do?
time.
Did he freak out?
Oh, he's no, amazing. I have this great video. Like I would post it, except it's other people's kids.
Mm-hmm.
But so it's first day of TK.
I think they would frown upon that.
Yeah, probably so. But like, I just kind of pan around the room because there's like it's we've been
Kids
there for a while,
crying.
and then they separate. Like finally, it's time for the parents to go. In the whole room, the kids are like, "Oh, I don't want mommy to go." Everyone's crying, like all it's just like meltdowns all of a sudden. And then I pan across, and there's Luke. He's like, "Bye, Daddy. I'm gonna have a good day at school." And I'm like, "I love you, Luke. Bye, bye." And
Nice.
Don't leave me, mommy.
Because I flipped out. I remember
Yeah.
I flipped out, and that wasn't even TK. That was kindergarten.
Yeah, he's
We'd already
old.
gone through that at preschool, and I went through it again.
Yep. No, and neither of our kids ever really did that. Like they were just but on the flip
part of it is that
side,
they're freaking genius kids.
on the flip side, so I just sent Audrey off to first grade and then Luke off to TK. I'm home. I'm alone for the first thing.
Did you cry?
Well, already, I'm like videoing them a little bit, like as they're playing on the playground, and I'm just like talking to the
Did you
camera.
immediately go home and watch the video?
So no, but the teacher had this like little like parent support pack where she put like some chocolates and a little like note for us, and then she put a tissue in there, and she's like, in case you need it. And I promise you, I went back to the car and immediately got the tissue out, and I sobbed for a little bit, and then I was like, all right, it's time to go.
Time to
I made
go
my
to
Facebook
work.
post, and then I went home. But on that first day, I only got like about 45 minutes because, again, I was there for most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Janelle left me like a little to-do list, and I got that stuff done and went back and picked them up. And then today I had, because they changed the schedule around, instead of 3 hours,
I still think it's ridiculously stupid that your kids went to school for 2 days and then it's the weekend again.
Well, yeah.
And that's the start of school.
School started.
Because I'm sorry, but those 2 days are useless.
Yeah, I mean, I asked, what'd you guys learn? I don't know, nothing yet. We're just kind of just in our class. They did crafts, But whatever, it's fine. I'm glad to have the weekend. But now, because they've staggered the start times, I only have about 2.5 hours.
Which we've also decided that's really stupid.
Right, because Audrey goes at 8.
Did you do what I told you to do?
Well, yeah.
Sit in the parking lot and protest because I told you should?
No, we just stayed on the playground.
Okay, so
as soon as they leave.
Like, because they told you you need to leave.
Yeah, you can't be here.
And I'm like, I have a kid.
Right.
So well, just to keep the audience up to date.
So the schedule goes 8:10 is when first grade and second grade and kindergarten start.
Yeah.
And then TK doesn't start until 8:30.
And they did this so they could try and get people.
So it wouldn't be too
crowded. Except a lot of people have kids in TK. If you have more than one kid, and so they tried to tell people to not stay.
You can't stay.
And I'm like, I have to be right back here. I'm not going back home.
Well, and I'm not alone. So once it's the
there's like a whole group of people.
Yeah, the second the first graders and second graders, everybody clear off the playground, then the TK kids just swarm in, and there's probably at least 20 of us that are all there.
Why don't they just start school?
I don't know. It's
they're
silly.
already there.
It's silly. So
how long before they realize that it's?
So I'm now in the morning. My drop off time. I'm there for like 45 minutes.
Ugh.
That I have to be at the school.
I'm sorry. You need to come up. At least you get to hang out.
It's
Luke.
cool, and I'm with the kids and stuff. But it definitely is cutting into my productive time because then I got to do that, and then their pickup times are staggered too.
So then you get Audrey, and then you got to sit there with Audrey.
Well, no, I get Luke first because TK is
That's
much
right.
shorter. So I get him, and then we have about an hour in between.
So do you go home?
Well, right now, yes, because it's so hot. We can't stay out in the car, but eventually we'll bring books or our DSs or just whatever and just kind of hang out there. But
that's so stupid.
Yeah. So again, I'm supposed to have all this free time, so I do have about 2.5 hours in the middle there. But it's it's much less than I had hoped it would be. But now they goofed around with everything. So anyway, I've been very productive.
Do you send an angry letter to the school?
No, it's not. There's plenty of parents that are complaining that I don't need to.
Oh, come on.
Seriously,
you never complain. Complain.
I don't need to complain.
Just one time.
They know.
You're there.
Right. I'm here. I'm not leaving. So I'll complain.
What if somebody tries to kick you out?
Then we'll have some words. I mean, I'll cooperate at the moment, and then we'll go through the proper channels. But yes.
Oh, come on, Phil. Do something bold.
I'm not gonna
Be
do
bold.
My kids are there. I'm not gonna Oh, we gotta mute someone there.
Gosh.
So anyway, it's been good.
Well, let me mute him. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I gotta set this because that's annoying.
So it's been a good couple days. The kids love it. Audrey's also very happy in first grade. They love their teachers. They've both been. Actually, there's the cutest thing today.
while we were waiting for Audrey to pick up, the other parents have their kids running around out in the grass, and Luke's like, "Oh, that boy's from my class." And so he runs over to this little boy, and they talk for a little bit. I can't hear what they're saying. He comes back, he's like, "Guess what, Daddy? He asked me to be his friend." And then I'm like, "Oh, what's his name?" And so he's like, "I think his name is David." But I'm like, "Do you know?" He's like, "No, I'm gonna go ask him." So he runs back
kids
over.
not knowing each other's name.
Audrey, same thing. They don't know. He comes back over. Guess what his name is? It's Brendan.
What?
His new friend is Brendan.
Correct, Brendan?
Correctly spelled B-E-R...
Brendan.
B-R-E-N-D-A-N.
Wow.
I can spell. Yeah, so his new friend is Brendan. He's super cute. Like they're just like, oh, and they're playing and being nice and stuff. So yeah, so it's good. I mean, it's been very brief, but school's back in session.
Mm-hmm.
So schedule is back on.
Janelle's
Janelle's
teaching.
back in school.
I saw she has a student that's a wrestling fan.
Oh my gosh.
Super stoked.
I put the quote in there later so I can accurately depict it because it was so great. But she had this kid that came up and was like, they were talking about what they wanted to be when they grow up or whatever. And he said he wants to be...
Smart kid, because he's like, I want to be a computer programmer by day, WWE superstar by night.
And what was the name? Just scroll down so I can
and
say
his name was some awesome wrestling name.
It's a great name because I wrote it down.
I'm like, I wish I had come up with that wrestling name.
Yeah.
Like, I almost Squid Rock Undertow.
Squid Rock Undertow. But he, whispered it to her because he didn't want anyone to steal it. So nobody steal this cute kid's name, Squid Rock Undertow. So, yeah, so it's good. Everybody kind of getting... It's been the first few mornings, everyone was really dragging out of bed. It's tough getting back on that schedule.
Some of the guys at work, have kids, and they're just all, when the guy that trained me is just like, finally.
Yeah.
He's just they're just, relieved.
Well, it's just, it's very... because we, as you know, have been on no schedule whatsoever, and so... It's, they're getting back into that groove. It's kind of nice in a way.
It's weird. I even told one of my coworkers, he's like, "Man, I can't believe it's only Wednesday," and I'm like, I'm still coming off unemployment, so time is flying. Where he's like, yeah, because he was like, I remember that. He's like, you that'll stay for a few months. And I'm like, yeah, because I've done this. This is not my first rodeo. So I'm like, yeah, probably a few months, and then I'll be like, the Friday yet. But I'm definitely not. It's still, I do not know where these last 2 weeks went. It's crazy. I can't believe we're already back here.
Yeah.
Time. It's all of a sudden it's just I don't know where time goes.
Same with when we're in school schedule, it's boom, boom, boom. Summertime, just it's nice and it goes on forever. But...
And I'm coming off a 9-month-long summer.
So you're that's a big, big change.
I mean, even when I went to school, it was 20 hours a week, and I crammed the 20 hours over the span of 2.5 days. So I had 4.5 days off. It was 4.5 days off, 2.5 days on.
Yeah.
So school was very easy to the point where I was able to I didn't have to miss a single minute of school, and I went on that whole WrestleMania trip.
Yeah.
During school.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that in normal school.
No.
I couldn't just be I'm gonna be gone for a week.
See you guys. It's an independent study.
Yeah.
So vacation is over. As Mario points out, Phil's endless.
Are you already planning your next vacation?
We haven't
knowing
actually.
Janelle?
I mean, of course, we've always got our wish list written out, but we don't have any solid plans.
Well,
because the next thing isn't really until Thanksgiving.
I want to propose a few ideas.
Okay.
Because I might also want to go on these trips.
Oh yeah.
But we still have to do our stay in the Winchester Mystery House.
That's true.
That is definitely something.
Yeah.
There is the stay. There's also the stay in Dorothy's house in that abandoned Wizard of Oz theme park.
Pennsylvania or something?
And there's also other abandoned theme parks in that, so a whole abandoned theme park vacation. But the one where you can actually stay in the event legally without having to trespass.
Or be worried about being assaulted by who knows who's hanging
by
out
murderous clown gangs. Or
that hangs out there, I'm pretty sure.
I just have an idea of Batman and Robin / the Warriors.
Yeah.
Or some kind of themed gang who's
maybe
that's their turf.
Yeah.
like in the gang, in the crazy gang wars out there.
Brendo, come
Whoever
on to
turf is the
play.
theme park, you don't want to mess with those guys.
Yeah,
It's gotta be something scary.
the Carnies.
Yeah.
The Carney gang.
The Carney gang, the Carney clown, baseball clown,
Carney clown crew.
gang, Carney clown crew. But anyway, so yeah, and then I want to go to Wisconsin Dells.
Yeah.
Because it's by my mom and it's awesome, and I think you guys would love it.
To go up there quite a
And
bit,
they have giant indoor water parks,
which is really cool.
and because it's Wisconsin, they're more fat tolerant.
Yes, that's good.
And also just like all kinds of dumb tourist attractions that are right up your guys' alley.
You know the water park though that I have been wanting to try out ever since Janelle told me about it. Have you ever heard about the one in Denver that has like animatronics?
Yes.
That's crazy. Like you start out going through like animatronic room and then you go on like the water slide.
Some of the ones in Wisconsin have
Have
stuff
that
like
too?
that, like the Noah's Ark one.
That's cool.
And there's one that my brother, I felt so bad for my brother. Like, he left because we went to help move my mom, and then, like, he left my mom's house a day early so he could spend the night at this hotel right by, it's like in the same parking lot as the Mall of America.
Okay.
And they have a giant indoor water park, and the night he chose to stay there, because his flight left, like, the next night, so he could have stayed at my mom's, but he stayed at that hotel, and then that day just happened to be a day that the water park was closed.
Oh, that's the worst.
And so, like, that's like the whole
Wally
reason
World, man.
he, like, stayed there, because hotel guests got, like, to go to the water park for free.
So he didn't like kidnap a security guard and make him ride all
It's
the
like,
rides.
you're taking me into the water park. You're turning on all the slides. I could just see Carson, like, turn on this slide and, like, going by himself with the security guy, like, down the water slide.
Totally. Clark Griswold.
But so that would be another one. And then I know you guys have talked about this, but it's also someplace I want to go is like Maine.
Yeah.
Or even some other New England.
Well, that's definitely one of them. Is we want to do like the whole little loop because with relatively little driving, you can like go through all of those states up there. You know.
I want to go to Maine because it seems cool, and the whole Maine lobster.
Yeah.
And then also it's Stephen King country.
Yeah.
And like.
Well, okay. On the Maine lobster thing, my parents went to Maine. Like they did a little New England thing, and they went to Maine. My mom loves lobster,
and it
like,
wasn't in season.
It wasn't in season. Like they couldn't get lobster anywhere. They're like, but we want Maine lobster. I think they finally found a place that sold it, but I think it was like frozen. Like, it was not in season at all, and so that was great. So I guess we have to like know.
Yeah, you have to know because there is a lobster season, which I don't know if I ever told this story. My dad actually got a ticket for poaching lobster because they usually were very sly about it, but like my dad was a diver. Like one of the things they did in their engineering was they would inspect piers,
right? And
this is in San Diego in the harbor right there, so sometimes while they were down there he would just grab a lobster.
You can't just do that.
And during the season you can if you have like a permit and everything, but this was out of season and he didn't have a permit even if it was in season, and yeah, he had to pay a lot of money.
That's why lobster's so expensive.
Yes. but it was great when he would bring them home, dude. Nothing like a fresh as can be.
Did it scream?
I don't remember. I just remember one time he cut the head off one, like the top off one, and it like started walking away.
Yeah.
Because it was in the yard, because he did it in the yard, and then we had a dog at the time, like chased after and then tore it apart and like got everywhere in the house.
Gross.
And my mom's like, Carson, doing this. Because the other thing that he used to bring home were oysters, like just fresh oysters and scallops. And one time he brought home scallops, and he's like, I got this, and this is for years I didn't eat scallops because of this. So oysters, like, you pretty much just eat, open them, but scallops, you kind of got to do something with them.
Right.
So like, I think whatever he did to him, it was like the most horrid, disgusting thing. And I remember taking a bite, and like my brother like puked, like it was like that bad. And
scallops are so good.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And I didn't eat scallops for years because of that. And I remember being so mad because he'd bring them home, and then we'd go out on our deck and we'd get screwdrivers and we had to pop them all up, and it took forever. And because yeah, with oysters you pretty much just pop them open and they're pretty much ready to go. But with scallops, like you got to do stuff, and like yeah, my dad messed that up real bad, and then I didn't eat them forever until finally I'm like I'll give them another try.
And then you found out.
Yeah.
Okay, why, when you have clam chowder, do you use oyster crackers? I never understood that.
Mm-hmm.
Someone solved that mystery for us there.
Because they look, I think it's just because they look like oysters, and it's
Why aren't they
shellfish thing. Because they don't look like clams; they look like oysters. The ridges.
I'm just saying, I don't know. Something's up with that.
They shouldn't. Well, if they made clam crackers that look like clams.
But I don't think it's. Is it the shape?
Yes.
It's the shape?
It's the shape.
I don't know.
I am
fishy.
telling you.
Fishy.
Ha.
Shellfish.
I'm pretty sure it's called oyster crackers because that's what they look like. They don't taste like oysters.
Well, I like the main idea. That's good.
But that's my idea. Because I know like you can just walk up. I mean, he's got just going up and like seeing the gates at Stephen King's house. They're nuts. And like they just look really creepy. They got like freaking gargoyles on them, and they're like handmade. And you can just walk up there. It's like on the street.
Cool.
And I want to go. And also just all the other Stephen King landmarks in the Bangor, Portland, Maine area. There's tons. And it says, oh, well, listen to David here.
No, he said that David says the origin of the term oyster cracker is unclear, but it may be that they were originally served with oyster stew, cites Wikipedia.
I still think it's because they look like oysters.
Maybe so. I guess that makes sense. But
Maybe.
I want clam crackers. Someone could make $1 billion if they make clam crackers.
I don't think so. Because
Yeah.
people, why would
Scallop
people...
crackers, so you have the right cracker to match with the proper shellfish. Abalone crackers would be like the deluxe ones, you know. I don't know. I'm just saying. Mussel crackers.
But he says, or merely that they look like an oyster in its shell, as I said.
Yeah, well, Wikipedia said that, which means you could have gone on there and written that for all I know.
I did that while
Just
you were...
now, you were like subtly typing on your phone.
My phone that's not even here. It could hear me.
Yeah.
Because I have a real smartphone.
Computer. Yeah. It read your intent. It was like, oh, I know what Brenda wants me to do. I'm gonna go in there and fix Wikipedia.
Let's get into it, shall we? It's midnight and it's still like so hot. Mark Bolton writes, "Hey fellas."
Hey Mark.
I stole that from Vicky.
That's fair. All of our listeners
like the
can write
Vicky
to us
greeting. But I guess Mark can say it too.
Other people can say fellas. I don't think that has to be. It's not copyrighted.
I think it's copyright Vicky.
I don't think so.
They can fight about it.
I can share. I don't think they mind.
All right. Mark Bolton here again. I've meant to say this in numerous emails I've sent in. Is that but that could be the official Radio Brendo greetings.
That's true. That's how we would like to be addressed.
Because Kevin Smith really kind of cornered the market on sir. Like he always addresses people sir. Fans address each other as sir. So his fellas our sir.
Yeah.
Because it's us.
Fellas is our sir.
Okay. I've meant to say this in numerous emails I've sent in, but my T-shirt from the first Kickstarter is still in fine shape, and I wear it once every 2-ish weeks.
Nice.
I've lost it recently. I need to go find it, but it's still hanging in there pretty well.
That's good.
So there you go.
So it's good to hear that it wasn't like a total disaster across the board. You know, maybe some of them were better than others. Because, again, mine, I've worn it, however many times, and it still is great. But
here we go. This is a good question thing. On another note, I just watched the movie Wet Hot American Summer for the first time, and it was pretty good. Exclamation point. So,
exclamation point.
What popular or famous movies have you guys never seen? First one that comes to mind for me, Gone with the Wind.
Really?
I have no desire to see that movie. And I feel like I've seen the important parts because it's so famous. Yeah. And at this point, I'm just like, I don't, because it's super long. Like, I remember I haven't had it. And I sat, because my mom loves that movie, and it's like running time like 2.5, and I'm like, no, thank you, no, and like I don't need to see like Civil War and all that stuff. And then my other one, I guess I'm trying to think. Oh, well, The English Patient, but because of the Seinfeld episode, I'm just like I have no desire, because like also several hours long. It's just not every time I've thought about it, because like. Well, it won Best Picture, and I'm like, a lot of stupid movies win Best Picture.
Necessarily do anything for me.
And then, like, after that Seinfeld, that kind of sealed the deal. And then everybody I've ever talked to that's seen it said the same thing.
Yeah,
and
boring.
So that used to be Schindler's List, and then I finally watched it because that was just because I didn't even, like, just hearing about it, I'm like, I was getting emotional.
Yeah.
And so I finally, and then I sat down, and then I was just like a freaking mental wreck afterwards. So I'm like, I was right. Like I don't know. But those are the big ones. Oh, I'm gonna admit this right now. I still have never been able to make it all the way through 2001.
Yeah.
I've gotten like 4 because I had it on Blu-ray, and if you was one of the ones that were open, I made it 4/5 the way through at least 3 times. It was like it was like movies that you tried to get me to watch. Like I think you tried to get me to watch Pootie Tang like 10 times.
Oh my gosh.
But because it was always at like 3, 4 in the morning, I would always fall asleep.
Did you ever finally
I
finish
did.
it?
Oh yeah, I definitely. But I think it was on my own
Sadate.
during the day.
Sepatai on the Run of Town.
And then I'm like, oh, that's the best movie ever. And
Yeah.
you're like, I've been trying to get you to watch this stupid movie for 10 years. And I was like, yeah, but it was always something you'd either put that on or like Leonard Part 6 for the longest time. Like I hadn't watched the whole thing just because there's a lot of film movies.
Total Control is one of my favorite ones to put on late at night.
You would put that to like get people to leave your room.
No, I genuinely love Total Control. It is a
But you also
movie.
knew that it would put all of us either to sleep or we would leave.
Or you watch it. So David said his T-shirt is still good, but it has fat dude stains on it. We can't be held responsible for fat dude stains.
That's
although
just
I
natural.
very much know. We bought like these new shirts. Like we totally did the dorky thing when we went to Florida, and for one day we all bought like a matching shirt.
No.
Just like a color, not like actual matching shirts. But
Still
we all like
no.
theme. And like that day, it was like turquoise. And it just got these huge like grease stains. I think it was from the teppanyaki restaurant. And so I can only wear it like around the house now because it's just got this big old drip grease stains on it.
Mm.
Anyway.
But yeah, so those are the ones that I can think of off the top of my head.
Well, until relatively recently,
yours was Shawshank.
Shawshank was in there, but I've seen that now. I feel bad now because one particular listener will remember that they gave me
Space Jam.
Space Jam, and I still haven't watched it. It's sitting on my to watch.
Dude, you
pile.
should watch that with your kids because they would love it. I guarantee you, your kids would love that movie. Even though I think it has a bigger impact on us because Michael Jordan was such like a larger than life. But even without that level of it, because for us, like it was like, because Michael Jordan was just, even you, Phil, like everybody knew who he was, and he was like a big inspirational athlete figure, and he like. And like, because we were talking about it on Popsicles, like all the songs were like, because you had "Fly Like an Eagle," I believe, because it was like Michael Jordan like pretty much could fly. He was the closest to like this dude can fly, and so like all this thing. But anyways, so anything else?
I've never seen Casablanca on the classics.
Whoa.
Yeah.
See, that's
but
one.
It's another one that I've watched a lot.
But that one is actually, you should watch it because it's actually amazing.
Right. It's just one I've never got, and I've actually never seen Citizen Kane.
Okay, that's another one where like those two.
But again,
legit,
I've watched like in film classes, I've watched like chunks of them, but I've never seen it like all the way through.
But those two are legitimately amazing.
Yeah.
Those were ones I watched when I was in Wisconsin, and I had their library system. It's like the whole state. So you can pretty much anything you've ever wanted. And this was like I think a lot of people had moved on to DVD, but libraries still had their full VHS collections. Right. So like nothing was ever checked out. So I pretty much just had access to every movie ever. And so I watched a ton because, like, again, I'm living in Wisconsin. I don't know anybody. I don't want to know anybody. And it's like half the year it's freezing cold. The other half of the year it's so hot you don't even want to move around outside. Because imagine how hot it is now, like outside, plus like 75% humidity. Because that's the thing that we in Southern California, at least we don't have to deal with that. It does get humid sometimes recently, but even then it's still, because you also have to figure, also in the Midwest, when it gets that humid, then you're dealing with mosquitoes. Like we don't really deal with that here, and that's like, because like I just remember the first time I sat outside in August in Missouri, and I came back in, and I'm like, my legs feel funny, and it would turn out I'd just been bitten up and down mosquitoes.
See, you gotta remember, I did 3 tours with the Spivvies across the Midwest in July, June, July, and August.
In a freaking
motorhome. Like, in a motorhome, which the air conditioner only ran off of the generator, so we could only have it going I think while it was stopped. Like,
Yeah.
we couldn't have it while we were driving.
What?
Because you had to run the generator to do the air conditioner, if I remember correctly. And so I think maybe sometimes we did, but most of the time when we were driving, we were just dripping in there. So it was, I mean, that thing must have reeked so bad.
And Clark is like a notorious sweater, just
yeah,
like.
and I'm a sweater, and everybody. I just remember, like, we had to unload because they played a show at this record store in Missouri, in like downtown St. Louis, and we had to park like half a block away because it was down an alley, and I had to like help load all their equipment down the alley. And I just remember the first trip in, as I got in there, I was just dripping with sweat. And I'm looking around, and there's like a good crowd there, and I'm like, how are these people not? I mean, I guess you just get used to it or something. But I just
because like, how does anybody live in Florida if that's not like an acquired? Because like
I could not.
I feel like everybody would just die.
I don't understand it, but I felt it. I felt that deep summer.
And you've been in Florida in the worst part.
In Florida in June, like end of June.
I
took a nap on the floor of the Hall of Presidents because it was the most cold place and it was empty. We just spread out on the big carpet and slept in there.
I mean, I know you guys are like really big about like we got to do it when we can do it, but that to me was like your step too far.
It was great. I loved it, but man, it was hot. And then poor Nikki that came with us, Clark's wife, got sick in the middle, and so she was like barfy sick in like ridiculous humid. Like, oh, I feel bad for her. So anyway. I don't know how we got on that, but humid.
Well, famous movies. Anything else?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's others. I've never seen Avatar.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I have seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, and that was good. So.
Yeah, I've never seen that, and I don't want to. There's a lot of recent things I haven't seen, but that's just because.
But as far as like iconic ones, I guess I'm sure there's a couple others, but I don't know. Having gone like majored in film, I hit quite a few of them. Mario does not agree with my Avatar choices.
I also think it's funny that you called somebody retarded when you didn't spell correctly. But whatever.
All right. So let's see what else.
All right. Also, I'm going to start. Oh, this is pretty.
Back
funny.
to the letter here. Okay.
Back to the letter. Also, oh wait, I had one more.
Okay.
I still haven't seen the second JJ Star Trek movie.
Really?
Yeah.
It was good. It wasn't quite as good as the
on
first
Netflix.
one. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to pay even.
Because you have to realize, like, my other problem is now, like, something happened, like a switch went off in my brain somewhere, and I want to say in, like, 2005, 4 maybe, and for the most part, movie theaters are horrible, and, like, I want to punch everybody in the movie theater, and they charge way too much money. And I cannot tolerate like people being loud and obnoxious in movie theaters.
That's the great thing about the drive-in.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to maybe start doing that more because you're in your own space.
Yeah,
I might do that.
And it's $7. No, I think they upped it to $9 now, but you get 2 movies.
Do they take cards?
Places, I think you might have to take
so
cash.
Weird.
I think you might have to take cash.
There's like multiple cash-only movie theaters in our vicinity.
I don't know.
I hate people.
I don't understand why.
Well, exactly, Mario. That's why I started. Like, but then I feel bad. So like, because it changes. Your attitude towards piracy changes when you start like making friends in the industry and you see the people whose livelihoods you are.
Yeah,
so I'm not that I don't. It's not that I don't do it at all now, but I'm definitely more like I want to give these people money because I know so many people that are barely scraping by and they're actively working.
Not everyone is Steven Spielberg or Tom Cruise is getting paid millions of dollars.
Well, plus, like I've befriended like crew members and stuff, and like I'm taking money out of there.
It's like the IT crowd.
Yeah.
You wouldn't shoot a cop and then steal his hat, and then poop in his hat, and then bring it to his grieving widow, and then steal it again.
So I do. It's not that I'm totally anti-piracy. It's just I'm a little bit more less. So again, I want to go to movies, but then it has to be because otherwise I just get so frustrated.
Morning movies are good if you can.
Yeah. Well, here's where I miss. From San Diego. When I lived in San Diego, there was this theater right by my house, and they don't have them up here. It was a reading cinema, and reading cinemas, the first show of the day is $5.
Huh.
So like I'd go on Saturday at like 11. It's like usually it was like 11
Right.
a.m. Like or Sunday was another big one, and there'd be nobody there but maybe a couple old people, and it was $5, and I could see a brand new movie.
It's $4 at the Fox Theater, but
Yeah, but
it's full even
it's
at noon.
full, and people like I can handle it in kid movies because it's weird. Like when I go with when I took Luke and I, like people are being obnoxious, including adults. That's where I'm just like, this generation is screwed because adults. Because like I'll turn around and be like, who's letting their kid talk? And then they're talking, and I'm like, this is all horrible. You're all horrible people, and you all need to just like die in a fire.
Well, it's one of the reasons, or one of the things. I'm very proud of my kids for many
Your
things.
kids are amazing.
But it's one of the things I'm
You
very
trained them
proud of.
well.
Yes.
Well, because again, all you have to do, and as a kid, I experienced this. All you have to do is say, "Hey," because all my dad did was be like, "Don't talk during the movie," and I was like, "All right, I'm not going to talk during the movie." But these parents won't even freaking do that.
Well, and they're the example they set.
And and I'm just like, you're all horrible. Like you're all horrible, and you're creating a whole generation. And this is what's going to ruin the movie business because nobody's going to want to go to the movie theater. And now, let me tell you what else happens now. I don't know if this has happened to you, but freaking Apple Watches.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna start. It's already started because I was in a theater, even just with Luke and Audrey, and I saw people's watches lighting up. And when it's
But isn't that kind of tanking though? I thought it's not doing very well.
No, they're taking off.
I don't know, because like I knew a friend of mine that bought one and then traded it back in. He said he didn't like it.
Well, a lot of people have them. I mean, it's starting.
I'm just saying, I have a feeling it might not be.
Yeah, but other smart watches, period, are happening.
Yeah.
And
it seems silly to me.
Because I hate watches. There's a reason. I was so happy
that the phone is like accepted.
Because I hate watches. I don't know. Maybe is this my hand just gets gross.
Well, okay, it could, if that is part of it, but also hair. There's nothing worse than wearing a watch on a hairy arm.
I don't know. I had trouble with watches. Like I
always like. Ugh,
I got a ringworm right here like twice.
Ugh. Yeah, it's just.
And I don't know if that was because of the watch or just what. Because it gets like and it's not like I didn't like wash on it. I think it just they're just germ factories, and also I just don't like it. Like I didn't like. I don't know. I feel constricted or something, and like also I don't like the idea. Like I like because sometimes if I'm like really I like the fact that I can't just look and see it because it helps me live in the moment more. Like if I have a watch, I'm always looking at it and like I don't know. I just don't. I'm over watches. I'm completely over watches.
Have you seen those? I can't remember. I think it's a Galaxy maybe that has the little side messages where you can look at it like if it's sitting on the table. So they have this whole commercial they've been showing it over and over on Hulu, and it's like don't miss the big moments, and it shows like a girl at a dance recital and the dad's like checking his phone, and then
they're encouraging people to look at their phones and like.
I'm like, oh, what is it gonna say? Oh, now you can be more subtle, like and just look at the side of it. Like they're not saying. Be engaged. They're saying, "Oh, now you can like sneak it in there." Like, yeah, the SX Edge.
That's terrible.
Like, but they set it up like this is a great thing. Now you can. Like,
now you're gonna have more people, and also more people looking at their phones in theaters. Yeah. I don't care. Those lights.
Yeah, it's the worst.
Screw everybody.
Nah, we're old men.
I'm very annoyed about movie theaters, and so that's why I also like even when I did have money. I only went to like the big movies.
Well, you got to see Jurassic Park.
Dude, this weekend. I have a list. Like I'm going probably tomorrow and Sunday. Like probably gonna do 3 each day. I don't know.
If you plot it out, you can get 4 in.
Yeah, but I don't really.
You can do 5 if you really want to.
Yeah, I don't know. I also don't have like a unlimited amount of money.
But if you go to the dollar theater, it's cheap.
There's not. I've seen like dollar theater right now. The only thing that's at the dollar theater that I haven't seen is Spy that I want to see. So Jurassic World. It's Mad Max is in the dollar theater right now, and it's like coming out on Blu-ray.
So you go to the matinee at the expensive theater.
That's what I'm doing.
And then you see like Spy or whatever in the cheap theater.
But that's I also don't want to drive too much.
Well, no, they're right next to each other. In Moreno Valley.
Yeah, but then I have to drive to Moreno Valley.
Well, it's not any further
Krikorian's closer.
Well, that's true, but it's not much closer.
I don't know. Gas is still expensive, which doesn't make any sense.
It's been coming down, though.
Yes, but now they're saying like it's been coming down, but it's still. If you look at the oil prices, oil is crashing, and we're still paying like.
I've never understood how gas prices
It's because they're evil. Because they're evil bastards. Because they're just ripping us all off, and everybody's horrible. And as Mario pointed out, there's too many shootings, and maybe I'm just and also I don't know. People are stupid. Everything's stupid.
Well, I'm not letting. I mean, I'm not saying it's not. There's tragedies happening, but I don't want to let that
well,
it's
exactly
kind of the whole "don't let them win" kind of thing.
Yeah, you'll be saying that until you're the guy in the theater.
Well, I'm not saying it's
no.
not
I'm
possible,
just messing around because you can't live that way.
You can't anywhere you go, there could be something. You know?
You can't live that way.
So,
but it is it's a little crazy right now, and also I'm still a little I don't know. I'm still in super cheap mode, so I'm gonna have to, and I don't want to go the whole opposite way, just blow my paycheck this weekend.
Well,
so I gotta be careful because I do have most of my paycheck because I get paid every week now at least,
which is cool.
But my first paycheck almost is all. I was a little bit negative on the balance, and then I immediately have bills.
Right.
So it's almost already all gone.
But then next weekend. You get to make some of that back.
Making it back
because we'll
talk about that in a minute, but we're still not done.
Okay, we gotta finish Mark's letter because I love this last part.
Also, I'm going to start a pen pal program through both my emails and your podcast, talking to other Radio BrendoMan regulars. I hope that's okay. I think
this is great. I love it.
It's a great idea. Hey, Craig from the Res, how are you? This is Mark Bolton. What's your favorite food and candy? Write your response to me within an email to Radio BrendoMan, and I bet Brendo will read the response on the air. I absolutely will.
Absolutely. This is great.
Love the show. Swing Set of Doom by someday. I think I'm going to give up on it. Brendo wins by default.
Aww. Mark's been the one
Halloween
that's held out there. You can still have it till Halloween.
Not going to happen.
You can even have till Thanksgiving. Let's give him till Thanksgiving.
I'll give him till Thanksgiving, and he's still going to lose.
To be fair, back when this all came down, people didn't know the Phil that you knew.
Yeah, but I told them all.
I know.
And you did almost, because there was what was the other thing? The thing that we did before that?
I can't even
was
remember.
Was it the Big Wheel?
Maybe Big Wheel? Some.
There was something that I also won,
yeah.
And people definitely did not time that correctly, and they should have learned.
Mario says he likes this better than Go Fish by Mail. He likes the pen pal idea better. So, all right.
Who won that, by the way?
I think I won, if I remember correctly.
By default?
No, we played the whole game, but then I think he gave up the domain name. Hey, David, did you guys ever renew your domain or your hosting?
Now you're talking to your brother.
Just reminding them because we talked about it on the show.
I know, but it's just kind of weird.
All right.
Because you're talking to your... People are going to be listening to this and be like, that was just talking to his brother.
Hey, did you talk to Mom today?
Hey, what's going on over there?
Okay.
Yeah, what's the temperature right now in Big Bear? Yeah. All right, well, you know what's definitely hot?
Yes.
Is those podcasts on Stitcher.
Yes, it is.
It's hot as thing going.
But you'll be cool if you listen to them.
Super cool if you listen to all those hot shows.
Yeah.
All right, so go to radiobrendo.com and go to click the Stitcher link and give a thumbs up. And once you listen to the shows, and if you haven't signed up for a free Stitcher account, which you can use you can listen to podcasts on your mobile device at home. It's awesome on your smart watch on your whatever.
So what if someone's got their
tablet
watch in the movie, but they're listening to your show?
Still, don't do that. It's not acceptable.
I want to make sure.
It's never okay. And I would punch you through
the watch. Can you imagine someone listening to us for 5 hours with their watch up to their ears?
My fist coming through the watch?
No, but I mean on our longer episodes.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Well, I think you can...
No, this is how they have to do it.
They have to hold it.
They have to hold their hand up to their ear.
That's the world that we're going to live in. I still feel like the watch is backwards. That's like a step backwards.
That's what I said about texting, and now that's all everyone does.
Texting is great, except now we live in a world where nobody talks to each other.
It's weird, right? I hate it. I tried calling someone, and no one's
But
going to
people
answer.
don't want to talk on the phone.
The only people you talk to on the phone is like customer service anymore. That's
on,
why people are so mean
I don't know.
to customer service people.
I'm not a big fan of talking to people on the phone, but now I kind of miss it.
Yeah.
So like I'll call people at work, and it's like nice, but then they're also like, you could have just pinged me, and I'm like, I just want to have that human, because it's easy. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Stitcher's
good.
And all the Benview podcasts are good.
You should listen to them all.
Listen to them all. So many
good.
Benson's Boombox, Benview and Spielberg, Comic Nerds Unite, Dinner Party Small Talk, Extra Damage, Flagons and Dragons, Friday Night Film Fights. Yes, the Peking Peel texting sketch is great.
Yes, absolutely.
And Grissom on the Run, Matt and Brendo's Wrestling Show, Midnight Marinara, Nerd's Eye View, Pick Your Path, which is really cool, Picture Start with Derek Armijo, Pillage Casts,
Classic
episodes, Popsicles just got a new episode, Shut Up Leonard, and Star Wars Nerds Unite.
Those are good shows.
You know what else you can unite under is the DreamHost banner.
Yes.
And host your site with DreamHost because it's awesome.
You'll feel like you're in a dream. It's such a good deal.
I feel like you're in a dream because it's so hot.
It is. I feel like I'm in a fever dream. Save $50 in a free domain registration if you use the promo code RadioBrendoMan
At checkout.
Boom. Well, the code is RadioBrendoMan.
Yes.
But you have to use it at checkout.
It's not when you start.
Not at the beginning, at the end.
Because you don't want you to get scared off. Because you're
That's
like,
right.
oh.
You know what's not scary?
What?
Free 2-day shipping. That's not scary.
Definitely not scary. Free 1-day shipping in some places. Same day shipping in other places. I follow this artist, Box Brown. He did the Andre the Giant book, and he's also just really cool. I clued him into the Blaze podcast because he mentioned, but one of the things he mentioned was, I ordered something this morning and it's here at my house. Because he didn't even know it was going to come,
so cool.
And it was there, and he was like, whoa, and that could happen to you too.
You too could get something on the same day.
You could get a U2 album on the same day.
U2 could come, yes.
Yes. And all you have to do is you can try out Amazon Prime. That's the way you make this happen. And you can get a 30-day free trial if you go to radiobrendo.com, click the Amazon Prime free trial. That'll give you all that, plus the awesome Instant Watch library and all the other goodies, music stuff. They have a music thing.
There's tons of. It's funny because I was like going through adding stuff to my wish list on Amazon,
and it was
then I came
free on
across
Prime.
Free on Prime. I'm like, oh, sweet. So
all
I'm
these
adding
albums.
all this stuff. Yeah, I was gonna get that anyway.
There you go. Well, some people got some stuff.
Yes.
Some people got some questionable items.
Well, so before we get to what they are, if you guys want to really help the show, but you can't. Yes, but you
don't need Amazon Prime. If you just shop on Amazon.
Shop. Buy what you would normally buy. Just click on the link on our page.
Go to radiobrendo.com, click the Amazon banner.
That's right.
Or link. It's like a little side banner.
Yep.
If you don't see that means you have ad block on. That's fine. Just click the link. That's why we have it there.
That's right.
Because we're not going to force you to turn off your ad block. If you want to block ads, feel free. Block away. Click that link. Then do your Amazon shopping. And somebody bought. I guess they're coming out. And these are from Fox, and I did some research, and these are special editions.
Full on.
These are the full, because there's still that whole rumored. I think I tracked down that whole rumored original edition thing. That was hearsay. There was no source for that.
Yeah.
It just got spread around the internet because the internet is stupid, and that's what happens. But this is what you are getting. This is a Fox money grab. It's a Blu-ray Steelbook set of episode.
Came out on Blu-ray,
yeah,
right?
well now this is a Steelbook set.
Okay.
Maybe one. They haven't. There's no features announced, so it could be one new. Everybody is saying is pointing to one more money grab before they do their real originals.
I feel like they have to.
And well, it's Fox. Fox owns. They own the first one,
right?
But there's nothing without the first one. So, and they still own. They have the rights. I don't know. It's so complicated. They own all the rights to episode 4, and then some of the rights, 5, 6, 1, 2, and 3. I don't know.
I don't know.
Because that's the big George Lucas' success story is he gave up half his salary to have full merchandising and sequel rights to Episode 4, and Fox gave them to him thinking that it was going to be a flop, and then it turned out to be the worst decision anybody has ever made in their life because he made like so much money off of Star Wars. He made like $1 billion.
Say what you will about his directing recent years.
And you want to hear what's something
sold
funny?
empty boxes
And you
to
want to
kids.
hear what's something funny is his salary that they were going to give him $500,000 for Episode 4, and instead he only got $250,000, and he gave up. And dude, that's
how much money did he make?
Holy
from
crap!
merchandising? How many tens of
And
millions
the
of
sequel
dollars?
rights, full sequel rights,
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
like billions.
Yeah, dude's doing all right. In fact, I figured out what happened. He has been listening to our show, and he bought these. No, he hasn't been listening. He just goes around to different places that have the Amazon thing, and he buys copies of it.
So that we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it because we just look at all the free advertising we just gave to the Star Wars.
So yeah,
steelbooks.
they're because I guess like Blu-ray people that are still into Blu-rays are way into these steel books, and like they're steel
It's
and
cool.
it's a
I mean,
book, but
I get it, but
again, they're released by Fox. And
look at the reviews.
It's everybody like the first one. It's a
trap. Yeah, of course. This isn't Return of the
Boo-hoo,
Jedi.
my movie has extra scenes in it and costs the same price. That's a troll.
Yeah.
And then I want the original version or nothing. So I'm gonna say yes, that is helpful to me. This is not because he's a troll, and this is sure clean up the
That's
original.
funny. So
Sebastian Shaw greater than Hayden Christensen.
much worse reviews than you would think for Star Wars.
And then
because of
like
that.
because in the steel books, I mean, I guess I know it's a trap. It's a trap, you guys.
Well,
They're $17. For all we know, it might just be the movie.
it could be. The tins are. I mean, I get the idea of liking the tins. When they did those Disney tins, for all those different things. I mean, we went nuts on those. I mean, we bought a few of them. They went rare quickly and got expensive. But
Yeah, the out of print one. Well, they're all out of print now.
Oh, yeah.
But like the ones that went out of print like really fast, like they're worth a lot of money.
yeah,
Because like the cheapest, I found a couple of like Amoeba. I'm like, this is like the used this is like a steal, as if you can find some of them for like $30.
yeah.
And that's like a really good
'cause
deal.
most of them
are like the one. There's two different. There's like the Walt Disney Story or something. No, it's like Walt Disney. There's like a Walt Disney one, like Mr. Disney Moments with Mr. Disney or something.
Which I have.
And that one's like the $100 plus one.
Yeah.
And then there's the Disney Anniversary, like the one that has like the Disney. I think it's just called Disneyland USA.
which I also
something.
got.
That one's the one that's easier to find,
Yeah.
but it's still like $30 used.
Tomorrowland one was also
Tomorrowland
down.
was really that one like went really fast, and then there's a couple other ones
I
that
love
are
that
like
stuff.
super. Well, because they all have like Leonard Maltin commentary
Yeah.
and all this stuff, and there's the cartoon ones which I don't have like any of them.
Yeah, I
and-
can't remember which ones we have now, but I think we got like one cartoon one.
I got most of like all the Disney because like some of those are like the only places that
yeah,
that
some of those old
stuff
ones they
has
don't
been
show.
released. Like some of it you've seen like everywhere. The other thing was a lot of this stuff like they became less of a must-have for me when we had the benefit of like Cast TV, and Cast TV used to show
all that
like
stuff.
all that stuff,
Yeah.
but like they'd show it there and then in these. So most people had never like I'm like because I remember I got one of them and it was all stuff I'd seen on Cast TV and I'm like it's kind of a letdown
right.
because like that was on all day and they would only change it like I think they changed it every week,
Yeah.
but so like for the whole week you'd be in the like every break room you'd be watching because I would sit there and I would watch it because I was like because like some of the old like parade footage and all the other stuff and that was awesome but then so it was kind of a little bit of a letdown like now I'm like oh I finally got these DVDs and I'm like oh I've seen all of this like 50 times
Right.
but most people haven't and it's not accessible so it is awesome and now like yeah their release plan with those I think went south a little bit and like some of them like got discontinued very quickly.
Yeah.
So, anyways, so somebody bought those, so thank you. And then we got Mountain Dew Game Fuel Citrus Cherry, Batman Arkham Knight, in-game Classic TV, and Justice League 3000. So I guess you get Arkham Knight stuff, and there's like Batman things.
You get like DLC with it? Is that how it is? Something like that?
You get unlock rewards.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Receive a code for Classic TV. Oh, you get themes in Arkham Knight.
It's like a little bit of DLC. Yeah. That's cool.
And it's also a special flavor.
Yeah.
It's Mountain Dew Game Fuel.
So is that like their energy drink?
Well, no, I think it's just a flavor of Mountain Dew.
Okay.
Because their energy drink is Amp.
Oh, that's right. Man, I can't keep up.
Surge is still... It's $40
for 12 cans.
That's like the not the. They said they're gonna. Yeah, these are the resale ones. So they have just one can is $10. Yeah. But I heard they're doing another
round.
Well, I heard it's going into stores. Like they said,
really?
They're teasing. So they said like there's gonna be it's about to blow up. So I think they're about to actually.
All right, so speaking of buying like obscure flavors of things, we did a little bit of a driving around trying to find stuff today because I read on the internet the M&Ms were releasing pecan pie flavored M&Ms. Did you see that?
I saw that.
We drove around to like 5 stores today and couldn't find anywhere.
M&Ms everything's doing that now.
Huh.
That's like the Oreo started this whole big because there's like limited flavors of like Nestle Crunch bars and like they have like Girl Scout cookies.
It works,
like
though,
stuff.
I'm telling you.
The Doritos Roulette is already out of the main stores. It's at the dollar store.
Oh, so the last chance there.
Well, actually, at the dollar store they don't have big bags. They have small bags, which I never saw small bags anywhere. So I don't know where the heck those came from.
I don't know.
But they're at the dollar store and they're gone. Stater Brothers does not have roulette anymore.
Well, they also don't have, at least not as when we went, they do not have the pecan pie M&Ms, but I have to try that. That sounds so good.
So you like pecans?
I like pecan pie.
You're weird. That's still nuts.
Yeah, but my favorite part of the pecan pie is the jelly filling in the middle. But basically, it's caramelized just sugar.
Yeah.
And the nuts, I tolerate the part on the top because it's all caramelized. It's not my favorite part of it.
I don't understand your mouth.
I don't know. I can't tell you. There's no logic behind it.
Why do you hate peanut butter?
It's disgusting. Can't stand it. Can't stand it.
It's delicious.
Janelle told me today a sad story, and I almost felt bad, but I'm like, no. She said that she got a recipe for this really delicious peanut butter pie that she got right before we got married, and she's never been able to make it in over 12 years now because I don't like peanut butter. And she's like, I was just thinking about how I want to make this pie the other day, and I never got to make it. I'm like, gross. Why would you make peanut butter pie?
It's so.
But now that the kids will eat it.
Why do you hate peanut butter?
Now the kids will eat it, so she has someone to
Why
eat it.
Why do you hate peanut butter?
It's gross.
When was the last time you tried it?
I don't know.
I've never met anybody that doesn't like peanut butter.
I've met others out there. There's others of us out there.
So weird.
They're out there.
Nuts.
Because you can, insane. David said.
What is
now, I've told you the story. You know why.
No, I don't.
Yes, because, it was one of those things as a kid where I had to have it too much. My parents would pack, and I remember this was a turning point in my life because they would pack a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with way more peanut butter than jelly, and then orange slices, and then the bag, because they never got the Ziploc bags, they got the ones that fold over the top,
Oh,
which is useless.
Those are useless.
And so the orange juice would leak, so I'd have soggy orange juice soaked peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And I remember complaining to my mom about it. And she's like, "Fine, you're making your own lunch." And she never made a lunch for me again because I complained about the lunch that she made.
Then you never had a soggy sandwich again.
Well, that's right, but gosh darn it, sometimes I kind of regretted that decision. So
it's
anyway,
my brother with the chicken pot pie.
I just, and then my dad loved peanut butter so much, he'll, I don't know if he still does.
Because it's amazing.
He'll, spread it on pancakes and then put syrup over
it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did that.
It was the worst.
You bet your bottom dollar.
Make banana peanut butter sandwiches.
Yeah.
Ugh. Tortilla and a banana, peanut butter and jelly tortilla and a banana. Yeah, it's disgusting. This stuff's flying around my house all the time. That's
That's why.
Delicious.
Ugh. Hideous. Well, thank you guys for buying stuff from us. You
I feel like your parents failed because
Well, the other kids all like peanut butter, so I guess it was just me. But Matthew doesn't like oatmeal because we ate too much oatmeal on a camping trip.
I don't like oatmeal.
I love oatmeal.
I only like oatmeal in very specific circumstances. If it's like that,
Peaches and cream.
well, like
or
that
something.
instant oatmeal that like doesn't taste like oatmeal. But like I just remember my grandma like would make me eat oatmeal and like it was. So
It depends. Were you allowed to put like big chunks of brown sugar in it?
When I was at home, yes, and my grandma would sometimes, but I think it was maybe vice versa. I think my grandma let us put whatever we wanted in it, and then my mom wouldn't, and it was just disgusting.
There's nothing like taking a big chunk of like hard brown sugar and like, stirring it around and watching it melt into the oatmeal and
Absolutely.
It's more about eating the brown sugar than anything. It's more of a means to get that in there.
You're mental.
Ha!
Yeah.
David said he still won't let his wife pack a banana in the same bag as her lunch because foods like bleed into each other, especially like fruits.
Yeah, I know. I've been packing my lunch and like I've been learning some hard lessons.
Such as?
Well, because I don't have sandwich bags, so I just like I have like the grocery bags that have like 1 million of them.
Right.
And then I just put the sandwiches just straight in there. And then like I put my soda in, like it like absorbs the moisture, so my sandwich
Yeah, it's
like,
all soggy.
Soggy. I'm
Yeah,
like,
there's a reason they made those bags.
But like I don't need those bags. They're like bags are. I feel like that's like it's a ripoff.
Well, I mean, I guess in a way it's unfortunate, but if you're bringing something, there's a reason.
So I started adopting I put my sandwiches in one bag and I wrap it up, and I'm I'm still using the. Cause I have like 1 million of these stupid shopping bags.
At least you got something to use them with now.
And I don't want to just throw them away because I feel like I'm like ruining the earth.
Well, yeah, you got to at least use it twice, right?
Yeah. And then throw it away.
And then throw it away.
Whatever. I read a whole thing because Mike posted an article where like plastic bags are actually only like less than 1% or like less than 2% of like landfills. Like everybody makes it sound like
because they're all in that big spinning vortex thing out in the ocean.
On the ocean, yeah, it's probably true.
It's easy to twist the statistics about anything
the
that
garbage
you want to
patch.
say anything.
Well, it just the reading a bunch of because then I read Mike's article and then that got me real articles. So I'm like, it does seem like that because like the hardcore environmentalists, which kind of I feel like hardcore. I guess it's true about everything. It's the extremists that make everyone look bad, and like it seems like they're blowing this way out of proportion, but it's caused such. And so then people are passing, and like it hasn't, and like the laws where it has been enacted, like there's been no significant impact on anything.
Right.
It's just made a lot of people. It's inconvenienced a lot of people.
Because then people just buy those like cloth bags and throw them away.
Well, it's not even that. It's like because like in a lot of places now, you just have they just charge you for plastic bags. Right. So now the people still get them. So now it's basically like a tax.
Right.
And then like people are still using the bags.
It's not helping the environment.
And like they did most people still just pay for the bags.
Yeah.
So it's not doing anything.
Because here's the thing.
And then you would think that the money that they collect for the bags should go to like an environmental fund or something. Nope, stores.
Because,
there's just more money for the stores.
Because here's the thing, like let's say like this happened a couple times we're on vacation. We don't have like our reusable bags, and we go to the grocery store and buy a bunch of stuff. What are you gonna do? You're gonna carry it around like item by item? You need a bag.
Well, we'll talk about. I guess this gives us a good chance to talk about this. It's in my stuff to talk about. I don't know if you heard, but we are getting an Aldi.
What's that?
It's the first Aldi in all of California.
I don't even know what
down
it is.
6th Street. You know where they're building that thing right there on the right-hand side by the City Hall? It's going to be an Aldi's.
What is that?
It is I think they're Swedish or German.
Okay.
I think they're German.
Is it a restaurant?
It's a grocery store.
Okay.
And the food, it's most like 75% of the food in Aldi is their own brand.
Okay.
But it's really good stuff. They guarantee the quality because they had a bunch of them in Missouri, and I loved it because it's super cheap. Like it's super cheap and it's really quality stuff. And the way they do it is they have like a fraction of what you would see in a normal grocery store. It's only like it's kind of like Fresh and Easy where they had like the most.
Right.
They basically did a ton of research and found like the things people really actually buy. So they lower their overhead significantly by having way less. Then this is the thing that is kind of annoying, but they also have hand baskets. And again, I'm just one person, so I shop with a basket anyways.
That don't have carts?
Well, they do, but I guess it's not a big deal if you're a normal person. You carry money around, but I don't ever carry coins or cash around. You pay a quarter, and then you get a cart, and then when you put it back, you get your quarter back.
I've seen that before.
But people just by putting that in, you save because carts. And replacing carts and everything, it's a huge expense.
Oh yeah,
huge.
And it's a huge annoyance.
And it's a huge annoyance to the community.
There, yeah.
And anyway, so Aldi does that, and they don't give out bags, and they give you, but like they have a thing where like it's weird. Like so there's like checkers, but there's no bag people, and you just go and they have like a whole big stack. It's like Price Club, like back in the day. It was just boxes. Or you can bring your own bags.
Okay.
And so it's like that. Cool. But it's like because I like that's the only, and they don't, like I said, they don't have a big selection. I already said that, David. People that do that in the chat, like I'm not being like that's like my pet peeve of people repeating things that I already said in the chat.
He's telling them there. See, Mom called.
Oh.
How's Mom doing?
Well, it's just I don't know, people in the chat that get overzealous.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know it was going in there. I knew there was something
so that's
in
what's
there.
going. Well, if you had the Ukaipa local news in your Google News page,
I should put that in there.
Well, if you can put your location in on your Google News, and anyways, so but yeah, but their store brands. They're really good, so it's mostly store brands, and it's like a lower.
So the first one in California is going in
Ukaipa.
Wow, see, that's because Ukaipa is a destination.
I think they're trying to stick it to Stater Brothers, and they know this is like their turf.
I don't know. Is like their home, because I don't know if people know Stater Brothers in California.
It just seems very strange. In all of California, everywhere they could pick, we're getting a Ukaipa. That's really weird.
In the hometown of Stater Brothers.
That's really weird to me.
Have you noticed that like off the freeway when the first Aldi's
now coming Stater Brothers?
That's been there since like before we moved here. That's one of my jokes I always do, Janelle, and I go, did you see that? And she's
coming
like, what?
soon.
I'm like, oh, is Stater Brothers coming in there?
Because there's already like 3 in town.
Yeah.
We're getting an Aldi in Ukaipa. So as I said before, Steve just
came in
repeating things for people in the chat, but it's fine. So we're getting an Aldi store because they had. And when I was in college in Missouri, that's the only place I shopped at because I was super poor, and it's good food and it's cheap.
That's cool.
And yeah,
you know where if people wanted to find out about this in addition to their Google News, they could find out about a lot of cool things on our Facebook group.
We do post a lot of stuff, a lot of random stuff.
Mostly it's just dumb videos of stuff.
Dumb videos, but like the other day there was a big thread about the Moreno Valley Mall.
Yep.
And other local malls. Dude, have you been to the Burbank Mall?
I don't know, I've been to malls out there.
The Burbank Mall, the one that Derek took, that there's an AMC theater in it.
Is that David? Is that the one we've gone to? Oh, he's on a whole other thing there.
See, and then you're pulling a Mike Merriman now, like you're just going all over the place in the chat.
David, have we gone to the Burbank Mall? Is that the one that I went to with you over there? Yeah, okay.
That mall, it's got like this.
Because they have like the kids' playground downstairs.
Yeah, but it's got so much weird stuff. It's got this like, it's like straight. It's because the Moreno Valley Mall you said is like 15 years ago. That Burbank Mall is like straight out of the 80s, like straight out of the 80s.
They got a Virgin Records.
They don't, but they got a lot. I mean, it's funny that the Moreno Valley has like an FYE.
Yeah.
We talked about that last time.
I couldn't believe it. I forgot to tell you about something we did there though. This is interesting. So we got there to the place early, and we were kind of walking around, and these ladies had the thing, and I thought they were doing like screenings for movies, like they do those. Where are you interested in movies?
Were they doing trailers?
They were doing trailers.
Yeah, I've done.
And they paid us.
Oh wow, yeah. So
we went down, and it was for The Good Dinosaur, the new Pixar movie, and we watched like a new it was like a rough thing. I think it was is it the research place downstairs, Steve?
Yeah.
Heekin, And yeah, so we got to watch like a trailer, and they asked us some questions, and they paid us $2 each.
Mario's just yelling things.
There's a lot of caps happening in the chat. Well, anyway, join our Facebook group.
Yeah, go to
Lots of good stuff
radiobrendo.com.
there.
They lied about my ethnicity because they thought I was white. I just remember they used to always have those people at Tower Records because they're like, this is where all the cool kids.
Yeah.
So I remember at high school, like I got asked like because they're like I was like the prime like I'm a high school dude like
Right.
the world revolves around me, and yeah. You can add your
David's saying
friends.
you can add your friends.
I
on
am
Facebook
aware of
group.
that.
Yes.
And so
Yes,
feel
you
free
can, if you want to.
Feel free to go in there. Don't spam your friends.
No, do it like target
Please.
it to people you would be interested in.
I don't do it just because I don't. The only people I added were people that I knew. I just think it's because then they're getting all kinds of messages and then they get mad.
Yeah, we don't want them to think, who's this BrendoMan jerk that keeps sending, give me, because there's a
Be
lot
cool.
of notifications that pop up.
Everybody
Everybody
be cool.
So be cool. But if you know someone that listens to the show and hasn't joined it yet, you could,
But don't add all your friends.
But yeah, because
and no moms.
Yeah, your mom doesn't want to be in our group.
Don't add my mom to the Facebook group, please.
Although they might post fun stuff, who knows?
They might comment on every single thing, and then you'll get notified of every comment.
It's true.
When my mom comments, like when she likes your pictures.
Although I love that, like what?
The Gail
40
bomb.
notifications. Oh, Gail found the picture.
Gail found the picture.
Love it. Plus, she's helped our cloud a lot over the years,
That's still the funniest thing ever was when we watched it happen. Like Derek pulled out his phone because his phone was blowing up. It was at Universal Studios because Jordy was like posting photos and videos like every 10 seconds, and he's like, because first Derek's like, what the heck is going on? And then he just sits there, Gail like this, Gail like that, Gail like this. He's like, your mom's sexting me.
Well, if you also want to talk about Radio BrendoMan on the internet,
We also got a subreddit.
you can go to there and talk about it.
Go to radiobrendo.com, click the
Links to
subreddit.
everything.
Kickstarter update. So you said that you've been
Yeah, well,
working-
I'll show you afterwards. I got like a little document made up.
All right. Well, we're divvying up. We're
But,
getting ready to work on stuff.
But the active thing, stuff that's going on. So
Where are we at in the
I
vinyl
sent out,
process?
we have to record our thing.
Yeah, but what about the colors and?
Well, you and I just have to decide what color. I found out the colors, remember?
All right.
So it's just a matter of we got to actually put it together now. But the surveys for like all our special episodes, I sent out just kind of a questionnaire, and people have been writing back. I'm gonna give it give a chance for whenever this posts. I'll give it like a day or two, just as a last reminder for this first nomination round, and then I'm gonna send out the first round of voting. So we've gotten probably a little over half of the people have responded, and I realize maybe not everyone will, but I'll give everyone a chance to get their word in there, because once I shut it down, there's no new nominations. But we got some good stuff. A lot of people have said peanut butter solution.
Yes.
The only thing that someone did point out, though, in one of the emails is that the problem might be like access, because if we do a commentary for something that no one can watch,
You
will
can
that work?
purchase it.
Is it like reasonably priced?
I don't know.
Well, we'll
I
have to
guess I
look
didn't
into
even-
it and see.
Let me look at it.
If people vote for it, then I guess it doesn't matter. If that's what they want, that's what they want.
Think it would be worth it just listening to it, but
Just to hear
I'm
us
pretty
talking
sure it's on DVD, maybe. I mean, I don't know. The peanut solution, if I can type correctly.
Well, anyway, it's been good though. We've gotten some good things.
$9.98.
Okay, that's not bad.
Is that VHS? Oh wait, we might have a problem, you guys.
Yeah, that's on. Well, I can watch it on VHS.
Return to Oz is on DVD.
Yeah, see, that's.
So peanut butter solution is not on DVD.
Yeah.
We'd have to.
Well, so as you're voting and nominating, take that into consideration.
Wait, hold on.
Is it actually on? No, it's just a short. It's just like a couple minutes. So yeah.
Hold on. Oh, this is the trailer. Wait. What are?
Well, we'll look around.
Okay,
For it.
wait, hold on. I just real quick. It might be on YouTube, you guys.
If it's on
A lot
YouTube,
of stuff
then that's easy.
well, here's another. I'd like to nominate something because it is on YouTube, and I gave it to Phil to watch, and he probably hasn't even watched it yet.
Miami Connection.
The Miami Connection
Still haven't watched
is on YouTube.
Well,
I would
it's
definitely
on that.
nominate the Miami Connection, but let's see here.
There you go. Peanut butter solution.
Conspiracy. trailer.
It's an hour and 30. Oh no, that's 1:36.
Here we
Hour
go.
and 40.
There it is. It's on YouTube.
All right, so that works then.
So that works.
Although that was uploaded 4
Yeah, but
days
here's
ago.
one 9 hours ago, so it's being uploaded all over the place.
All right, so that works then. Never mind,
And
we're good.
since it's not on DVD, I'm gonna allow it. I mean, like
Yeah.
it's their fault for not having a DVD.
Well, it's there. It'll be up there. All right. Well, so anyway, so make sure you send that in. And then in the next week, we'll do the next round of voting, and also I'm going to be sending out the official Kickstarter survey as far as getting T-shirt sizes and whatever other options that you have. So keep an eye out for that as well.
Shipping address.
Yeah. So that kind of thing.
Big thing coming up, August 23rd. That is next Sunday.
Yeah, like a week away.
You, me, Andrew Lindy, and Derek Armijo, we are all going to be at the comic book sci-fi convention, also known as BrendoMan Sci-Fi Con.
Yep.
In the Simpsons lore.
Yep.
But it's no longer BrendoMan. That's why it's
Yeah.
a thing. But it's going to be at the Reef. It's if you don't know where that is, it's near where the Shrine Show normally is. At the
LA.
Shrine Expo Center, but it's in Los Angeles. Go to comicbooksci-fi.com. That's August 23rd. It's 1933 South Broadway at the Reef, also known as LA Mart or La Mart. I don't know. But from 12 to 2 p.m., Haley Atwell from Agent Carter, Captain America, Avengers Age of Ultron, she's going to be there. We got a bunch of other people, some Power Rangers, Mike Mayhew, Lauren Lester, also known as the voice of Robin from Batman Animated Series, going to be there.
We'll be selling good stuff.
We'll be selling stuff. We're going to be there from, well, I love that it's at 9:10 a.m.
Yeah,
is
well, because early
admission.
they have like the load in because we have to be there super early to get loaded in and stuff.
Ugh.
But
from 9 a.m. is early admission, and it's up until 5, and admission's only $10. And
good deal.
we're going to be doing maybe some live recording, selling stuff,
We'll give you
hanging
stickers.
out. We got stickers, things to give away, stickers of all kinds,
Yeah.
and buy some stuff from us as well. So come on out down, comic book, and the Los Angeles Comic Book and Science Fiction Convention, August 23rd at the Reef.
It's going to be great.
Be there.
Be there. Sunday. It is on a Sunday.
Yes. There isn't a sticker rule. There's no rules.
Yeah. Everything goes.
This is not Comic-Con.
No.
This is
You know
all.
how they say this is not your father's Comic-Con?
Yeah.
This is
your father's.
This is your father's Comic-Con.
Comic-Con. And it's a one step above a yard sale.
Yeah. It's like a it's a
It's a
targeted
nerd
swap
yard
meet.
sale. It's basically swap meet rules.
Yeah.
Which means there are no
Which is-
rules.
yeah, whatever. Which is great.
Permits.
It's gonna be fun. We don't need permits.
Seller.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
Well, here's the funny part, like signing up for it, because we kind of got our money together a little bit close to the deadline. We were within the deadline, but I called to make sure that everything was cool, and I was like, oh, can we just like PayPal you? And he's like, nope, it's check only, and if you don't get your check in time, it's cash at the door. So they play it fast and loose.
It's the kind of operation we're dealing with here. So that's coming up. Also coming up, September 12th and 13th is the Long Beach Comic Con, and we are going to be having our webcomics advocates. I still have to email Patrick. Crap.
Oh yeah.
I forgot about that.
Well, he's in the program already, so.
So
September 13th.
September 13th
is our panel.
11:30
Sunday. Correct.
Well, once we
Pretty sure it's
11:30. We got the final. But anyways, you should check that as an awesome convention. September 12th and 13th, Long Beach Comic Con at the Long Beach Convention Center.
Yep.
And same day, September 12th at 7 p.m. So after the convention, I'm gonna be heading up to Los Angeles with Janelle. Derek's coming too, and we're going to be watching our friends at the Blaze. Lizzie and Kat will be doing a live episode of the Blaze at Nerd Melt. That's the Nerdist Theater at Meltdown Comics on Sunset Boulevard. It's going to be at 7 p.m. Saturday, September 12th, with special guest Christina Leese, also known as Emily Valentine, and they're going to be reviewing the ultimate Emily Valentine episode, Euphoria, also known as the episode where Emily gives Brandon ecstasy, and the things that you would expect to happen on a soap opera about drug use happen.
And he's cured, like, I mean, he kicks whatever issues by the end of the episode, I'm sure.
I think a couple episodes. It's not Nerd HQ, it is Nerd Melt. Nerd HQ is the Nerd Machine thing at Comic-Con.
Speaking of Nerd Melt, it's so stinking hot in here. I'm nerd melting on your chair.
In Nerd Melt, you also got to be advised it is hot in there, and you will melt in the Nerd Melt. But it's worth it. And they also said they're going to have some other special guests to be announced.
But who knows?
Buy your tickets. They're only $5. 90210blaze.tumblr.com. That's where you can buy them. And I'm really excited for that. And Lizzie and Kat are awesome. And I have my 90210 Blaze T-shirt.
You are gonna wear it.
And I think I'm gonna wear it. I think I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
Well, I was really flattered because I've been behind on the Blaze, but as you've seen, I've been spending a lot of time with a puzzle.
Yep.
Because after I watch Japanese wrestling, and I don't have anything else to watch because it's still TV is not really on yet. Right. It's still summer, so like the only thing that's on right now is Pretty Little Liars.
And Last Comic Standing.
I gotta start watching that.
Yes.
But so Pretty Little Liars. I watched my Pretty Little Liars episode on Tuesday. I'm all caught up on wrestling, so I spent a lot of time because there's nothing else to watch really. I mean, I guess there's always stuff to watch, but I also want to do my puzzle and I want to listen to podcasts since it's too hot outside to go walking and. So I finally caught up. I was like 6 episodes behind on the Blaze, and there was an episode from the end of July, and I feel bad now that I hadn't listened to it yet because towards the end they like talk about like our friend Brendo was at 2 panels at Comic-Con this past week, and we love you, Brendo, just super like ultra shout outs. And I guess, and they wonder if they're like, oh, you never said it. So I did. I'm like, I just, and I'd been writing them before that, but I wonder, they were like, he never acknowledged because I'm writing about like, oh, in this episode he talked about this. Right. And I wonder, they're like, did he not listen to the shout out? But now I heard the shout out, so thank you, Lizzie and Kat. They're the best. And I'm really excited, and I'm excited for Janelle to experience the whole thing.
That's going to be fun.
And also Derek's going to be there. So we're all going to be there, and you should check that out. But yeah, so what else is going on with you? I mean, you got the back to school.
Yeah, I kind of already did my stuff to mention.
Back to school
blues, but it's good. It's a good thing. And I talked about Squid Rock Undertow, so that's been my week, just getting ready for school and melting.
How you been handling the getting up early again?
It's tough.
Has there been some tough mornings?
There's been some tough mornings. Well, all of us.
Has Janelle punched you yet?
No, but I'm pretty good about it because I just set multiple alarms and.
I did learn a trick from you.
What's that?
That I do now because I don't want to have to fuss when it's time to, because I get up, but then there's like I'm like, oh, how much time do I have, or oh, when I know. So I actually set a couple. I have a couple alarms set.
It's like school bells.
I have like 6:30, which means 7:30, which means 15 minutes till you have to leave. Then 7:45, which means you better get out the door.
Yep.
So like, but I
shower is another one. If I don't set the alarm in the shower, I will stay in there indefinitely.
See, I don't have that problem.
I'll be in there and Janelle will be like, "It's been half an hour. What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Oh, just like spacing out." But if I set the alarm, then I know, oh man, I've been in here for 10 minutes. I gotta go. It's time.
Phil, for the last time, Mario, Phil has a job.
I do.
It's raising those kids, and you're doing an amazing job at it.
But I have other jobs too. I do multiple things.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of Brack strips coming out. You've been really churning those out.
Well, that's definitely taken a back seat. But
back seat to what?
What do you mean to what? I've not sat down in a week.
What were you doing earlier this week? You're playing Legos with your kids.
Well, we did that a little bit, yes, but for the most part, getting the house ready to go, getting the kids' stuff. Janelle and I have been doing a whole overhaul. Plus, we had the plumbing thing the week before.
All right, well, when you get your act together, what are you gonna? You gotta run out of excuses.
There's plenty of act together. Don't worry. It's all good. Next week, I get the full week of time.
Yeah, we'll see how you do next week.
It's gonna be good.
gonna be good.
See how you do.
So what's going on with you? Working?
Just working. We had an ice cream party today.
Nice.
That was pretty cool. Ha ha ha! Such a hard job requires lambskin to make sure he's not overworked in the future. Ha ha ha!
I'm never gonna live it down.
Nope.
Never.
Never.
It's all right.
Anyway, so I've been working. We had an ice cream party today, so that was pretty cool.
That's good.
And
Fun people, cool still.
people very cool. Everybody's cool. I've been starting to increase my expertise in doing some more stuff. They've already given me some more responsibilities, and like I basically it was cool. Because my manager my boss was on vacation the first week I was there, so I didn't even see him. The guy that hired me.
Right.
So then he's here, and he sat me down and basically told me like the things I need to do to get hired permanently when the position opens up, which will likely happen because the guy I'm temping for is probably gonna take a job in another department, which he's currently
Right.
temporarily assigned to, but that's probably going to go permanent because that tends to be the way things, like all the admins, like a lot of the like sysadmin guys came from my department, so I mean that's good to know. And
it sounds like
he
it's
kind of
going
laid
well,
out
right?
a really good plan for me to where like if I keep doing this, then I will get that permanent
Nice.
position, and that's why I'm back. I actually re-upped my dress game because he kind of hinted around at that.
Well, that's good.
Because he said, even though the handbook says this, here's what I would like to see. Because I was going off the handbook and what I had seen but he's like, if you really want to, it was kind of like the pieces of flair talk, but like
Yeah.
not as passive
Some people
aggressive.
choose to wear collar
It wasn't
shirts.
like that at all. Like, but he basically was like, I like to see collared shirts out there. I like to give us an extra edge in information services because we're out there, we're setting a good example. Like, I get it. And it's not like he's asking, I can wear jeans. So I'm actually going to probably either tomorrow or Sunday, I have a little bit of money, and I might buy a couple pairs of pants.
David says, don't you want to express yourself, Brendo?
So I do through
Yeah.
collared
Your
shirts,
collared shirts.
and because one of my jeans was like it was about as like basically saying he basically told me like your jeans are like not acceptable because like one pair has a hole in it
Right.
and the other pair is like super faded, so like neither one, and so
So you gotta like get some clothes.
get some clothes. So because I've been and I'm like. Yeah, and it's really hot, and so I can't extend the pants as long as I would like to.
Right.
Normally, I have like a certain number of times.
You gotta rotate them a
rotate
lot faster.
them a lot faster.
Oh man.
Because it gets hot, and I
Yep.
walk around a lot, and it's hot.
I can't.
Today it was when we walked to because the most of the information services department is in this W building, which is a quarter of a mile away from where we are, so round trip, that's half a mile, and then you take in the heat factor.
Ugh.
So anyway, so we had to go over there for our ice cream party, and I had delivered stuff there the previous day, and then someone pulled out their phone, and it was like, guys, it's 107 degrees right now. 107
Lovely.
in Redlands,
Yeah.
and we were out walking around.
So
Good times. So but I mean, I'm learning a lot. I'm learning new tricks. Learning all the tricks of the trade, learning that those hybrid tablet laptops are the devil because they have very specific ways of you have to install things on them, and if you do it any other way, you like break them. And I actually broke one, like broke it, like
just by
straight up.
installing something wrong.
Well, yeah, it was screwy, and then we couldn't fix it, and we ended up. We had to send it to the warehouse to get completely wiped,
Ugh.
like because we don't do so. Because it's complicated. It's really dumb, so now because it's funny, like in a tech, it's very common in the IT world that like a lot of the knowledge is like tribal. There's
Right.
no so you kind of just learn as you go. So like I did this thing. They're like, oh yeah, you're gonna want to do this, this, and this, and I'm like, I already did this because nobody told me otherwise. They're like, yeah, you just kind of, and I'm like, okay, great. And that's just how it is.
Right.
and there's always somebody, like our boss right now is like, we need to document more, and everybody's like, oh sure, and then it never. It's like everywhere I've ever been, that's how it is. Like a lot of the knowledge is not, it's not written down anywhere. You just kind of pick it up, but it makes
Pass it on to
people
the next
get very
generation.
frustrated. And I had a moment where I'm just like, really, like this, you could have just told me, like, here are these things, but like they waited until I'd broken
Afterwards.
a laptop to be like, oh yeah, you're gonna want to do this,
That's
this, and
part of
this.
the initiation thing.
And I'm like, ugh, but it was fine, because luckily it wasn't something I needed like immediately. But if I had like, because I'm being good,
Right.
and I have a huge buffer like for like when, because like I'll have it ready, like I have most of my stuff ready like several days before it's due. So luckily, because I had that, I was able to make it, and like it was fine. But if I hadn't, I would have been in all heaps of trouble. So I'm doing a good job. But that's pretty much what's going on at work. I do like the fact that like I have a lot of time to like I read on my phone a lot, and I'm
That's
like
cool.
making my way through a lot of books.
Nice.
And I get an hour-long lunch. It's nice to sit and read, and I got a company phone today, so that was
Wow.
a Nexus. But it's because since I'm a temp, like I'm not. They know for regular people, like if I was a regular employee, they let you bring your own, like you can use your own phone to do, because we need to have like our email and our IM on our phone, because we're out like making calls and like people need to get a hold of us. Because I went out on a call and then I got back and like my computer like blown up because there was people trying to get a hold of me, and I was out and about for like an hour, and then I had like all these people like, oh, let me do this, and I was like, oh crap. So I'm like, and I was like, what do I do? And they're like, oh yeah, don't you have a phone? I'm like, no. Again, like
Information that would have been
but
useful to.
they're like, well, since you're gonna have to get a loaner phone, because for regular people you use your phone, you connect it to their server, and then they pay you a stipend of $75 a month.
Nice.
So basically they pay for your phone, but I can't do that until I'm already. But so they give me, so when I get, basically what happens is I get to work now, I put my phone on my desk, and then I carry that one around with me, and it has my email and everything, because I can't put it on my phone.
Right.
But once I start, one day I will.
Cool.
And then I won't have to pay for my phone anymore.
Yeah. So
Which is
that's
awesome.
like a raise, basically.
Yeah. And so that's been cool, and everybody's nice, and I guess everybody at work is playing Destiny.
Okay.
And it kind of makes me want to play it, but I know, like, I even said, like, I can't do MMOs, and because they even tried to, like, they're like, oh, you should play it, and I'm like, I can't do MMOs. Like, it's not an MMO, and they're like, it's kind of, because it's a first-person shooter, so it's not like an RPG. I'm like, it's still a giant time sink, and I even told him, like, my whole thing, like, when a new Bethesda game comes out, like a new like a new Elder Scrolls or a new Fallout game, like, I have to, like, plan out when I'm gonna buy it, because like that's like 100 hours at least. So like with MMOs, because I even told him, like, I just fully weaned myself off of WoW just a couple years ago. It took 3 tries, and however many, like if I typed in if you saw my WoW playtime, it's obscene. I think I spent a year. Like, I think it's over a year of real time.
You had to use your MMO patch
in that game. So I'm like, I can't do it, you guys. And they're like, oh, come on. Like, it was the whole thing. Like, they tried to. They're like, okay, I think I hit the point where like they realized that I'm a pretty cool guy. So now they're trying to suck me into all their time sucks.
Yep. That's how it goes.
And
Don't do it. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad.
I'm not gonna. I can't.
I know.
I couldn't.
I know.
Then plus like I wouldn't be able to keep up with the things I'm keeping up with now and do that. Like I couldn't do that. And I really, the next game I want, because I was reading about it today, like some of the expansions that they've released.
Yeah.
I want to get Splatoon like so bad, because they just were like,
we haven't gotten to play it yet.
I haven't even, like, I just played it the one time.
So much fun.
And I want to get, like, probably either next week or the week after I'm gonna get it.
It's cool.
Because, like, I figured if I kind of space out, like, the things I want to buy for myself that I've been waiting to buy, like, all summer, like, it'll be okay.
Oh, that reminds me. Okay, this is, it's under video games, but since you're talking about video games, So we got like the craziest deal at Target. Okay. So they had this thing where you have to pre-order a game from Target, and then you get like any one of these games for 50% off right there. So they had Lego Jurassic World, which we've really been wanting for Wii U, and you just had to pre-order a game. You only have to put $1 down on the game.
Yeah.
And then you get it for 50% off.
That's crazy.
So it's $20, which is, like what it goes down to eventually usually. But so we got it for $20, and you have to put $1 down, and if you don't ever get the game, it doesn't matter because it's $1. So basically, it's like getting $19 off. So we got that, and we also got the new Just Dance, like 2015 or whatever that Janelle wanted. And so we've been playing Lego Jurassic World, and it's super awesome. So
No Man's Sky. I don't know what that is.
I don't know. Apparently, it looks amazing.
Dave says it's amazing.
Well, anyway, but I just think it's funny. Like I was waiting for like the catch. It's like, oh, if you don't like come in and use this card within 7 days of the game's launch, then you lose your $1. And I'm like, okay, I'm all right with that.
What game was it?
Let's see. Well, I pre-ordered the new Rock Band. And then also
like specific things that you could only use.
Yeah, there's only like 3 or 4 that you could get. Rock Band and then Disney Infinity 3, which I do want, but I'm not paying
That's
$75 for that.
Most of my after seeing last year, because I hadn't even participated in Black Friday, after seeing the video game deals, I think I'm gonna hold off for the majority of my video, except for Splatoon. I really want that, but like I think because I really want to get an Xbox One. And
that's when
I'm definitely waiting for that for Black Friday because I can wait that long for one. And and like because as crazy as last year's Black Friday for the next gen for the this generation, imagine what they're going to be like this year.
It's going to be amazing.
So yeah, and imagine what is this holiday season going to be the year you get a PS3 because like we're in the like third holiday season for the new generation.
So yeah, it's coming soon.
The GameStop prices for they're down to what? Like I think you can get one for $100. I
think so, yeah.
But there were some we found. There's been deals where you can get them for like $50. Yeah. We've seen but those are like the lightning deals. I think they're about to hit $50 for a PS3.
When it hits $50,
it's around the corner.
That's my entry point there.
I feel like we're getting real close.
We're getting there. There's some games
finally
on that,
PS3.
There's some games that I'd like to play.
Yeah. Oh, dude, you're gonna love Little Big Planet. Like I could see like you and your kids playing that.
That looks fun. Other good ones.
Well, there's I know
Katamari,
for you,
of course.
There's a Katamari, and then there's is there a Kingdom Hearts?
I think it's just like a remaster.
So many, all those remastered ones. I get confused.
It's great, but there's only so. After a while, it's like, all right, I just want to play a new game, But
they do have the Game Boy Advance one on that, and you never got the Game Boy Advance.
I do have the Game Boy Advance.
Oh, you did finally get it?
Yeah.
Did you play it?
I haven't played it yet, but I bought it.
That was like the first Game Boy Advance game I bought. When did I buy that? Because you basically talked me into it. Because it was like I think it was either at one of those Sam Goodies.
Yeah, it was something when it was going out.
Because I remember exactly what it was. Because we were going around to those Sam Goodies when those were going out of business, and I think I bought that, both of the Metroid games.
Yeah.
I bought that and the 2 Metroid games for $5 each.
Yep, that was a good deal.
Yeah. Because I had both. It was Fusion and the other one.
I finally got it when GameStop cleared out their stock, and I bought a ton of Game Boy Advance games from them. So. That's why
Because when GameStop cleared out, that's when I got River City Ransom for like, and those ones were still like $15, but they were normally like $30. Yeah. And I got River City Ransom and Street Fighter, Puzzle Fighter for $15, and Dodgeball for like $15 a piece.
Good stuff.
Oh, dude. That River City Ransom for Game Boy Advance is amazing. The Dodgeball
is amazing.
Is awesome too.
Hours on that thing.
And Puzzle Fighter.
Well, of course.
And just making you mad because I'm colorblind. I have a very specific method of playing Puzzle Fighter where
it works.
Like it totally works. Where like I just don't even pay attention and I stack the sides and then I bring in the middle and inevitably something will just like explode and I'll start getting diamonds all over the place.
And whereas I orchestrate like this perfect like giant blob and then
And
ruin it
and
all.
75 and like at least 50% of the time I'll beat Phil and he gets. Because I remember it got to the point where you're like, I'm not playing with you anymore. Because at first you're like, how are you doing this? I thought you were colorblind. And then you watched me and you're like, wait,
You're not even playing it
what
for
are you
real.
doing? I'm like, it's not my fault. I can't differentiate.
You're doing it wrong.
I'm like, because that one has purple and blue and
Yeah.
and it has like two different. And I'm like, forget about it. It has my worst colors. It has purple, blue, green, and red, and they all kind of bleed together at a certain point. And so I'm just like, if I try to play it for reals, I get frustrated real fast. And this was before, because most puzzle games now have colorblind modes,
Right.
thankfully, or they're like Meteos where they have colors and shapes.
Yep.
But freaking Puzzle Fighter does
That's
not.
from that era. That was
Yeah.
not a thing then.
Which, oh, frustrating. But I still love that game. So.
Speaking of frustrating, our friend Josh has a
Oh
frustrating
yeah, I wanted to
situation.
put the word out. He hasn't officially started this yet, but I want everybody to follow at Best Josh Forbes on Twitter, and we'll also post a link when he does. But you should be following him anyway because he's hilarious
Yeah.
and awesome. He's one of our friends from college. He's a director. He actually directed his first feature film recently for Sci-Fi Channel. I think it's for Sci-Fi Channel.
Well, now that you say it, I'm not sure.
Or it's a maybe
No,
not.
It's not sci-fi.
It's a horror movie.
Yeah, because it's like R.
Okay, yeah.
But
I think it's.
well, I can't remember anyway. He did it.
So anyways, at Best Josh Forbes, Forbes, and he's directed many music videos, some of which you
You've
probably
definitely
have seen.
some of them, yeah.
And he's also directed like TV segments and other stuff.
Yeah.
He worked on the Will Wheaton project, which sadly only was one season.
He did the music video for my band, These Spivvies, back in the day.
But anyways, so Josh he directed the video for Shut Up and Dance, the Walk the Moon song, where if you listen to Popsicles, you might have heard my rendition of Shut Up and Dance with Me, this woman is my... Anyway, I'm doing it now again. But, so our friend Josh directed that music video. It's a great music video. It is nominated for Best Rock Video at the VMAs. Now, you would assume that since Josh made that video, he would get to attend the VMAs, but here's where the VMAs... I cannot believe this is... I feel like this must be a newer thing, because I feel like, I don't know, maybe it is.
Maybe that's just how they make their money.
So, only the band gets tickets for free, gets comp tickets. If Josh wants to go, it is $800.
Right.
The ticket is $800, not a plane ticket to go.
Right.
At first, it's like, what is this in
I
New
thought
York?
You just wanted to fly somewhere.
No, it's in Los Angeles. If he wants to go, and there's a high chance he'll win the award.
Yeah.
And he might not even get to go up and accept it in person. I want Josh to get his. Moonmen is the Moonmen are the VMAs because the movie awards are the popcorn.
Right.
So I want, if Josh wins a Moonman, I want him to be there to accept it. But right now it's not, because Josh, he lives on from project to project pretty much, and
got a family,
new kid on the way, yeah. So can't just be dropping $800 to go to the VMAs for an award that you're not. That sounds like that's like a scam.
Again, I was like, that's like if we start the Ukaipa Film Festival and say, hey, Steven Spielberg, we nominated you for Best Director. Please come pay
tickets are $1,000.
Because you can afford it, right? Come.
Yeah, it just seems like a scam. Like, are they nominating people they think they can get $800?
$800 out of this guy?
Can we get $800 out of this guy? Like $800 to attend, and I bet you he doesn't even get to sit in like the front part.
Sure.
He's probably like up on
the bands to be the cool people to be up there,
So that's extremely frustrating for both Josh and his friends. Like, I'm mad on his behalf, and he has said that he's probably going to set up a GoFundMe. When that happens, we're going to post the link. But if you want to stay on top of that, go to @BestJoshForbes. You should already be following him because he is a very funny dude and he's really cool. But so I just thought that was ridiculous, and I don't know, send an email to MTV or something. Be like, hey,
Hey,
MTV, that's not
come
cool.
on, let him go.
He's-
Incidentally, Josh and Andrea, his wife, introduced Janelle to Settlers of Catan.
Yeah, which
we've played many, many hours of.
And you've
then.
been slowly getting your kids.
Yeah, we've been playing. The kids and I have been playing a lot of Lego Heroica as well.
Which is awesome, because that's like beginner's Dungeons and Dragons.
It's very much. I even got Janelle to play with us.
Nice.
Super fun. If you guys have never tried it, I mean, they're out
you
of
like
print
build
now,
the dungeon basically.
Yeah, basically, you build it with the Legos, and then it's got very, it's much more simplified, obviously, but you basically play through a little mini campaign, and there's an end boss that you go and fight and stuff.
It sounds to me a lot like Hero Quest, which was made by a combination of Games Workshop and Milton Bradley as like a beginner, as a way to lure. Like not lure, but just introduce
like it's like devious,
people. Well, because it is like there's a steep learning curve, and this was like introductory because it's like pretty simple and but the way they make the system though, it also encourages you to create It's easy to create your own stuff.
Right.
And I remember Hero Quest even had like blank like things in the book, like in the booklet.
Well, and so this is great because you just build the board however you want it to be.
Yeah.
Like it helps you set up like a room, but then you can arrange the rooms, and you can build the room however you want, but it has like these preset templates of rooms, and then you just build it. The fun part is that because the kids are so into Legend of Zelda, especially Luke, like they translate everything into Zelda speak. So like you have your little energy bars that if you fight, and they just call it hearts, because it's like Legend of Zelda. How many hearts do you have? So it's pretty fun.
Awesome.
That's been cool.
So then another thing that it's still very much a rumor, but several of the Spice Girls have commented. They seem to be trying to stir up rumors of a reunion show, which they have done before.
Yeah. And
this brings up the dilemma again, because I don't know if I talked about. I think I talked about this once on Popsicles. When the Spice Girls reunited last time, I did buy a ticket because that was all I could have. Because they did a lottery on their website.
Okay.
I won a spot to buy a ticket, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go to that. Of course I'm gonna go. And I bought a ticket, and then I don't know what happened. I sat there looking at this ticket, and I'm like, what's it gonna be like being like a dude by himself at a spot? But then I guess I should have realized, because then a bunch of my friends went, and they're like, there were no kids there.
Yeah,
like,
it's
what
not for
kids?
today's kids.
And they're like, you would have been fine, but I panicked and I was like, I can't go to this.
Kids like in high school or junior high now have no idea who the Spice Girls are.
Because I think part of it was I remember being the 18-year-old at a Spice Girls concert in 1998 and feeling really weird. Because it was like it was a lot of kids, but there was we had a bunch of our friends, so it wasn't that bad. But then I thought about that, but being by myself.
Yeah, but now you're this many years.
I did end up selling the ticket for. I think because this was back when I was like living hand to foot, hand to fist, hand to foot,
fist to mouth,
foot to mouth, hand to mouth. I think it's hand to mouth.
One of those things.
Hand to mouth. Anyways, I was living so I think I actually paid my portion of the rent because I sold the ticket for at least 5 times face value. I think I paid $100 and I sold it for $500.
Wow.
Because
you won the lottery.
Yes. So. It was a lottery system, and so I think I sold it for $500, And I do regret it, because if they do reunite, they're already Jerry might not do. I think there's one of them that already said
it was Posh.
Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, Victoria said no. So Ginger, but at least I just want to see, because even when I saw him, it was without. That's why I really regretted because it was all 5 in their reunion. When I saw him, it was. Because they never toured the United States with Ginger. It was the one time they toured the U.S. And I went, but Ginger was already gone. So at least I get this. I don't know. I feel like I need to go, but it's still in the early.
Yeah.
I don't know why Victoria is being. I guess because she doesn't need money.
Well, yeah. Come on.
she's got her Spice Girls money, and she's married to David
Got
Beckham.
money, yeah.
And she was actually already wealthy to begin with.
Yeah.
Unlike all the other girls who really weren't, whom Victoria was. That's why she's Posh Spice. Like, she already was rich.
Right.
Even before she married David Beckham, even before she was a Spice Girl, she was already rich. So I guess, and she's like a mom now, and she's got a clothing line, I think, or something. I don't know. There was a recent kerfluffle in the media.
Okay.
Because I want to hear your opinion on this as a parent.
Okay.
Because I tend to stay out of these parent issues. You know, there's always something parents
Of course.
where there's like a celebrity parenting fail. So this one was with the Beckhams.
Okay.
4-year-old with a pacifier.
I mean,
People are going crazy.
here's the thing. First of all, I mean, we were fortunate our kids never like really took to that,
Yeah.
you know, but like I don't know, I mean if it's something that your kid does, it's not I mean, you know, ideally you don't want it to
Yeah.
go into like
Well, that's like
adulthood,
a
but
lot of
I
the
don't know,
parents. It
whatever.
seems like to be a battle of parents versus non-parents. Because like I've read a couple of these things, and like on Facebook, and then like some of the things, just because again I'm bored sometimes,
Right.
and it seems to be that it's the majority of the argument goes like, oh, that's ridiculous, and then somebody will be like, do you have kids? Try
Right.
getting a kid off of something they're attached to.
Right.
Like,
Well, that's why I say, like, our kids didn't ever take up pacifiers, but every kid has a vice, if you will.
Yeah.
My kids pick their nose and eat it.
Yeah.
Like, and that's, I mean, they've gotten better about it, especially now that they're in school. But, I mean, kids do that. They suck their thumbs, pick their nose, whatever. Like,
well, and
that's
that was
part of
basically,
growing up,
and
you
that was
know?
David Beckham handled it because like people like straight up, you know how the British tabloids are.
Right.
So he's like, so he finally was like, look, like I'd rather it's the pacifier, like, and anybody exactly
Yeah,
that's
David.
that's what he said. He's like, look, it's better than sucking her thumb, and like there's plenty of other things that could be worse. Like, I'm just glad, like, so he basically told everybody to F off, like,
Yeah, I mean-
in a nice, because I'm sorry, David Beckham is always he's a very well-spoken, charming person, and even in this, it was basically his well-spoken, charming
Right.
way of telling everybody like F off, like.
It's again, especially if you don't have kids, like, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's not. Yeah, it's nothing. It's, oh well.
It's just funny.
Yeah. See, like when David and Mario are discussing in the thing here in the chat, but thumb sucking is a lot harder because you can't get rid of the thumb, obviously, unless you're
Chop
in
it
the
off.
Spanish Inquisition or something like
Chop
that.
off that thumb.
Yeah, I mean, so
Then
you
they'll
can
suck
take
on the
away
stuff.
pacifiers, and then it's like putting them in rehab. But if the thumb is their thing, their noses produce boogers. I get that, but it's the eating it that really is the big issue. That I'm like, oh, come on, guys.
I know your sister, the thumb sucker.
Yeah, I mean, and Amy did pacifier for, I don't know when she was done, but she had a pacifier. Then she had her blankie for a long time. So there's every kid has different stuff.
I had a rock until
You had a rock
until I was
You had a
25 years old.
Right. So I mean,
And I finally let it go at 25. And that was only because I left it in Thailand.
As like silly as that sounds, wouldn't you rather have had that than like suck your thumb?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So whatever. People just need to chill out. I thought it was going to be something like, Michael Jackson dangling baby kind of thing. Or
the other one that I think is probably way worse is Tori Spelling's getting a lot of heat because she has like not small kids, but I think they're like 8 or 9.
Okay.
Bleaching their hair. She'd let one of them
Is that
bleach her
bad?
hair. I guess on kids because burns your scalp.
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like a big deal to me, but like that seems to have caused a huge.
I mean, I guess maybe not bleaching, but I remember like messing around with like hair dye, like we get the Halloween stuff and do that.
Well, this was like bleach.
I don't know, because what was the stuff? Like, remember? I don't know. Maybe it was just like in the 80s and 90s, like the punk spray.
Oh yeah,
you know
the
what I mean?
spray.
Like, yeah, we'd mess around with stuff like that.
That stuff's probably toxic now.
Probably. I mean, that's probably worse than whatever she's doing now.
I feel like anything that came out of a spray in the 80s, all
Totally
that's
cool.
gone.
Yeah.
Like all that
We don't
is,
have
but
that
none of
anymore.
that exists because that was all because between the ozone and probably the chemicals,
Right.
Like they
No,
probably
it's cool, guys. It's in a
like,
can.
they're like, I bet you when the EPA finally involved, the FDA is like, finally we've been trying to get rid of this stuff. It's like, so because yeah, like none of that stuff. I just remember the smell of some of those hair products. Like
Yeah.
this is not fit for human.
Oh.
Because I remember
That Halloween stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that,
Oh, yeah.
It had like a very distinct smell.
Yeah.
Probably some horrible chemical.
and you get it at like Spencer's
Yeah,
or like some
yeah.
place.
Or like in the Halloween store.
Yeah.
They would have them. You know. Anyway, I don't know. I mean, unless there's some like
But I guess because
actual
some,
thing.
it sounds like quackery because someone's like the bleach will soak into your scalp and.
I don't know.
I'm like, I don't know. I think, and yes, it burns and like you can
Yeah, but
damage.
if a kid wants to do
but
it,
if a kid, but like I think it's because it could cause permanent. Because like I got to a point where my hair was starting to fall out a little bit.
Like, I mean, it would have to be pretty severe to actually stop it from growing. It might totally mess up your current hair, but
Which I did.
yeah, and
But
that
I
could
heard
ruin that.
I don't know. At a certain point, you can like fry it out. Like
Maybe I don't know.
But there are lots.
I've done a lot of crazy.
Aren't
stuff
there
with
lots
my
of?
hair.
Aren't there like most blonde celebrities just like?
Yeah, tons of people bleach their hair. I've bleached my hair like.
Well, we used to bleach.
I also used to do like lemon juice in my hair. That's how I
We
did
did
it.
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
I just remember with Moss, like we'd bleach our hair like
What
all.
nuts?
I mean, I one time with Merle dyed my. I didn't bleach them. I probably would have murdered myself, but I did dye my eyebrows.
Oh yeah.
That was a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, that one doesn't. Unless there's some kind of specific thing that I'm not aware of,
It's
it
just-
seems like people need to chill out a little bit.
It's weird, the internet culture of like, what are we gonna be mad about today?
I mean, it's nothing like,
But
it's nothing new. Just everyone has instant
It's
access
just-
to it
it's
now.
just a little bit too much. But like some of the things, like people are allowed to be angry at things, and people are
Yeah,
allowed to
that's
be
fine. But it also doesn't mean that they have to not do the thing.
Yeah, I
Like, you
don't
know.
So I already talked about Aldi coming to Ukaipa, so that's pretty much
Yep.
what I. Oh, I already talked about this, so I can delete that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why I left that on there. I think I deleted the subtitle,
Okay.
not
Yeah,
the
yeah.
title,
you
because I
did.
saw the colon. Book corner.
Book
We're talking about
Corner.
Book Corner. I'm sorry, we gotta keep. I'm fading.
dripping, man.
I'm fading my shirt. Luckily, this is like this is like the lightest.
Yeah.
I specifically wore this today because it's like super light and fluffy. It's very breathable. It's like this is what always drove me crazy at Disneyland was half the costumes were like thick polyester
Right.
and then the other half were like this super breathable. And guess which one I freaking got? Meanwhile, so Phil's wearing freaking Hawaiian shirts and
Yeah.
shorts.
No, they were pants, but they were like khaki pants though.
Did you ever get to wear shorts?
No.
See, because we got to wear shorts.
Yeah.
But
But I was in air conditioning most of the day, so.
So anyway, didn't you wear shorts when you were Crush?
No, they were khakis.
Okay.
They were like very comfy, like.
I just remember I didn't even realize because one time
Yeah, you came
I didn't
over.
realize you were in your
Yeah,
costume.
I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, this is my costume.
And I was like, I hate you so much right now. Because in main entrance, and even because when I remember hearing they were gonna get new costumes, and they're still the like super heavy
Yeah.
polyester, because it's like straight up heavy polyester, and it does not breathe at all. And I used to sweat just so much because like it gets like 100, and when it gets to be 100 degrees, you can unbutton
The top
one more
yeah.
button.
And then how
on
hot
your-
did it have to be to get water? Because for a
Well,
while
that became a thing.
But for a while that was.
It was like it had to be like code 90, I
Yeah.
think, because we had different codes. We had 90 and then 100.
Yeah.
100 was when you could do the second button.
110, you could just go.
Yeah.
You know, all the way, right?
110 is because I remember also with the codes, like I think at code 90, the head characters went to like 10 minutes on,
Oh yeah.
and then at code 100, no face,
No
no head characters. Face characters, yes,
Oh.
but the head
Just
characters.
talking about it is making me hotter. Ah,
Did you ever?
empty. Don't worry.
I just remember one time somebody dared me to go into the headroom, like the break room, on a 100-degree day.
Ugh.
It was the worst smell I've ever smelled in my life.
Imagine. They're all just sharing those things.
And it's dude, it was just nasty. Well, not the costume room. I'm talking about the break room where they're like sitting in there and they take their heads off and they put them on like these fan things, but then it's just blowing the stench everywhere.
Like Darth Vader goes in the chamber to talk to the Emperor, basically.
And so I went in there just to be like, and I was like, I'm gonna barf, because that's why they're like, we used to be like, they're so cliquey, but it's because nobody wants to be around them. They're just all so gross. But yeah, anyways, so I just remember like that was the worst. Was those freaking costumes, and then I remember that's why I wanted to work parades, because we got to wear like that we could pick what costume we want to wear, and I'd always wear the Critter Country because it was like shorts and that super breathable freaking Critter Country shirt, which I'm like, oh man, that's awesome, nice. So nice. Oh, and then one time also we got to pick, of course. One time I picked Indiana Jones, so I got to freaking wear the hat and everything. It was amazing. And then one time I picked Haunted Mansion, and I got to wear the Haunted Mansion gear, and that was the best. Although it was still too hot. I wanted to go full like coat and everything. And there are guys that'll do it. Like you'll see the dude, but I could not. I took one step outside with like the full coat and everything on. I'm like, nope,
not gonna do it.
And that's why, like, when I see the dude, because I know how hot that is, and they're inevitably there'll be the diehard guy out there in the outdoor position.
I would just be dripping on it. Like it would be useless for me.
Yeah, mad props to those guys. But so book corner.
That all came from you not having deleted a book.
Wow. Because we're talking about how hot it was, and then talking about my shirt that I'm wearing. Oh my gosh! I was worried we weren't gonna have enough to talk about today.
Are you kidding?
Because like I'm like back in my routine.
You should never worry that we won't have enough time.
But I was like, I haven't done anything, and then
I've been here talking with you for almost 4 hours already.
Wow. So I'm still reading The Rest Is Noise. I actually haven't really gotten to that much this week because I don't have huge giant. And in the morning I don't even. I took the book out of the bathroom because I'll end up, because like it got to be a problem in my old places where I lived that like I would read on the toilet in the morning and then I'd end up being late to work.
Timer. You gotta time your poops too.
Yeah, but it's not enough time. I have like I gotta be 5 minutes in and out, and if there's a book involved, like not gonna happen. So I just took the book. There's no book
that's understandable.
in the bathroom. So it's by the bed, and usually now when I go to bed, I'm like, nope. So that's like a weekend thing now.
That's okay.
And then because like when I'm at work, I read on my phone, and so that's what I'm. So I'm like 70% done with the Untold History of Japanese Game Developers. It is
still really
so amazing, and like all these guys, because the reason why he's writing this book is because not a lot of people like even know who these people are, and so these guys are just spilling their life story because like they're like, I cannot believe people want to know about me, like why I'm not special. And it's like, you created all these amazing games. Like he was talking to the dude that did like the primary artwork and like a lot of stuff. Like he's like this one section that I'm in is like the people that made like ActRaiser and like all those games, like Illusion of Gaia and like all these amazing games. And they're like, they're all so humble and like then like just telling all these crazy stories. And the other common theme that's just very inspiring is they're like, yeah, I hate, like they all got so big that they end up getting offered these like administrative jobs at whatever company, and they end like it seems to be down the line they got so big because they started off, it was just them making games in like the 80s and like they learned how to program on their own. I'm like, yeah, and then they got so big and then they got to the point where they're like, I hate this. Like, I don't even get to make stuff anymore. So then they quit, and they're all, like, doing their own thing, like, indie style again. And they're like, I don't know where I'm going to pay my rent, but I would not do it any other way. And I'm like, yeah, make that thing. Make it. And, like, just doing, and they're all just like, and this is a lot of them are just like, I hate being told what to do, so I have to be my own boss. So, like, because a lot will be like, you quit a lucrative job at, like, Konami or Taito or some of the other places, like, yeah, I just hated being told what to do. I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to just go over and hug this guy. And like and again, just reading about like dudes that were like either right out of school or again, my favorite is the dude that was selling car parts.
Right.
And then they're like, they started programming on their own on their home computer, like BASIC, and like that crazy dude with machine code. But most people, they're learning BASIC, they're doing it out of magazines and like all that stuff. Just like I distinctly like that's a huge part of my early life. So I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, I would have like to be like and now there's like because you know how it's talking about like I want to time travel to like the late 70s and like now I want to be like I want to be like right out of college in like 1985 in Tokyo and speak Japanese and like I could make games for Konami. Right. Like you could make Gradius and like because like these were just dudes making games in their basements.
And some great games.
And like all the games that we grew up on, all of them.
Huh.
Like, and then it also like they're talking about all these other. They're also because wow, you're already on book 9 on just because I was thinking about picking up Discworld again, and I'm on book 3.
David said he's on book 9. And he said we can read the series when we get to 41 books in the book club. I think that's going to be off the club, but I do want to read it though.
I do actually have the Lemonade War and the second one sitting at the library. I gotta go pick them up.
Okay, nice.
I'll probably do that tomorrow too because I have a whole. So whenever I have to get quarters for the laundry, I go to the store and buy something so that I can get cash back, and then I specifically ask for $3 in quarters because if I have more quarters than I need, I will inevitably take them to work and use them in the vending machine. If I have dollar bills, also go in the vending machine. So on the laundry day, I have to go get $3 in quarters because anything else above, or if I get it, because I've also gotten it ahead of time and then I spend it beforehand. For a while, I was getting a roll of quarters. I would do one load of laundry and spend the rest on vending machine at work. So
you have to like plan it right to the day.
So I have to on that day go to the store, buy something, get cash back, get $3 in quarters exactly cash back, and then do my laundry. It's a whole thing because I have no self-control when it comes to quarters
well,
or
at least
small
you plan
money.
ahead so
it's also why one of the main reasons I don't carry cash is because I'll spend it.
Oh yeah.
And also having been jumped. Yeah. Although they did not take our money. Well, I think we didn't have any. They would have. They would have taken our money. So, I mean, I have a lot of my friends that have been mugged. That's why they don't carry cash.
Right. Well, you don't need to. You shouldn't need to.
And also the fact that you don't need to, and it's stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my other thing. Yeah. So, but stupid laundry. And it used to be $2, but now the dryer is about to like. They won't replace the dryer until it explodes.
You just do it here?
So I have to do 2 cycles on the dryer now. So it's $3. Still cheaper than going to the laundromat.
Yeah, plus you don't have to like haul it in the car and stuff.
And I went to one of the laundromats in Ukaipa and it was sketchy as hell.
There's nicer ones and not nice ones.
Well, I heard the one in the 99-cent store parking lot. That one's super nice.
That's what everyone says is the nicest
one. But it's pricier.
Yeah, we've gone to the one by Del Taco.
That one is a no.
But you can walk to Del Taco. So it's got
there's very humorous Yelp reviews about the various just like things. See, here's what I do miss. When I lived in China, it washed the clothes and then it spun enough to wring them out.
Right.
But because where I lived in the north, it was so dry that one, you had to use fabric softener for the original purpose that it was intended, because otherwise, like, it literally would harden.
Right.
Because like it got like I remember I didn't use fabric softener the first time I washed my clothes, and then you hang them up and they dry like super fast, like in an hour. That's how dry it is in northern China. But if you don't use fabric softener, I literally like couldn't open up my shirt. It was so stiff. So I'm like, oh, fabric softener.
That's what it's for.
And
that's why they call it that.
Yeah. So I miss that, being able to hang up my clothes and it's just like dry.
Sometimes it's dry enough here.
I mean, there's clotheslines out back, but I don't know. That just seems like I'm just worried somebody would steal my clothes. Because we do live. I feel like out here people would steal your clothes.
They might. In your apartment, you could do, but
Yeah, but where would I
don't know. Get some stuff. I don't know.
But then I have to get one of those things, and like I remember having one when my mom had one for like, you know, a lot of women do have them because like delicates and stuff. Like,
Right.
But like I remember I always would crash into it, like and.
Well, if you're not running around your apartment flailing your arms, you should be.
Well,
okay.
I'm like a big dude, and like I run into things,
I know.
and
Don't believe me, I know.
like, so anyway, so yeah, but then I also, and then in my last apartment, you saw I had the washer and dryer.
The one that Janelle
all
thought she
in one.
invented.
I really missed that thing.
Yeah.
The only problem with that was drying clothes. It took like the full wash dry cycle took like 3 hours.
Right. But you didn't have to do anything.
You didn't have to do anything. It was amazing. I miss that. I do miss that. But also, that apartment was $1,400 a month.
Yeah. So you're making it up in the laundry money there.
Every couple weeks, spending $3.
Yeah, you're doing all right.
Doing all right. So yeah. So that's Untold History of Japanese Game Developer. But I recommend, because I mean, that's part of that. The bundle,
yeah,
and I'm telling you, those books. They're all again, and it also has gotten me. I've been reading a lot of Hardcore Gaming 101.net because this guy wrote a ton of the articles on there, and his are always like super in depth. Like he wrote a whole giant thing about the PC. So I was telling you about how like the NEC computer and like in Japan that never came out here,
right,
that a lot of games were made for that were eventually ported over to the Famicom, and some of them never did get ported over. There was the PC 88 in Japan and the PC 98, and he actually has a whole giant article on on hardcore gaming, gaming 101. I think that's what I said. Hardcore gaming 101.net, and yeah, that site's amazing.
Cool.
So yeah. So what about you?
I finished the Fudge books on schedule.
What'd you think? What are your final thoughts on Double Fudge?
Double Fudge was fun. I mean, again, it's very jarring that it's supposedly takes place. The whole series takes place over like 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
But again, like we've talked about before,
it's actually like in the time it's like 30,
it's like 30
years.
So it's a little jarring, but I think it's good. The last one definitely felt like it was part of the same. Yeah. You know, the characters were great, and
I thought there was some great characters. I like the old movie star that lives in their building, like that lady.
She's cool.
I wish she had, because they've been living in this building, and this is the first time I'm like, I think Judy Blume just decided to. I wish she had been in all the books because she was so entertaining.
When they got stuck in the elevator, it was great. I love like the cousins, like
all the cousins and Tubby, and then like they're just so weird and like
the twin girl.
Yeah, and no TV, like just all the things.
But
and,
then
like,
I love like he starts watching TV.
Yeah, and then they're like obsessed.
I've known people that have
with
that,
TV.
Like, like where the the kids don't get TV, and then all of a sudden the parents will get hooked on TV, and then it's all bets are off. Anyway, though, I thought it was great. It was a lot of fun. I mean, I think probably still my favorite of the series
Super Fudge.
Is Super Fudge, but the whole series was really fun to read.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to read Otherwise Known as Sheila the Great on the side, just to kind of.
I've been thinking about it just because I feel like I've been talking about it so much.
Right.
And now I'm like, now I gotta know.
To give it a fair, but I think it's a side thing, so we'll see. But that was good. So I'm right on schedule. I think it was scheduled on there to be done on the 15th, so it's pretty good. And I also finished the Further Adventures of D.B. Cooper, which is that comic I got at Comic-Con. Super good. But, of course, I foolishly, because I should know better with comics, but I thought it was like a complete – and it's a good story, but then, of course, it's to be continued at the end. Yeah. And they haven't done – like this one was done in like 2010. And he hasn't done another one yet, so I'm like worried he's not going to do it. So I'm going to email him because he's got he's an independent guy. He has a day job. I actually read a bunch of articles and interviews about him and stuff. Cool guys. Like he and I think it's his brother that they do this publishing company together. And I'm going to bug him and say like, dude, when do I get the next one? Like I got to find out what happens because it leaves on a really cool like. Yeah. It's funny because the artwork on the front cover makes it look like it's more supernatural, but it's
Mhm.
at least so far it's not.
Mhm.
Like it's very much. I mean, it's stretching the imagination a bit, but it's a plausible explanation of what could have happened.
Mhm.
So, again, it's the whole thing where he hijacks the plane and disappears. And in his theory, he jumps out of the plane, but his what do you call it, parachute gets hooked on another plane and happens to be flying out to the Pacific, and he gets like dumped off in the middle of the ocean, and he's rescued because it's in the 70s by Jacques Cousteau's boat as they're heading out on a thing, and he becomes like a crew member, like undercover on Jacques Cousteau's boat, and like this whole thing, and then these pirates come and invade, and it leaves off right when the pirates are invading. And it's like to be continued. So anyway, it was really fun though, really good. I liked it. So it's by James Heffron, and he's got some other good books. So anyway, that's been fun.
And you started.
And I started the Lemonade War, which is the
Have you not read it before?
I've never read them before
Is it
at
good
all.
so far?
So far, so good. It's interesting, and we'll see kind of where it goes. I've only read the first couple chapters, but I think it's gonna be good. It's the first book in our series of 5. So more on that. If you guys want to join our book club, make sure you go to radiobrendo.com and click the book club at the top, and you can join our Good Read the Book Club.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun. You can talk about books and read them in the bathroom.
Yep.
So, no new movies. No new movies.
No new movies.
No new movies.
Well, I've been watching WWE Network, my regular, like
stuff.
Monday Night Raw and all that stuff, and been watching. I've also been slowly going through. I finished all the. There was Monday Nitros from 1995 through the end of 1996, and I finished all those. So now I'm going back on Monday Night Raw, and there's way more of those starting in 1993. And so it's like I was 13 so it's like reliving my childhood again. And so when I do that, I'll watch week to week, and then I'll watch whatever pay-per-view. So like you're really in it. It's really cool to be able to, and like seeing how, again, like people try and paint these things in a way that like it's not that different from now, and some of it, the people like the stuff that was bad was really bad. Like people try to gloss over like some of these eras, like everything was great, and then especially this era, people try and say it was all bad. Like this, like 93 to 95, a lot of people say was like horrible.
Okay.
Like I'm watching it, there's plenty of good stuff. I feel like it's like Saturday Night Live. Like it's always a mixed bag, because anything that's on all the time for that long, it's always gonna be hit or you can't. Perfect. It's all. So that's always been my thing, is like people are like, oh, this is all WWE is all this now, or it's all sucks. Oh, it sucks now, and I'm like, people have been saying that since it started, and there's always gonna be, and like some, because of the way they like, especially with WWE, they're trying to hit a bunch of different targets.
Right.
So they do kind of a shotgun approach, and some things hit and some things don't, and that's always how it's been. It's like SNL sketches, like some things
people get nostalgia glasses.
Yeah,
I understand that.
And usually it's whatever. I think with SNL, it's been determined that like when you're in junior high or high school.
Yeah.
And same thing with wrestling. Seriously. Because like a lot of people, they're like Attitude Era. Guess what was when I was? That was when I was 16 or 17. And then like other older people like are like, oh, the Hulkamania or this or that. It's like whatever they were like prime age.
Right.
But things with wrestling have been a little weird because of the Hulk Hogan thing and then the recent deaths, but it's still good. And then speaking of wrestling, New Japan World, we are on. There's 2 more days. I just watched today's.
So you're caught up.
And I'm caught up. And then there's only 2 more days in the G1 Climax. And these last 3 days are their big super shows. They're in the Sumo Hall Dome, which is like a 20,000 seat venue, or maybe 15,000. They haven't been selling a lot of. The crowd hasn't been great at this, so I'm hoping these next 2 shows the crowd's better, because I just want the company to do well.
Right.
Because I like the idea of these 3 huge events to finish the thing. Although already my one, because they're down to so right now the A block had their semifinals The B block has their semifinals tomorrow. My pick for the A block final was not correct.
Oh, okay.
So my bracket's done. I didn't win because I'm in that pick'em contest again. I'm like not even in the middle of the pack. So hopefully, I don't know, we'll see. But it's been an awesome tournament. Been some awesome matches. It's cool seeing some of the American indie guys that I have seen wrestle in person being on this huge stage in Japan. In fact, in some cases, I'm like, wow, coming to Japan was like the best thing. They were like, there's this dude Michael Elgin, like he just could not like hit with the because he's in Ring of Honor, and like for some reason the audience like turned on him. I've always liked him, but like he just and I'm like, man, I hope he makes it because like I'm like he's gonna be huge in Japan. Sure enough, they love him over there because he's like a big dude. He's very kind of prototype because they love like especially like Japanese. They love. Like they love a lot of. They're becoming better about because it used to be like in the 80s and 90s, the only Americans they really liked were like the big, stereotypical, muscular, but also just stereotypical big bad dudes.
Right.
That was kind of the only American that would really get over. But now it's all types. It's kind of blown open. But this like they still really, really love like the big kind of stereotypical American wrestlers, and Michael Elgin is that guy. And sure enough, it's towards the end of the tournament, they went. This is the first time they'd ever seen him in Japan, and now at the end of the tournament, they are chanting his name before he even comes to the ring. I've watched that happen in less than a month.
Wow.
And I'm like. And like that's how it is cool. Like if you might not be able to make it over, and that's the great thing about these kind of. It's like other forms of entertainment, like new bands, or like you just need to kind of try a different area.
Right.
You go out of and like you might hit huge, and it's exact. So like now, like I'm like I hope that he found his place. So it's cool.
That's cool.
And it's been fun watching. I'm pretty burnt out on it, so.
I can imagine.
I've been watching it every day.
That's a lot of
for like the last
do,
2 weeks. It's been a lot, especially now that I'm working. And then Pretty Little Liars just had their mid-season finale where supposedly, I mean, I guess they could still have one last trick up their sleeve, but they revealed the main series-long villain.
Whoa.
And they did set up for their one last season. They jumped 5 years in the future for the setup, and then there's some last big bad. But the main bad person has been revealed, and I thought it was satisfying. A lot of people are complaining online. I figured it was different enough from the book where if you'd read the books, because at first it seemed like they were going exactly like the books. I'm like, well, then we're going to know, and then it's not exciting to watch the show because I know.
Right.
But they have deviated enough where it was not predictable. Like, I did not see it coming. But although there were some major plot holes, I'm sorry, but this is a Fox Family Channel teen, which the whole show is nuts. In the end, the craziest thing that happened was the villain lair had technology that I'm pretty sure doesn't exist in real life. There's like these weird hologram screens, and I'm like, that's not real. Like at first I almost thought that because of where they went, the villain lair, I'm like, is it aliens? Are they doing this? Is this happening? Because like they seriously, it was like this hologram technology that does not exist in real life. So I'm like, it's aliens. Oh, they did it. Because I half was expecting either aliens or ghosts.
Right.
Because this show was so bonkers. But it turned out it was just, no, this person somehow has access to these holographic screens that don't exist in real life. And then the other crazy thing that happened, I'm not spoiling anything, is somehow, so there's this whole scenario where, so stupid, just thinking about it, so stupid. There's this scenario where the bad guy, their last thing was they planted a giant bomb in this mental institution, and they were going to blow themselves and everybody else up.
Okay.
And I swear to you, it was like a freaking SNL sketch. It shows them, because the characters discover the bomb.
Right.
They're in front of the bomb. It cuts away. The next shot is one of the girls pushing a wire, and the bomb is defused. They just magically
They just know how to
defuse
do
this
it.
like super complicated, like computerized bomb. I'm like, that's the craziest thing. Of all the crazy things this show, that right there, that somehow the smart, because she's the smart girl, knew how to defuse a bomb.
Sure.
And the fact that they didn't even show it, it just cut to one shot, then cut back to like, oh, the bomb defused. Bomb's gone, you guys.
Well, all honor students know how to defuse bombs.
It was crazy. Like I'm like that's what I love. Like they don't even. I just love the fact that it's not like, because I feel like some shows they try, like they're still trying to keep that line of like, but I feel like they're like, whatever. This show's nuts. There are no rules, and I love it.
David said remove the power source or disconnect the igniter.
That's how you get blown up.
I wouldn't want to try that on a real
Unless
bomb.
it has like a fail safe and all those other. What if it's a fake? 'Cause, you know, like I guess this is only in TV, but like where they have like a fake thing and like
Yeah.
that's a fake thing. It's a decoy.
I don't know if that's really a thing or
If
not.
you can have decoy ignite, so then you think you disconnect one thing, and then by disconnecting the fake thing, then it
You
sets off the
engage
real thing.
one.
I mean, I'm just going off of Die Hard with a Vengeance
Yeah.
here.
I'm blown away.
Blown-
I love that movie. I've
Blown
watched that
away.
forever.
It's really because it's. I mean, it just made me very like. If any of these situations, like we're all gonna die.
Oh yeah. Well, we did a little bit more of our sketch comedy roundabout with Tim and Eric, Inside Amy Schumer and Kroll Show. Watched a few more of those. Very fun going through those. And then the other big thing is Last Comic Standing. Now, it's current TV, I realize, but we've been watching it on Hulu sometimes.
This was our everything corner.
Yeah, this is everything
we're talking
else.
about shows we're watching right now, because
Right.
where else are we going to talk about that?
This is the place. So they just finished the
We're talking about Pretty
Invitationals.
Little Liars.
And it's been great. Like, there's some really funny comics on there. The new host, or the new judge, is Norm Macdonald, and
He's great.
fantastic. Like, just says like the weirdest. I mean, exactly what you'd think Norm Macdonald would say. He's just this crotchety old man who just says nonsense, but a lot of times is really insightful too, and it's wonderful.
Derek, I have to say this because I know a lot of people listen to Popsicles, but just real quick, like Derek told the best Norm Macdonald's one of the best Norm Macdonald stories.
Okay.
I didn't even, because I told you Tom Green did a show at Smodcastle,
Right.
and he had a bunch of big people, and I missed like half of them. Well, the ones that I missed were the ones like I really wanted to go to. One was Bobcat Goldthwait, but the other was Norm Macdonald, and Derek was there for I think most of them.
Okay.
So he was actually talking to Norm Macdonald, and like Twitter was like just starting to be a thing, and Norm Macdonald was like he had not joined Twitter yet, and he's like, I don't know about this Twitter thing, just doing the typical Norm Macdonald
Right.
shtick. And then he's like, what, are you on Twitter? Like, he's looking at Derek, and Derek's like, yeah. And he's like, how many people you got on? Because, he just signed up. So, but he already had like tens of thousands of
Right.
followers. So he's like, oh yeah. He's like, look at you on Twitter. You're doing it. He's like, how many people you got on there? And Derek's like said whatever. And Norm Macdonald gave the proof like, oh, okay, yeah. Like just like the like that's nothing, but like just that very Norm Macdonald.
Yeah.
And it was just like and Derek was overwhelmed that he got that like, oh, it's like I should be like embarrassed or upset, but because it's Norm Macdonald, he's like, oh, that's great. Like, I can just picture Norm Macdonald delivering that line to Derek. Like, it's pretty awesome.
Well, he's great on Last Comic Standing. It's like the only like reality show of that type that I've ever really enjoyed, and it's I just love it. The new host is Anthony Jeselnik.
Yeah.
Because he was really funny.
Yeah.
But last season the host was JB Smoove, so
And he's the best.
he was incredible. I mean, like just when he's like introducing someone, it's funny, you know. With this, and Anthony Jeselnik was really good, and it's funny, but it is a little sad not to have JB anymore. But it's great, and so we just finished the invitationals, and now next week is where they start doing the challenges and stuff. So.
Oh, speaking of JB Smoove,
Yeah.
Jeff Garlin, recent interview,
Yeah.
possible.
Hey.
If they've upgraded from like not, because I felt like didn't we hear some not gonna happens?
Yeah, but Larry David says all kinds of stuff like
Well,
that.
now we've gotten a possible out of Jeff Garlin.
Possible. Oh. More curve.
Oh,
That'd be amazing.
just the idea of it is like
Yeah.
making me.
Oh.
I just watched I still don't know what they were doing. The Tim and Eric where like they basically do all the Curb stuff and then during the credits they're playing the Curb music.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what?
What was that?
I think that was them like making fun of Curb. Because there's a couple moments where they're doing the
Yeah.
but it's Tim and Eric doing
Yeah.
it, and it's all ridiculous. And because there's one part where they're like, I remember just very specifically, they're like zooming in on David Lieberhardt's teeth when he's like
Yeah.
looking at him, and
Yeah.
it's like all weird.
It's so strange. But yeah, I don't know what it was.
And then the end credits, they just straight up
It's just ripped it off.
because I think it's a public domain song,
Yeah.
but it's just
But
so
still,
random.
it's obviously what they were doing. I don't know.
Anyways, we could talk about Tim
that
and
would
Eric
be great.
forever. We should have Tim
And
and Eric
Curb.
podcast.
Totally.
Tim and
Let's
Eric.
do it. You want them at their house? At your house? They might like throw up on your floor or something.
Oh, dude, I would love. I don't know.
I'd love to have them throw up on your floor.
Sure.
You could show them where you threw it up
I'd
on.
let
You
them
threw up
throw
on your
up
floor.
I don't know. Again, like people are so weird. But like I remember reading about like on Reddit, somebody's like had like it was like bad Tim and Eric encounters, and I'm like, and everyone they described, I'm like, that sounds exactly. I'm like, what? I'm like,
What did you expect?
what did you
it was gonna
expect
be
from
like?
Tim and Eric? And like they're always in character. I'm like, that's why they're awesome.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm pretty sure. Like I've met them in person. I've seen them in person quite a few times now, and I feel like the only time that I've ever seen any of them out of character was Tim talking to Josh Forbes.
Yeah.
And maybe when Tim was talking to Tam.
Well,
Damn.
I felt like when I asked him about the shrimp and stuff, that was very. I mean, he was still telling a ridiculous story, but it was very much him just being a dude.
But other times that we have like been around that entire show that we saw,
Yeah. They were
the-
on the whole time.
the Puss Whip
Bang Ring.
Bang Gang.
Yeah, yeah,
They were on the whole time, even afterwards.
yeah.
Even when like you could tell they were freaking out about playing with Frank, because when Frank Black's like, let's do some songs together, but even then they
were still
were just
them,
being
yeah.
all dumb, and but inside they were probably like,
Yeah.
but all the other like just at the Awesome Cons and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
So like, and then just hearing and then seeing like for even their book tour, which I'm bummed that we didn't get to like I would at the LA library.
I know.
And like we saw pictures and like but like we had another thing that would have been amazing. I would have loved to have gone to that. But yeah, and like people are like, oh, they were just weird. I'm like,
Yeah.
what did you think? Like that's part of the reason why they're so great is because they're not like, oh, hey, that's just
That'd
the
be
thing
like-
that we do, guys.
That'd be like if someone meets us and says they talked a lot.
Yeah.
Well, they wouldn't shut up. They just kept talking. Guess what? That's kind of what we do.
Yeah. So it is funny
Don't be
reading people meeting Tim and Eric
Yeah.
and now being disappointed because I'm like, I would expect nothing less.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyways, Tim and Eric are awesome. And then you've been watching those other things.
Yeah. Kroll
And
shows,
then
right?
I finished Wet Hot American Summer first day of camp. It's amazing. It's
Yeah.
so good. Like I don't know, are you guys watching it at all?
We
or-
haven't yet. I think-
Watch the movie.
Yeah. So
Even if it's somewhat fresh in your mind, it's best. There's so many payoffs, but it's not because it takes place because the movie's the last day of camp, so this is the first day of camp. But the way the payoffs are insane, like oh my gosh, it's so funny, it's so ridiculous.
Do you like the show better than the movie?
No, I mean in different, but there's more people in the show.
Okay.
And there's current like they found a way to bring in a lot of big guns that like either weren't around when the movie, like for instance, like so they brought in Jordan Peele, they brought in Kristen Wiig, they brought in a bunch of other dudes. They brought in like 2 different people from Mad Men and like and like some of the smaller like, and then they brought in John Hamm and he's amazing. They brought in H. John Benjamin. He's amazing. Judah Friedlander, like just some of the people they brought in that weren't in the first movie.
Right.
Who's the other one from Mad Men is what's his face? Guy who plays Roger Sterling. John Slattery. He's amazing. Who else? Michaela Watkins from SNL. That's who we saw at the.
Yeah.
That was her. she did the best Annie McDowell that I've ever seen in my life. And so they brought in Michaela Watkins of this, and I think that's all the big ones. But they brought in a lot of people that's
worth checking out.
It's so fun. Oh, Jason Schwartzman.
Oh, nice.
Like, it's so funny. It's so funny. I love it, and it's very just like, again, people that don't like a lot of the things that I showed you that from the people that tweet. Oh, they brought in Rob Hubel too, because people were tweeting like, no, Rob Corddry, but I think Rob Hubel is also in it. I don't know. A lot of people are in it. So Rob Corddry was getting these tweets where this guy's like, I don't understand why you would be in this. It's so dumb, and like I just don't understand like why they're doing this. And like someone's like, do you get that it's a parody? He's like, I don't care that it's a parody. I don't want to, like, that's what parody...
Plus saying anything to Rob Corddry about being in dumb stuff. Have you ever watched anything he's been in? Like,
yeah, wasn't he in that, like, paintball movie? Or like,
he does dumb stuff. That's what he does.
But it was just really silly that they were upset about that. Or it was Paul Scheer. I think they're, again, I wouldn't be surprised if they're all in it.
Yeah.
But I think it was Paul Scheer now that I'm thinking about it. I get them all. I think all of them are in it. I just don't know
Everybody.
But yeah, people. I mean, I get it. It's not for everybody, but like, I feel like if you like funny things, and like it's everybody that's funny, and like it's crazy that they got all the people that they did. Like everybody, the fact that they got Bradley Cooper, and then the way they obviously, it's really. I don't want to spoil it for you. Oh, they also brought in Chris Pine, isn't it? He's hilarious. But the way, because I think Bradley Cooper only shot like they was only there for like a couple days, and the way that they make up for that is really funny. I don't want to spoil it.
Okay.
Because they do something to get around that. It's really funny. So that's really just, and the fact that they did get Bradley Cooper and they got all these people that are huge now, like huge, like I got a bunch of people back that like. And like Paul Rudd and Paul Rudd's and like and Elizabeth Banks and Paul Rudd is so funny. It's his character in Wet Hot's always like that's the one character like I still know a lot of the quotes like oh my gosh, it's so funny. And like now and the fact that they got what's his face, Christopher no, I don't know, the guy from. He's from Oz, and now he's on a bunch of Law and Orders, I think. Law and Orders or something.
NCIS?
No. Anyways, it's funny.
Good.
Yeah, watch. Christopher Maloney.
Oh, okay.
And he's like in movies.
Yeah.
And like he's not, but like Bradley Cooper is legitimately like one of the biggest movie stars in the world right now. But of course, because like. This is Wet Hot was like one of the first things he did ever.
Yeah.
So of course, and like Michael, like all these people are huge now, just huge, and like they're all just doing it, and like they didn't miss a beat. And some of the people are probably like super stoked because like some of them have had more success than others.
Janine Garofalo's in it?
Yes, they're all back. Everybody.
Back. Okay, good.
All right. Oh yeah, and then our Comedy Bang Bang. I'm actually on the Halloween episode.
Nice.
Like Wayne Coyne came out as Carrie, and that's pretty funny.
And it's definitely it's one of my go-to.
It's just watching these. I can't imagine the show without Reggie. But I've heard really good things.
It's good. I mean, but gosh, Reggie's just so amazing.
Yeah. I watched the one where he's like just reading Great Gatsby the whole time, and then it turns out it's Robopocalypse. He's like, wait, Robopocalypse? This is so stupid. And then it just shows him just like, and then he goes up to Ellie Kemper, and they're like,
Yeah. So I love their little like in-between show banter that you always have like little snippets of. It's just every little bit of it is so good. So good. Have you watched the one where I think it's Chris Hardwick. Yeah, Chris Hardwick comes on. Nope. Oh, okay. I won't spoil that yet.
Don't spoil stuff.
Oh my
Wait
God.
till I'm done.
Well, it's in the title of the episode. Yeah. Who's like the main guest?
Yeah, but I mean, don't spoil what they do.
I won't spoil what they do. Okay.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Stop talking.
All right.
Wait till I'm done.
I'll wait till you're done. All right. Well, it's awesome, and you should watch them all. And then
saw
I think I mentioned earlier I watched all through the IT Crowd.
Yeah, now I want to do that.
Yeah, because it's
We
short.
were actually just one of the guys at work had never seen it before, and we're like, "How do you work in IT?"
Oh my gosh, are you serious?
And then he even was like, "Oh, that's where that's from," because like everybody in IT is, or if you try turning it on and off again now, like that's a standard
of course.
thing.
Are
And
you
he's
sure
like,
it's
"Oh,
plugged in?"
that's where it's from." Like he's like, "Oh, now he's getting all these references."
Yeah.
Because we were joking around about the internet box, and he's like, "What the heck are you guys
The
talking
internet.
about?" So then we showed him that. So then we just seriously sat around and watched that episode.
That should be required viewing, I
Yeah.
would think, for working in tech.
And the like when he writes the like long the fire, he's like, "Dear sir,"
Yeah.
like we wrote down, "Sincerely, Moss." yours truly, Moss. Like,
So good.
fire.
I love that. Yeah. Did someone emailed us about a fire?
911
Yeah,
2
at the end. Oh my gosh, it's so good.
All right.
IT
Crowd. So you haven't watched the special yet?
No, so I haven't watched the special yet, but I did watch through.
I think I did, but it was so long ago, and now I don't remember it.
Well, because I heard about the special, I'd never watched it, so I figured I'd rewatch the show because it's not. I mean, it's so short.
Did you know the British DVD set also came with this like crazy awesome board game, and we never got
No.
stuff? Yeah.
I want that. I've just been watching on Netflix, but
Well, there
I'd
was
buy
an
it for a
IT
cool
Crowd
board
game
man,
that only was on the British release, which doesn't work in our DVD players
bummer.
unless you got a region-free DVD player.
It's true. I don't.
Yeah.
All right. What's next?
What's next?
Still hot.
So it's
Is it
time
hot
to
where
go.
you are listening right now? Video games?
Let's just do video games and get out of
Video
here.
games-
Video games, Marmaduke.
Video games, Marmaduke. Well, video games is quick anyway because there's not a whole lot of news there.
Well, Pokemon Shuffle. I got Onyx. You know,
Oh, yeah?
That was my big achievement
That was a big
yesterday. That took me forever. He was tough. Now I'm going because I hit a roadblock. I'm not even done with all these levels, but I hit one where I'm like, I don't even know how I'm gonna get through this one. So whenever I get frustrated, I just go back through and start going for other Pokemon.
Yeah.
But like some of them, there's a reason. I'm like, oh, why don't I have this one? Oh, I know why.
It's really hard.
And I'm just like, really? But it took me forever. But I got Onyx, and I'm starting to max out some of my Pokemon. So that's.
I finally started going through the
You're doing
Safari now.
Yeah, I
too.
started doing the Safari. I've
I've
caught
done
a
a
bunch.
I still can't get Staryu though.
Staryu because he has the coins and like that
Yeah.
mess, and like it's really tricky.
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna get. There's been a couple times where I'm like, I got him.
Oh, I was so mad because I spent
It does.
I spent 2,000 to get like the.
Did you get the ball? Did you use the
I
great ball?
did because I was like I had like
I feel like
40%, and then it doubled it, so it was to 80. And
Oh,
I'm like,
that's
I
the
got
worst.
That, and then I didn't get
that's
it.
the
I was
worst.
so mad. So I
'Cause
blew like
I got
4,500.
Onyx. I was at like 20%, and I got Onyx, and I was like, ah, I'm like.
Yeah, because sometimes
I've gotten it on 2%.
My lowest is 4, but still, and then 80, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's happened to me.
I just
That's
spent-
when I stopped. Because when that happened, I stopped getting the great balls. So I feel like it's better to use that 2,000 on a mega
Up front,
a mega power up
Yeah.
or something. Or I mean, because you figure that's also 2 + 5 turns.
Well, but see, my thing was because I had already spent it up front.
Yeah.
I invested in it. I'm like, oh, I don't want to waste it because it was my best time ever, or best, whatever.
And then plus 80% of that just seems like a
I'm like,
no-brainer.
oh yeah, I got this, and then I didn't get it.
So frustrating.
Anyway,
Pokemon Shuffle's great. Street Pass.
lots of that.
I hit a point. I don't know. I feel like I need some help with, like, on fishing. I'm out like all the islands now. Like, I feel like my rod isn't good enough, and I don't have enough gold to improve it. And like, as soon as the fish bites, it just stays at the top, and no matter what I do, it doesn't go
Do you
down.
bring extra people with you?
I don't, because I don't have coins.
That's the thing. Like if you don't have like at least 3 or 4, then
yeah.
once you get later
I only
on,
because it's just you, and then like I can't. I'm at the point where like some of these later fish, and like it won't even no matter how hard I try,
Yeah.
like I can't even come close.
you have to have like a larger party.
I'm gonna have to
Otherwise,
start because you did a lot of it at Comic-Con.
I did a ton at Comic-Con. That was like the main one I did at Comic-Con.
Maybe at Long Beach.
Yeah.
I'll have to do some serious fishing now that I'm done with puzzle.
Yeah. All
'Cause
right.
that was my big Comic-Con thing.
Well, now that we got the LA one coming up, I might get a few there.
Yeah.
Probably not as many as others, but you know,
It's
I bet we get
mostly
a couple.
older collectible dudes.
Yeah.
They don't have money for time for DS.
Playing around with these kids' things.
I think Popeye's got a DS. Somehow I doubt that. All right, then Clicker Heroes going strong, and now David's telling me about these updates and that the Android release is happening.
He's trying to get you
like the
deeper
official,
and deeper hooked.
because I did try. I thought I was downloading the APK earlier, and I ended up on some malware site, so I kind of steered away. I think I'll wait for the
Yeah.
because I almost infected my phone.
Don't do that.
Yeah, so Clicker Heroes still pretty hardcore into that. And then WWE 2K15, in honor of the G1 Climax, I started my own round robin tournament, which turned out to be more difficult than I thought it would be because you can only have 7 matches on a card,
Okay.
and the way I have my tournament set up, it would be perfect if I could have 8 matches on a card, and I have to have 7. So now I have to like have it where one set of wrestlers has the night off, and then kind of stagger it.
Okay.
But it makes I have a very complicated spreadsheet going, and
Keeping track. So you off the game.
Yes.
You got it on. Okay.
oh yeah, I'm at that point where I have
Get the
a
notebook.
spreadsheet for a tournament that I'm doing in my WWE 2K15 game.
That's fair.
Hey man, it should have built the Japanese games. You can do round robin tournaments because it's a common tournament style,
Yeah.
but they don't do that in America. And so, but the round robin tournament is going because I play one of the guys each match,
Right.
and I booked this tournament, so it's all my favorite wrestlers. So I'm like having these like Sophie's Choice of who to play as.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. So, and then I crank up the difficulty so I lose sometimes. So it kind of creates that tournament environment where anything can happen at any time. So we'll see what happens with that. I only did the first round because 8 matches takes like an hour to play.
That's good. It gives you something to keep doing.
Yep.
Well, in addition to those things, I mentioned Lego Jurassic World. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, Dave, which is the one that I got in the Nindy bundle.
Yeah.
Super fun and addicting. It's just a great like little like passing the time. You know, like if I'm watching a show or something, it's a fun thing to play with. I recommend it. It's really good.
Oh, that's one of the things. That was one of the things I forgot to talk about in the Japanese game developers. One of the guys I interview is the guy that made Tokyo Crash Mobs.
Are you serious?
And the reason why I found why the name because he also did Polarium, but and some other one, Magnetica was the
right.
But he made what was their first one? It was like I think it was Puzzloop.
Okay.
And I guess because he just seems like he's just really funny, and like is one of the funnier interviews, but he's so protective of everything because he made Puzzloop, and then like what is that one, Zuma's Revenge, or like it got ripped off by PopCap, and then because PopCap is such a huge company, he's like, it's not even worth it for me to try and sue them, even though I would win.
It's the same game.
And he's like, they totally ripped me off. And so he's just very protective of his properties. And so, like, he was very secretive in the interview. But then he was talking about Tokyo Crash Mobs and about, like, some of those, they're like, where'd you come up with your weird names? And he's like, and it's like a filter. He, like, Googles, because it's a way so nobody will steal, so nobody can possibly sue you. Because, like, that's a completely original name. Tokyo, he's like, I come up with weird names for my game so that nobody can try and steal them or say that they give us. It's like, nobody else is going to come. Tokyo Crash Mobs, like, what the heck is that?
No, I came up with Tokyo Crash
So
Mobs.
that's why he comes up with these weird names. It's to, like, fool people and to, like, because he doesn't want to get ripped off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And also, he's a character and a half. So you will look. I think that's something to look forward to. And he doesn't talk a whole lot about Tokyo Crash Mobs. He just says it's like you said, it's Magnetica with people.
Yeah, that's totally what it is.
But he's like, but it's just funny, like the way he talks about it, and also his deal with Nintendo, and like just how some of those games happened, and some of it's like kind of shady. So it's just really weird.
That's
Anyways, So what is this journey of a special average balloon?
Well, this is the last one. So I'm always scouring like the bargain bin.
Is this one of your 99-cent
No,
games?
dude. It was on sale for 10 cents.
10 cents.
10 cents on the Wii U eShop, and I'm like, for 10 cents, I gotta try it at least.
So let's talk about this.
It's I mean, it's very. I don't know. Have you heard of the Wii U game, The Maze, or what's the Letter? The Letter's like the worst one ever. They all say it's the same developer that did The Letter. Apparently, I didn't know this. And it's funny. It's completely different. It's basically built kind of like Balloon. I'm so hot and tired I can't think of it. What's the balloon one from Nintendo? Balloon Fight. It's like Balloon Fight, except that instead of like bouncing, it moves a little different. You play as a balloon, and you have to go and gather gold coins and stuff, and go through these obstacles and stuff. There's actually multiplayer. There's a bunch of different modes. I mean, it's very, very bare bones and stuff, but I've gotten 10 cents worth out of it. I feel pretty good about my 10-cent investment. So I think it's back up to like $2 or $3 now, and I don't think I would have paid that. But for 10 cents, the kids and I like messed around with it for half an hour, and that's good. If you can pay 10 cents and get that much play value out of it, that's worth it. I pay more for that for a game of Pac-Man, at the arcade. So that to me is worth it.
And like a year from now, you'd be like, oh, I'm ready to try that.
Yeah, I might. Or I might just delete it if I don't want it anymore. It's 10 cents. I don't care. Journey of a Special Average Balloon. That's my recommendation. If you can get it for 10 cents, it's probably worth it for a little bit.
That's cool.
And with that,
it's Marmaduke time.
It's Marmaduke time.
Fading fast.
This is it. I got a quick one tonight. So here we are. We're in Marmaduke Laps It Up. And, all right. So we got the two sisters. And Marmaduke, or maybe it's a sister and a brother. I can't tell from the artwork there, but is that the brother? Maybe that's the brother.
That is a boy.
All right. Well, okay. So the brother and sister.
Even the art's not that great.
No.
Nothing about this.
No.
And just the fact that this guy is just so huge.
All right. So the big sister is reading, and the little brother's like plugging his ears, and he says, "I'm not listening to you read." And Marmaduke, meanwhile, is asleep. And she says, "Quiet. You have to listen." Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard, and the kid's going, to get her poor old dog a bone. And when she got there, the cupboard was bare. Now Marmaduke wakes up. His eyes are open because he hears the dog and the bone. And so the poor dog had none. Now Marmaduke's awake, and he runs for the cupboard, and he sees all the food in the cupboard, and he sighs and goes back to sleep.
Marmaduke's hungry.
Marmaduke likes to eat. That's it. Yep. That's the comic.
Marmaduke thought there was no food, and there was food. The end.
That's Marmaduke. Good job. Good job, guys. That's a book.
Published everywhere.
Yeah. Someone paid $2.95 for this at some point. $2.95 in like 1980s dollars. So there you go, Marmaduke.
Just the idea of Marmaduke is offensive.
That's why it's so fun to read on the show. It's great.
I guess, I mean...
I'll move my bookmark.
That guy lives a...
Yeah. And he came up with that. Dog hears the thing about not food, then there's food. That's a joke. It's great.
Maybe we're thinking too complex with Brax. Maybe that's why.
Maybe so.
We just need to really dumb it down.
No.
Alien is hungry.
No food. No, there's food.
I'm an alien. That could just be like,
alien.
Earth's weird. You guys
Why
are
do
silly.
you call it a driveway if you park on it? Aliens. All right. That's good. You ready? You ready to close this down before we die of heat exhaustion?
And it's going to take because then I'm going to have to turn the air conditioning on for a while, and then I have to turn it off when I go to sleep because I can't leave it on.
It's gonna be a bit.
And
then
I'm
start this process.
Speaking of, that's the one thing I forgot to talk about. I know I talk about it a lot, but it's so noticeable now because my freaking neighbors, it's like clockwork. At night, they yell at each other, when they get home, because, I don't know, I think one of them gets home late. He's like, don't bother me, I just got home from work. And then that leads to, usually the girl starts crying or something. And then, clockwork, I can, look at my clock and know, it's about to happen. at like 4:30 or 5. I think one of them has to wake up to go to work, and so they just have like super loud sex, like super loud, like to the point where 3 out of 5 days it wakes me up.
Well, at least you don't have to set an alarm that way.
But it wakes me up at 5, and I got to try and go back to sleep. And like the other day, like it was really gross, like really gross.
So if you can hear them so well, what if they can hear us over here and they're like recording bootlegs of our podcast?
Good.
What if they're selling bootleg CDs of our podcast? Like
I hope they're
at a
like
flea market?
trying to sleep right now and they can't. Because I
What would
try
you do
to.
though? Someone at a flea market.
I feel like it's waking me up right when I'm in like the best. I'd be honored.
If we were like in there with a like Star Wars Christmas special.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. I don't want to get too graphic, but I could hear them talking about doing a certain thing that like dudes might want to do, but girls don't want to do, and
Right.
and then I think they tried to do it, and then like that was not good,
This is like great detail that you're hearing these things.
and it was just this is not what I want to hear. Like 5, I'm trying to go to sleep.
We should put up some like egg crates or something.
That's not gonna help me.
Yeah.
No,
A little bit.
I don't know.
Better than nothing.
It's
You
just
muffle it a little bit.
And then I gotta try and go back to sleep, and then by the time I do get back to sleep, then I only get like,
You gotta,
and then it's like time to wake up.
that's the worst when you wake up before you need to.
Well,
and
that's
you can't go
me
back to sleep.
every day, and it's like getting, I don't know, and I don't, because like then it's like
You should just put on loud music when they start doing it.
should, because like
Or
I don't
just put
know.
on like I don't know, Marvin Gaye or something.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on. Just every time they do it, just turn on Let's Get It On.
Well, it's just so rude, because then I have to get out of bed, so I'm just like sitting there, and I was like, and then I like try to sleep, but like every time I'm like, right, and then it'll be something real loud, and they're really loud, and I don't know, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do, because then it's like if I say something, then it's like that's embarrassing.
Right. You've been listening to us all this time.
And they have to, because like I told you about the time like they were coming into their apartment, and when we were passing, and it was weird, and I think it was weird for them, and because I think we all.
Everybody knew what was going on.
It was weird. So
Wow.
that's the one negative thing that I got. That's like the one negative right now. And if that's my problems, I don't got too many problems.
So if you're still working at the place, assuming that all goes well when your lease is up here, would you look for another place?
No,
Like
absolutely not. I'm
okay, well, I didn't know. That's what I mean. Like,
I don't want to.
How bad is it?
I don't know. Not that bad.
Okay.
Plus, like it's not bad enough like to move. Moving sucks.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I agree. I didn't know.
Nah, I don't know. It's fine.
Move to Apple Valley.
No. I don't want to move. It's too expensive. Moving is expensive.
Yeah.
Moving's a pain in the butt. I'm down to like the bare necessities here. So like I think I have even less stuff than I did when I moved last time. Like I think I've even gotten rid of more stuff.
I'm going to help you set up your TV again. We might not survive another Phil setting up of TVs.
So I don't want to do that, and I like it here, and I'm really close to you guys.
Yeah.
And it's perfect, and I don't, and eventually they'll either, I don't know, I feel like at the rate they're going, they gotta break up soon, because like, it can't be healthy.
Maybe, but that doesn't mean it's gonna end.
Because when like they really like fight like really 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 bad, like half the time like the girl's crying.
I mean that may be
and then
what they do.
Judging from what I think, it's just the dude has to get up and like I don't know. It just seems like I don't think she's that in, but like I don't know.
You shouldn't have to think about these.
Shouldn't
things.
even have to be. Why are we talking about like just because it's just really bothering me? But it's not bothering me enough to like actually do something, because that would be even more weird. Because then I'd have to because then I'm like living next to these people like they know and I know and they know that I know and they know and like right now we're at like a don't ask don't tell kind of thing. But if I actually make it a thing, then who knows what'll happen? Maybe they'll be even louder.
Who knows?
I don't know. I have accidentally kicked the wall and then they have suddenly stopped. Like so, like maybe I should do that again. But then I'm like, some point they know that I was doing because like I did. It was totally accidental. Like I seriously was like, and like I woke up and I was like, because it scared me. Like that's how bad it was. Like I woke up and I was like, and like I thrashed around and kicked the wall because I was like, what is happening? Because like seriously, it was that loud. I was like, "What is happening right now?" Because like I think it also bled into a dream that I was having, and because I woke up and I was just like, I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
You know what I do know?
I know that it's
people should go to RadioBrendo.com for all the Radio BrendoMan needs. That's what I know.
Yeah, links to everything, all the stuff, all the episodes. This is our 181st episode.
Yeah.
There's 180
181.
episodes sitting there,
nice,
ready for you to tell all your friends about, share, rate and review on iTunes, on Stitcher, on all the podcast stuff.
Yeah.
Hit us up, BrendoMan@gmail. Hit the contact button on Radio Brendo, Facebook, Twitter. We're at BrendoMan on Twitter.
Kickstarter people, make sure you send in your surveys if you haven't done that already, or your nominations rather.
Yeah.
And Craig from the Res, don't forget to write your pen pal.
Your new pen pal.
Your involuntary pen pal. Or against your will, I guess.
All right. So for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creasy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. That was like the least enthusiastic.
You sound like you're falling asleep.
It's not even because I'm not tired. I'm just like.
No, it's the heat.
I'm just like exhausted.
Want me to turn it on?
Yes.
Oh gosh. Sticking to the chair.
Yeah, you can just take that chair with you.
It's not that bad. Just a little damp.
You can put your can in like one of the. There's like some.
I'm going to. This went straight for the. Oh gosh, I started getting like all sore. I'm wondering if maybe I should sit like here.
But then the microphone.
Well, here's the
it won't work. The microphone, I'd have to like.
Oh.
You're not gonna get picked up if you're over there.
The problem is like, I'm looking at you like this. Like my neck started getting like really
Well, don't
sore.
do that.
I'll have to like look forward then.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to because like about halfway through tonight, I was like, oh, I can't like. So I was like.
The only other thing, I mean, I guess we could try it and use the omnidirectional.
Yeah.
But it might pick
We'll
up
see.
more ambient. Actually, maybe we should do that.
It might. I mean.
Like, what if we put it right here? And we could do that, put it right here, and do the two-way.
Yeah, that's right. We could do that. I feel like, I don't know. The last couple times my neck has gotten sore. Maybe just because I'm getting old.
No, we can do that. That might actually work.
Because then, you know, otherwise the whole time I'm doing this, like looking over you, and then like, you know what I mean? It's like when you sleep on it wrong.
I don't look at you, so why are you looking at me?
I don't know. You look at me a lot. But you're like in the swivel chair too, so you like have more.
Well, maybe you need a swivel chair.
But no, I don't know. We'll see. We'll mess with it.
Why don't you just move in a little bit? Like if we're like this, and you're like this, but then our like legs are touching.
But it's not that so much as this.
But if you're just like in and I'm in.
You can just look at us on the computer. I don't know. Well, anyway, we'll figure it out. It's not that big a deal.
But I think that might work if we did the one, because we can. There is a setting. Yeah, the two circles.
That might be good.
Because there's a pattern. Because you can do omnidirectional. I feel like that would pick up too much ambient noise.
Yeah,
but there is one where it's both. This one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we should mess with that and see because it might be.
Because there's
more
one
comfortable.
where you can do this way, and there's one where you can do this way. So we can do this one.
Yeah.
Because this one. And that's where you can do both sides, and we can. I'll just point it this way.
Yeah, and then if we're.
Or no,
here.
point it this way, and then that should work.
Yeah.
And I'll get the pop screen, and you won't.
Yeah, but I'll be back a little bit more from you.
I think that would work.
No, yeah, let's maybe mess with it next time. Just
Yeah, we'll do it.
for,
Let's do it
for my neck's sake.
for your
It
sake.
doesn't always happen, but for whatever reason, tonight
Well,
I'm just like aching.
In my original plan, when we had like the actual studio room, I was gonna get another one of these desks, and we just have desks, and we'd be facing each other like classic radio station style.
But I think this could be a good, like halfway point.
One of these days we'll get that real studio.
We're still on YouTube, by the way.
Yes.
So they all got to hear the interesting.
Well, whatever. People are fascinated.
Behind the scenes.
What is this, 181? Yep. All right. All right. Well, I think that's going to do it for us. Steve and Mario,
in the chat.
the guys that are left, you survived. Congratulations. And you guys have a good one. We'll talk to you later. I'm back. I forgot to stop the YouTube. You guys are still in here. Why are you still in here? Go to bed.
Probably already did.
Go to bed.